Chapter 1. The first three men staggered into town just past 10 in the morning, their faces pale, voices trembling as they rambled about shadowy figures, unearthly shrieks, and their missing friends, Scott and Tim, who'd left their campsite at first light to find help. "Bear, definitely a bear," the first guy groaned, while the second shook his head. "No way, that was a mountain lion," the third didn't argue. He just doubled over and lost his breakfast right on the sidewalk. Marge Santee, owner of the local diner, stepped neatly around the mess, her expression skeptical. She herded the shaken men into a corner booth, then grabbed the phone. She called Nemeth first, former ranger for Shoshone National Forest, now the go-to guy for anything wilderness-related. Out of courtesy, she also dialed Sheriff Jim Kelly, a decent man with a county-wide beat and a reputation for efficiency. But this needed someone who knew the land. Nemeth arrived, took one whiff of the trio, reeking of sweat, cheap whiskey, and pure terror, and poured them coffee instead of liquor. 2 cups in, the story spilled out. 5 buddies, all college pals, had headed into the woods for a bachelor weekend. Tim, the groom-to-be, was the outdoorsman of the group, raised on backcountry trails since childhood. The others would have preferred a golf resort or a Vegas-style blowout, but Tim's passion won out. They'd packed smart: tents, sleeping bags, a propane stove, enough canned food to survive, and of course, a small brewery's worth of beer and whiskey. The hike in had been tough but manageable, 7 miles deep into a canyon where they set up camp near a rushing river. By dusk, they were laughing around the fire, scarfing hot dogs and beans straight from the can, swapping crude jokes between swigs of bourbon. Tim, oddly quiet, scribbled on a scrap of paper, wedding vows, a love letter, he wouldn't say. Night fell fast. One by one they crawled into their tents, 2 guys per shelter except Tim, who had his own. Last chance to sleep alone, they'd joked. Then screams, crashing branches, panic. Flashlights swung wildly as they stumbled out, shouting, stoking the fire, checking their food stash hung safely in the trees. It took too long to notice Scott was gone. "Had to be a bear," Neil muttered in the diner. "Mountain lion," Josh shot back. Miggy Miguel, but nobody called him that, just groaned and retched again. Nemeth studied them, unconvinced. Meanwhile, Marge sighed and reached for the mop. Back at camp, the remaining 4 had scrambled into action. Tim, suddenly sober, took charge. Scott could have wandered off to relieve himself, or worse, drunkenly stumbled into the dark. But with freezing temps, jagged terrain, and predators lurking, time wasn't on their side. Tim split the group into 2 teams, sending one pair north of the campfire and the other into the dense southern woods. The plan was simple. Whoever spotted Scott first would blast their emergency whistle. But hours passed with no sign of him, just trampled underbrush, snapped branches, and what looked like bloodstains. "Grizzly," Neil muttered, voice shaky. "Or a mountain lion," Josh added, gripping his flashlight tighter. Miggy just exhaled a quiet curse, and Nemeth couldn't help but agree. By 4 a.m., the biting autumn air and pitch-black sky forced a decision. They needed backup, and with no cell service, someone had to hike out. Tim, the most level-headed of the group, strapped on his pack, flicked on his headlamp, and vanished into the night. The others stayed by the fire, chugging water as panic gnawed at them. At dawn, they abandoned everything: tents, gear, even their half-eaten meals, and bolted for the trailhead, scrambling over rocks and splashing through icy streams. When they finally reached their ATVs, they froze. There were 5 vehicles. Only 4 of them had come. That's when it hit them: where was Tim? Back in Ramsey, a small mountain town bordering the Popo Ag wilderness, Sheriff Nemeth spread a topo map across the diner counter while Marge kept the coffee flowing. Locals, hunters, and search volunteers poured in, ready to help. Nemeth wasted no time. He marked a perimeter around the last known location of Tim and Scott, calculating how far they could have wandered. Teams fanned out on foot, ATVs, and horseback, combing the rugged terrain for any trace. Then 8 hours in, Scott stumbled out of the wilderness, dazed, scratched up, and still in his long johns. He had no memory of what happened after passing out by the fire, only waking up freezing and lost. "Bear," Neil whispered. "Cougar," Josh echoed. Scott just shook his head hollow-eyed. The relief of finding him was short-lived. Because now the real question loomed: where the hell was Tim, barefoot except for his socks? He stumbled along until the river guided him back to civilization. A sharp whistle pierced the air as people emerged, and suddenly he found himself surrounded. But where was Tim? Timothy O'Day, 33, the first in his family to earn a degree, had graduated from Oregon State with a mechanical engineering diploma. Friends called him a real-life MacGyver, always fixing things with duct tape and ingenuity. His fiancée, Letitia Gibbons, a marketing whiz from Atlanta, matched his boundless energy. Weekends were a blur of hiking boots, ski slopes, and mountain trails. They were the picture-perfect outdoorsy couple, destined for a life of adventure, a cozy home, a golden retriever, and maybe a couple of kids tearing through the wilderness. Then the unthinkable happened. Days slipped into weeks. Tim's parents arrived, Martin, a seasoned carpenter and mountaineer, hauling gear from Oregon to Wyoming while Patris, pale but determined, stood by. A cancer survivor, she'd fought death before. The locals whispered about her resilience as Marge, the no-nonsense diner owner, kept her fueled with coffee and discreet comfort. Martin at first trusted the search teams, Sheriff Kelly and Nemeth leading the charge. But as hope dwindled, his patience wore thin. By day 7, he shoved past them, muttering curses, vanishing into the trees. The search shifted. No more rushed sweeps, just grim, meticulous grids. Helicopters scanned with infrared, dogs sniffed for traces, and even a few self-proclaimed psychics chimed in with wild theories about rivers and caves. Volunteers poured in, the National Guard deployed, but after 23 brutal days, winter drove most away. Only the family remained. Martin, stubborn as the mountains he climbed, kept going back, long after others gave up. Patris and Letitia faced the cameras, their hollow smiles masking despair. Tim's college buddies, Neil, Josh, Miggy, Scott, tried to help between jobs and families, but the woods kept their secrets. "Bear attack," Neil murmured. "Cougar," Josh countered. Miggy just swore. The truth, the wilderness doesn't give answers. Years passed, and Tim joined the ranks of the vanished. One of over 1,600 people who disappear on public lands every year. No national database, no clear protocol, just families left searching. A single day of large-scale rescue operations can bleed $300,000, yet funding remains scarce. The trees don't care. They swallow stories whole for many small-town sheriffs. That amount of money represents their entire yearly budget. When volunteer search teams disband, rescue operations often grind to a halt, leaving devastated families without answers or peace. Some, like Martin O'Day, refuse to give up. For 5 years, he's returned to the wilderness every August, fueled by crowdfunding and the advice of specialists. But this summer will be his last attempt. His wife, Patris, is battling cancer for the second time, and her final wish is simple: to rest beside their missing son. I'm sitting in a roadside diner somewhere between Cheyenne and Jackson, Wyoming, nursing a cup of coffee after a long bus ride. The place reminds me of the kind of spot where Tim O'Day's friends might have stumbled in, desperate for help after he vanished. The article in my hands, a faded local paper, won't leave my thoughts. There's a rawness to this story that sticks with me. My name's Frankie Elkin, and I find people everyone else has forgotten. No badge, no paycheck, just stubbornness and a knack for noticing what others overlook. I'm nobody special, just a middle-aged woman with a duffel bag and too many regrets. Once, I tried the whole white picket fence thing. A house, a steady job, even a man who stood by me through rehab. But normalcy suffocated me. Then, at an meeting, a grieving mother mentioned her daughter's disappearance and something clicked. I asked questions, followed leads, and eventually found the girl, though not the way anyone hoped. That first case led to another, then another. A decade later, this is my life, hopping buses, chasing ghosts. Right now, I'm supposed to be heading to Idaho for the case of Eugene Santiago, a missing boy with solemn eyes and a smile that haunts me. But as I reread the article about Tim O'Day, I can't shake the image of his mother, clinging to the hope of one last reunion. Eugene's been gone 16 months. A few more weeks won't change his fate. But for Patris, time's running out. I unfold the bus schedule, tracing a new route with my finger. Ramsey, Wyoming isn't on the way to anywhere, just another dot on a map where someone's waiting for answers. Traveling broke teaches you patience. No car, no rental, just a patchwork of bus transfers. Some stations have clean benches and coffee shops, others are little more than a signpost by the highway. But you learn to adapt. After all, the people I'm looking for? They've waited far longer the bus pulls away, leaving me standing outside a lonely gas station convenience store in the middle of nowhere. It's just past noon, and the Wyoming sky stretches overhead like a postcard. That kind of piercing blue you only see in pictures or other people's vacation stories. The two-lane highway cuts a dull path between jagged mountains, some looming in the distance, others so close I could swear they're leaning in. I've never set foot in this state before, but already the air smells like sun-baked dirt and dry prairie grass, the twang of a country song drifting from the store's speakers. Trucks roar past, their trailers packed tight with cattle, and for the first time in weeks, I feel both exhilarated and completely out of my depth. Freedom's great until you realize you're floating without an anchor. Inside, the mini-mart is dim and smells like stale coffee. The cashier, an old-timer in a beat-up red cap and a beard that could hide small animals, gives me the once-over before nodding. I'm used to that look. The one that says you don't belong here. I grab a candy bar and a water bottle, then linger by a spinning rack of travel pamphlets. The man goes back to his magazine, clearly unimpressed. Normally, I'd have a plan. Scour job listings, scope out cheap rentals, map my next move. But this time, pure impulse. No research, no backup, just me and a flip phone that barely functions as a paperweight. My real job, finding missing people, pays nothing, and bartending gigs barely cover gas money. So yeah, no smartphone, no laptop, just a backpack and the constant awareness that anything I own could be gone tomorrow. Break-ins, vandalism, even run-ins with cops who don't like outsiders, it's all part of the lifestyle. I gave up owning things a long time ago. Easier that way. Less to lose. The brochures show bighorn sheep, towering cliffs, and lakes so blue they look fake. Horseback riding, rock climbing, hunting. Apparently, Wyoming's idea of fun involves a lot of adrenaline and possible bear encounters. After months in Boston's grimy streets and Memphis's crumbling projects, the wilderness feels like a joke the universe is playing on me. Sure, I've searched wooded areas before, but grizzlies? That's a whole new level of nope. Then there's Patris O'Day, still waiting for someone to bring her son home. Why do you have to fix everyone else's mess? Paul used to ask. When do you get to be the priority? We don't talk anymore. But sometimes, when the nights get too quiet, I still call his wife. Just to hear a familiar voice. Just to remind myself I'm not as untethered as I pretend to be. I'm wrapping up my research at the local convenience store when an old Chevy pickup sputters to a stop at the pumps. The truck bed stacked with hay bales, its sides caked with dried mud. A woman hops out wearing faded jeans, a tank top, and a tan cowboy hat tipped low over her eyes. Exactly what I need. I nod to the cashier and head outside, ready to charm my way into a ride. Growing up in a Northern California backwater taught me self-reliance early. My dad, the friendliest alcoholic you'd ever meet. Mom, the queen of bitter resentment who enabled him. Their endless cycle, him drinking, her working, left me to fend for myself. Back then, kids roamed free without paranoid parents tracking every move. My trusty bike, a rusted relic with a duct-taped seat, carried me miles until the pedals gave out. When we wanted candy from the general store, we'd hitchhike along the county road, piling into whatever pickup stopped. Sometimes it was a group of us, sometimes just me and my friend Sophie, sometimes solo because home was emptier than the open road. Nobody thought twice about safety. It was just how life worked. Times have changed, but in places like this, hitchhiking's still normal. Ramsey's 13 miles from the bus stop and August heat turns asphalt into a griddle. No way I'm walking that. The woman at the pump sizes me up as I approach. Sun-leathered skin, rope-muscled arms definitely works with horses. I've always been good at reading people, even if they're not always thrilled to meet me. Frankie Elkin, I say, need to get to Ramsey. Any chance you're headed that way? She studies my scuffed suitcase and worn leather bag. The gas pump clicks off. Got cash for gas, I add, mentally counting my dwindling funds. $112 left, tight, but I've scraped by on less. Who are you? She asks, not buying my name drop. Bartender by trade, also look for missing people. Timothy O'Day's case caught my attention. Her eyebrows lift. Reporter. Nope, just someone who finds folks who don't want to be found. I shrug. Business is better than you'd think. She eyes my impractical luggage. Where's your gear? You planning to hike in that? I glance at my battered suitcase. Okay, maybe I didn't think this through. I'll improvise. She leans against her truck, arms crossed. How do I know you're not some psycho? I grin. Serial killers don't usually advertise their hobbies. Besides, you've got a tire iron in that truck, right? The corner of her mouth twitches. Not a no, which in my book means we're getting somewhere. What are the chances of having two deranged killers sharing the same ride? It's a tired line, but it still gets a grin out of her. Under the shadow of her cowboy hat, her blue eyes crease with amusement. She carries the scent of hay and horses like it's part of her, effortless. For a wild second, I consider asking for a job at her ranch, but one glance at her toned arms compared to my wiry frame kills that fantasy. I might be quick on my feet and even quicker with words, but brute strength? Not my forte. All right, she cuts in, decisive. Name's Lisa Rowell. I'll get you to Ramsey. Hop in. I don't waste time, tossing my bags into the beat-up truck before sliding into the passenger seat. Pleasure, Lisa. Just like that, we're rolling, the wind whipping through the open windows, stirring up that reckless optimism I thrive on. You from around here? I ask once we hit the open road. Born and raised, got a ranch near Ramsey. Livestock. Horses, cattle, and the occasional stray. Human or animal? She flashes another grin. Little of both, I reckon. You help look for Tim O'Day. She nods. Early days, yeah, most folks pitched in. I lent horses for the search teams. Any local theories? Wilderness doesn't forgive mistakes. Tim knew his way around, though, prepared smart. She shrugs. You think booze had anything to do with it? Bunch of guys trekking into the backcountry, then drowning their senses in whiskey. Weren't we all idiots in high school? Fair point, what about predators, grizzlies, cougars? Could happen, but unlikely. I don't go up there without a rifle. There's a reason, but in all my years never crossed paths with a grizzly. Black bears, sure, mostly harmless. Animals don't clean up after themselves, though. So if something got Tim, there'd be more of a mess. I heard they found blood, broken branches when searching for Scott. Search team spotted some disturbed ground, but no blood. And Tim was still around then. Scott turned up fine later. Maybe an animal got curious, drawn by food smells. Campfire might have spooked it. But then, if Tim wandered off alone, I'm just spitballing now, another one of my questionable talents. Lisa snorts. You sound like the Bigfoot guy. There's a Bigfoot guy. Thought you were with the search crew. Will be, once I sweet-talk my way in. Who are you again? Trust me, the more I explain, the less sense it makes. Bigfoot hunter, seriously. North American Bigfoot Society. That rings a faint bell. Martin O'Day actually think Bigfoot took his kid. Ask him yourself. And you. I brace for sarcasm, but her hesitation throws me. Well, I press. You find missing people, right? Yeah. All of them. All of them in the country. Lisa shoots me a look. All the ones who vanished in the Popo Ag wilderness, more than just some drunk groom, at least 5 in the last 2 decades. It hits me how little I know, that a lot for this area. To disappear without a trace, yeah, it's something. Bigfoot, I can't resist. She pauses, then shakes her head. Or something. The locals aren't kidding, those woods aren't for the careless. Ramsey, Wyoming, could have been plucked straight from a classic Western, its weathered storefront standing proud under the vast blue sky. The main drag is a postcard come to life. A cheerful general store wedged between a vintage five-and-dime and a saloon that's seen better days. Tourists in flip-flops mingle with boot-clad locals, all basking in the summer sun. It's a sea of white faces, and for someone like me, that's almost as jarring as walking into a tight-knit Haitian neighborhood or a Memphis housing project. These folks with their designer shades and Instagram-perfect vacations, I don't speak their language. Maybe I never will. Rowell's voice cuts through my thoughts. Hydrate. The heat's deceptive and those afternoon storms sneak up on you. I nod absently, tapping my water bottle against my thigh. My suitcase holds the bare essentials, enough clothes to get by, boots that'll do for hiking, and a jacket that won't cut it once the temperature plummets. I should stick around, save up, but the weight of exhaustion drags at me. Memories flicker, Paul, Dan's rough hands, Stoney's quiet strength, even Angelique's terrified eyes. The craving hits like a punch, something cold, something strong, anything to numb the noise. But I shut it down fast. Sobriety's the one thing I haven't wrecked yet. Lisa breaks near the edge of town, where the charm fades into strip malls and a no-frills motel. Across the street, the diner looms, the same one where Tim O'Day's friends stumbled in years ago, babbling about predators and things that shouldn't exist. This is my stop, I say. She hesitates, then shrugs. Your call, good luck out there. I reach for my wallet to hand over the gas money, but she waves me off with a casual, keep it, I was heading this direction already. Grateful, I give her a warm smile before she drives away, leaving me standing in front of the small-town diner, my rolling suitcase in one hand and my worn leather bag in the other. No time to second-guess myself. I push through the doors. The air inside hits me like a wave, rich coffee, sizzling bacon, and the unmistakable char of burgers fresh off the grill. My stomach growls in protest. Breakfast had been a sad, stale pastry, and lunch was nothing more than a half-melted candy bar. Right now, I could use a real meal, along with some proper hiking gear, a place to crash for the night, and maybe a time machine to undo the exhaustion. The clock reads 2:45 p.m., and the closing soon sign explains the deserted booths and the lone cook scrubbing down the grill. But in the back, a cluster of 8 people huddles over a spread-out map, their lunch plates pushed aside. Martin O'Day's search team, no doubt. They're decked out in serious outdoor gear, sturdy boots, cargo pants, flannel shirts, looking like they just stepped out of an Ray catalog. Meanwhile, I'm standing there in my beat-up sneakers, worn jeans, and a t-shirt that's seen better days. At least the layer of travel grime gives me some credibility as I drag my suitcase toward them. The man at the center of the group does most of the talking, lean, mid-50s, the kind of guy who looks like he's never sat still in his life. Across from him, an older man with silver-streaked hair and a face carved by years of wind and sun. To their left, a red-bearded guy and a striking Latina woman with dark, expressive eyes. On the right, 4 younger men, all business. Then there's the 9th member, a yellow lab mix sprawled under the table, tail thumping lazily as I get closer. The dog's owner, the Latina woman, glances my way, and for a second I'm hit with a flash of memory. 3 years ago, another forest, another search, this time for a 6-year-old boy who vanished during a game of tag with his brother. We kept looking long after hope was gone, because once you start, you can't stop. Not until the family gets answers. I remember the mother's scream when we finally found him. The father, barely holding it together, thanking us through tears for bringing his son home. Because even in the worst moments, there's a kind of terrible relief in knowing. That's why I'm here. That's why I do this. Hundreds of thousands of people disappear every year, some by choice, some by chance, some because the world was never fair to them. The real question isn't why I keep searching, it's why more people don't. The man with the hazel eyes finally notices me. "Martin O'Day?" I ask, sliding onto a stool. My pulse kicks up, excitement, nerves, determination, fear. It's always like this. I extend my hand. "My name is Frankie Elkin," I say, meeting their skeptical gazes head-on. I work cold cases, people who have vanished without a trace, and I think I can help find your son. The diner's swinging kitchen doors burst open, and out marches a wiry woman in a flour-dusted apron, her steel-gray curls piled high. Marge Santee, the no-nonsense owner, sizes me up with narrowed eyes before glancing at the group like I'm some kind of nuisance. 5 years into this tragedy, the town's wounds haven't healed, and outsiders like me aren't exactly welcome. The silence stretches until Martin O'Day, the grieving father and obvious leader, finally speaks. His glare lands on my duffel bag and travel-worn boots. "Not taking questions," he snaps. I almost laugh. "Not a reporter." "Still not interested." Then Nemeth, the grizzled local tracker, turns in his seat, studying me with the sharp eyes of a man who spent decades reading the wilderness. He exchanges a silent look with Marge, some unspoken small-town code, and she reluctantly retreats, balancing a tower of dirty plates. The younger guys, probably the bachelor party crew, stay slumped in their chairs, radiating guilt. That leaves the striking dog handler and the mountain of a man with a beard that could house its own ecosystem. I'd bet my last dollar he's the Bigfoot guy. Though honestly, with that much hair, he might be Bigfoot. So here we are, a heartbroken dad, 4 shell-shocked friends, a tracker, a search dog pro, and a cryptid enthusiast. Quite the search party. "I've done backcountry recoveries before," I offer. Martin doesn't even look up from his map. "Pass." "Fine, I've been brushed off before. People don't trust what they don't know." So I pivot to the one member who won't judge me, the yellow lab sprawled under the table. I crouch down, offering my hand. The dog, no vest, no leash, trots over like we're old friends. "What's her name?" I ask, scratching behind those velvety ears. The handler, Luciana Rojas, as I'd guessed, answers without hesitation. "Daisy." I raise an eyebrow. "You named a cadaver dog Daisy." That earns me a second look from Luciana and a scowl from Martin. "She was a rescue from the Philippines," Luciana explains. "We found her during a mudslide recovery mission. Meant to keep her as a pet, but she outworked our Malinois, best nose in the business." I grin, then shift to the red-bearded giant. Best way to handle an alpha like Martin? Pretend he doesn't exist. "You're with the North American Bigfoot Society," I say. "Bob," he booms, ignoring Martin's grumble. Then it hits me, the reason his group matters. "Your organization tracks more disappearances in national forests than the damn Park Service," I blurt. "If anyone knows these woods, it's you." And I'm dead serious. When someone vanishes in the wild, the most useful information often comes from unexpected sources, like Bigfoot researchers rather than official agencies. Life has a funny way of working like that, then it clicks. "Hold up your BF Bob, right? From the missing persons boards, Bigfoot Bob, the guy behind the North American project tracking disappearances across the continent. Wow, small world." I stand as recognition flashes in Bob's eyes. "Wait, Frankie Elkin." "The Felkin finds person." I grin, thrilled to finally meet a fellow investigator face to face. "Wyoming, huh? I thought the current Sasquatch theories were all about the Pacific Northwest. Weren't you just working the Olympic Peninsula?" Bob shrugs. "If you do know where something is, you don't know where it is. Besides, this search is—" He hesitates, glancing at Martin. "Let's just say it's a high-interest zone." I catch his meaning. The other disappearances Lisa Rowell mentioned. A cluster of red flags on the Bigfoot Society's map, ignored by authorities but catnip for people like us. Martin cuts in sharply. "We've got work to do." Bob waves him off. "Hang on, Marty, Frankie's legit. We've crossed paths online. She doesn't just poke at cold cases, she cracks them, like a lot of them." I bite back a correction, 16 actually, but let it slide. Martin looks thrown, his carefully laid plans suddenly disrupted. I get it. He's been holding it together by treating this as a checklist, not a desperate hunt for his son's remains. And here I am, barging in like a wrecking ball. Across the table, Tim's college buddies are a world apart, lost in their own bubble of grief. One of them, a twitchy blonde guy, is gulping coffee like it's oxygen, his hands shaking so badly he nearly spills it. His buddy murmurs something, probably take it easy, but the guy's clearly unraveling. Nemeth finally speaks up, eyeing me skeptically. You've got SAR experience? Can't blame him for doubting. I don't exactly look the part. Line searches, dog teams, I say, nodding at Luciana. Her bloodhound Daisy is sprawled under the table, blissed out by ear scratches. You got gear, Nemeth gestures at my sad duffel. This isn't a walk in the park, you need to know what you're doing. I'll rent what I need, assuming my budget stretches past ramen money. Martin sighs, exhaustion edging out his earlier hostility. Why are you here? We don't know you, we leave at dawn. I read about your family, I say quietly, his face tightens. I'm good at this, let me help. Bob backs me up, she is good. Nemeth shakes his head, permits only for 8 people. You'll still have 8, I counter. Martin scans the room. There's 8 right here, you're the 9th. I jerk my chin toward the jittery blonde. He won't last. On cue, Josh's hand spasms, sending coffee flying. His friends leap up, swearing as scalding liquid soaks their laps. Josh just stares at the mess, like his brain's buffering. Damn it, Josh, one of them snaps. The guy's not just rattled. He's coming apart at the seams. Josh's face burned bright red, slick with sweat as his entire body shook uncontrollably. He's coming down with something, one of his buddies muttered, but I didn't need a background in addiction recovery to spot the signs of withdrawal. Martin let out a heavy sigh, sharing a knowing glance with Nemeth. Clearly, they'd both been aware of Josh's struggle. He must have quit drinking cold turkey to help with this final push to find their missing friend, but this wasn't just someone who'd had one too many. The guy was deep in the throes of detox, his body rebelling hard. Let me step in, I insisted. I can take his gear. I won't hold you back, you have my word. Then Josh collapsed, sliding sideways before hitting the floor with a thud. Martin just shut his eyes, resigned, while Nemeth turned to me with a grimace. Guess you're in, he muttered. Damn it all. Chapter 4. You ever fire a gun? Nemeth asked, arms crossed. Absolutely not. I prefer winning people over with my dazzling personality. And if a bear decides you look tasty? Outrun whoever's next to me. He gave me a once-over, his gaze lingering on my wiry frame before flicking back to his own rugged build. The man looked like he'd been carved straight out of the wilderness, all lean muscle and weathered grit. At maybe 5'10", he carried himself like someone who'd never met a couch he couldn't ignore. I hadn't been that fit in my prime, let alone now. Nemeth was impressive, sure, but part of me wanted to chuck a cookie at him just to see if he'd crack a smile. Last idiot I had this conversation with was a blowhard named Bobby Montfort, he said. Swore he was some mountain-born survivalist. We warned him these woods weren't like back east, but off he went on a week-long solo trek. Wanna know what happened to Bobby? He retired to a beach somewhere, I guessed weakly. We found him in pieces, took us weeks. Grizzly got him first, then the raccoons and birds took their turn. Skull stripped clean, bones cracked open, real nature documentary stuff. He was laying it on thick to scare me, and yeah, it was working. Fine, I'll pack bear spray, I conceded. Nemeth rolled his eyes. We were holed up in the motel room while Martin and the others hauled Josh to the nearest hospital, an hour's drive away. Meanwhile, Nemeth was briefing me, which mostly involved him watching me struggle with Josh's oversized backpack. Stand up, he ordered. I obeyed, and he slung the heavy pack onto my shoulders before letting go. I wobbled but stayed upright barely. His icy stare said he wasn't fooled. Just needs some adjusting, I lied. Another sigh, the man needed a Snickers. He yanked the pack off and dropped onto one of the beds. I'm leading this team, he said flatly. That means keeping everyone alive, including you, so start talking. No way I'm dragging your clueless ass into the woods like this. I've done searches before. How many? More than one. Two. Maybe. His expression said it all. Nemeth had dealt with his share of morons, and I wasn't even in the top 10. Look, I walk everywhere, I offered. No car, no problem. 10 years of hoofing it through cities where buses only get you halfway. Sidewalks aren't mountains. I'm in shape, I'll keep up. And hey, I'm sober, 10 years and counting. I'm already one step ahead of Josh, and you were considering taking him along, I point out. Actually, Marty was the one pushing for him. I had my doubts, Nemeth counters, eyeing me critically. Let's see your boots. I can adjust your pack to fit your build and lighten the load. You can't be more than 100 pounds soaking wet. 105, I shoot back, though I'm not entirely sure. Boots are make or break on a week-long hike. You need solid ankle support and good traction where we're going. His tone is so serious that I quickly unzip my bag and pull out my only pair of boots. They're scuffed and worn, not quite stylish but not as rugged as Nemeth's either. For some reason, my stomach knots as he takes them, turning them over to examine the thick soles, pressing the sides to test their durability. His frown deepens before he hands them back. You've worn these for extended periods. Days at a time, no blisters, perfect fit. That seems to be the right answer. Fine, they'll work. Next, we tackle Josh's massive backpack. Strapped to the outside is a foam sleeping pad held in place by bungee cords, along with a cinched nylon sack. I run my fingers over it, feeling the outline of flexible poles and soft fabric. Tent, I announce smugly. Do I get a gold star? Maybe, Nemeth deadpans. I move on to the water bottles and a bright red emergency whistle, something I usually carry in the city. Inside the front pocket, I find a first aid kit, blister supplies, and a stash of snacks, protein bars, granola, and thankfully mini peanut butter cups. At least Josh has decent taste. Then comes the real gear: waterproof matches, a lighter, a multi-tool, headlamp, flashlight, and a water filter. Finally, I pull out a Ziploc bag filled with what looks like greasy cotton balls. Vaseline-soaked cotton, Nemeth explains. Best fire starter out there. I nod like I knew that already, but doubt creeps in. Am I in over my head? Then again, I'm always out of my depth, always stepping into the unknown. After years of this, I've learned to embrace the discomfort. But this isn't just about me. It's about Martin's last shot at finding his son. Nemeth might be gruff, but he's right. If I'm tagging along, I need to pull my weight. Shifting focus, I unzip the main compartment of the oversized yellow pack, revealing a stash of clothing. So, what's your take on Martin? I ask, pulling out thick wool socks. Paired with my boots, they'll do the job. Next come 2 jackets, one lightweight and windproof, the other insulated and waterproof. They'll swallow me whole, but I'm not in a position to be picky. Nemeth, perched on the opposite bed, just shrugs. Why do you care? Because I do. Because I walk into the wilderness with strangers to help them find the people they've lost. Or, in other words, you stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Pretty much. What's your angle? He presses, skepticism dripping from his words. I'm used to it. Setting the pack aside, I meet his gaze. Same as yours and Martin S., to bring Tim home, to give a family closure. 2, I pause, then add quietly, to fix someone else's pain because I can't fix my own. How many times have you done this? 16. But not search and rescue. Cold cases. Everywhere: tribal lands, cities, small towns. You'd be shocked how many missing people have no one left searching for them. How do you even find them? News reports like the one that led me here, or online forums. That's how I connected with Bob. There are whole communities dedicated to these cases. You don't know any of these victims, no personal ties. You never met Timothy O'Day either. Nemeth's expression darkens as he stares at the worn carpet beneath his feet. I was in charge of that mission, he finally admits, his voice heavy. Tim never made it back. That's on me, no matter how much time passes. I lean forward. What about the others who vanished out there? His head snaps up, eyebrows raised. You've been chatting with the townsfolk, huh? Call it a talent. You ever seen the Popo Ag Wilderness? Big, I'm guessing. Try insanely massive, he grumbles. We're talking dense forests, jagged peaks, icy rivers, hidden ravines, not to mention the predators that wouldn't mind adding you to the menu. Bigfoot, I can't resist. He exhales sharply. This isn't some fairy tale. It's untamed land, harsh, unpredictable, over 100,000 acres of it. Statistically speaking, not everyone comes back. Wow, real uplifting. You sound like a survivalist version of Katniss Everdeen. Just realistic. No matter how advanced we get, nature always has the upper hand. I tilt my head. You ever just eat a whole chocolate cake, might balance out the doom and gloom. He scowls, you're not cut out for this. Save us the trouble and walk away now. I pause, weighing my words. Sure, I can be reckless, sarcastic even, but Nemeth deserves the truth. Look, I won't pretend I've got your level of wilderness experience, but I'm in better shape than Josh and my gear's solid. Get me a decent pack and I'll pull my weight, no whining, no slowing you down. And for whatever reason, finding lost people, it's something I'm weirdly good at. Stubborn as hell, he mutters. I grin, thank God for that. Otherwise, who'd have brought those 16 others home? Shifting through Josh's oversized clothes, I circle back. Martin O'Day, grieving dad, seasoned hiker, you trust him? Absolutely. Which leaves the bachelor party crew, your take. Good kids, messed up, paid for it, still paying. What they do, get wasted. Nemeth shrugs. Most hikers pack more beer than water, dumb but not usually deadly, splitting up though, losing track of each other in the dark. Like ditching Scott. Exactly. After he vanished, they should have stayed put. Instead, they sent another guy stumbling around in the middle of the night. Scott disappeared first, right? I press. They woke up to weird noises, panicked, and realized he was gone. What's his version? Claims he blacked out after crawling into his tent. My guess? Kid was plastered, wandered off, face planted by the river, and slept through the chaos. You buy that? Another shrug, no proof otherwise. Which is exactly a ringing endorsement. Okay, so Scott got lost thanks to bad decisions, but what about the animal screams, the blood in the trees? Nemeth rubs his temples. We found trampled undergrowth, snapped branches, signs of a struggle. Could have been an animal. Bigfoot. He rolls his eyes. Expert opinion, more like 4 drunk idiots crashing through the woods. A grizzly? Maybe if it tidied up after its meals. Same with a mountain lion, we've got M, but they're stealthy. They don't leave a mess like that. I toss aside a pair of Josh's jeans, noting the mud stains. So no monster, just human stupidity and bad luck. Welcome to the wilderness, Nemeth says dryly. Scott wasn't the intended target after all. Timothy O'Day was the one who disappeared. Tim stood 6'2", weighed a solid 180, and was in peak physical condition. His friends mentioned he always carried a Glock 9 when he ventured into the woods. Armed, that detail never made the news. Most locals opt for rifles, better range, more stopping power. But Tim, he stashed his handgun in his backpack, which is downright reckless. Like a bear's gonna wait politely while you dig through your gear. Still, by all accounts, Tim was no amateur. He knew the risks. Nemeth paused, his voice dropping lower. Spend enough time out there and you develop a sixth sense. You feel it when something's off, when to bolt, when to stand your ground. You don't just hear the silence, you feel it. I shivered, though not from the cold. I've never been much of an outdoorsman, but I understood. Some truths hit you like a gut punch. Years back, I walked the grounds of a family farm where a 4-year-old boy had vanished overnight. The locals spun wild theories, kidnappers, aliens, but the moment I stepped onto that land, I knew. The answers were buried there, not in some far-fetched conspiracy. 6 months later, we found the truth. None of Tim's gear turned up, I said. No pack, no coat, nothing. Nemeth nodded. Unusual. Back when I started, search teams looked for bodies plain and simple. Now, we hunt for traces. PLS, place last seen, is just the starting point. We refine it to LKP, last known position, which could be miles away based on a snapped twig or a discarded water bottle. It's like losing an earring, I mused. You retrace your whole day at first, then zero in. Maybe you remember wearing it at dinner or while lounging on the couch. Suddenly, you're digging through the cushions instead of tearing apart the house. Assuming people are as easy to find as jewelry, Nemeth said dryly. He explained the process. Hasty teams cover ground fast, ruling out areas with a 60% certainty. Strategic zones come next, trail splits, clearings where a hiker might have wandered off course. But sometimes speed isn't enough. Eventually, you slow down, Nemeth said. Think of it like searching for a quarter in a sandbox. First, you sweep your hand through. If that fails, you divide the box into sections and sift every grain. Line searches, I said, remembering my own experience. Exactly, and sometimes even that isn't enough. We comb through the area like a cleanup crew, leaving no stone unturned in our search. Which should help us find him, I say, but Nemeth cuts me off with a sharp glance, or at least traces of him. It clicks then, this isn't just about locating a missing person but narrowing down their last confirmed whereabouts. That way they can reassess the search zones, pinpoint new high-probability spots, and shift resources accordingly. I shift my weight, excited by the logic of it, then reality hits. Except, you never found Tim. Not a single trace, Nemeth admits. Hundreds of volunteers, weeks of searching, K-9 units, helicopter crews, ATV riders, even locals on horseback and National Guard troops. At one point, these woods were swarming with people. Sheriff Kelly and I studied every map, followed every lead. There's method to this madness, but gut instinct plays a role too. He gives me a hard look. And my instincts, they're usually dead on. I nod, recalling the patterns. Kids hide, the elderly move downhill, and rookies stick to the easiest path. Then there are the tech-dependent types, Nemeth adds. No cell service out here, none, but city folks can't wrap their heads around that. They think climbing higher, like that rock spire over there, will magically give them a signal. Sometimes it just gets them killed. We accounted for all possibilities, searched every angle. 5 years later, not a single clue. No boot prints, no gear, not even a stray hair. It's like Tim, an experienced hiker with solid equipment, vanished into thin air. I raise an eyebrow. So now we're hunting for Bigfoot. Nemeth shoots me a glare. That's Marty's obsession, me? I couldn't care less, but Bob knows how to run a proper search. Meaning he's better at this than I am, I mutter. If you don't buy the Bigfoot theory, what's your take? He exhales, his icy blue eyes clouded. No idea, go home. Don't have one. Then take a damn break. I smirk, this is my break. Turning back to Josh's pack, I dig past the last of his clothes and find a stash of freeze-dried meals. When do we head out? 6 sharp tomorrow. Since you've already covered most of the ground, where S left. Devil's Canyon, a full day's hike just to get there. Long shot, but it's one of the few untouched spots. And then, we let Daisy do her thing. The cadaver dog, Martin O'Day's last hope for closure. Still time to learn how to handle a rifle, Nemeth remarks. My fingers brush the bottom of the pack and I pull out a long black sheath. Inside, a wicked-looking survival knife, the kind you'd see in an action movie. It's equal parts impressive and terrifying. Not usually my style, I admit, my grip already unsteady. But I don't let go. The blade glints, jagged on one side, lethally sharp on the other. Pro tip, Nemeth says, nodding at it. Burying that at the bottom is amateur hour. If you're bringing it, strap it to your leg where you can reach it fast. I may not believe in Bigfoot, but where we're going, nature doesn't play nice. Now let's find you a pack that fits. He leaves, and I'm alone in the guy's motel room, gripping a knife that feels more like a warning than a tool. What was Josh thinking? Was this just survival prep, or something darker? 12 hours before dawn, my stomach growls, my nerves buzz, and I've got nowhere to sleep. The motel's an option, but I'd rather not blow my cash. Maybe Luciana, the only other woman here, would let me bunk on her floor. Nemeth had pointed out the team's makeshift headquarters, a string of rented hotel rooms along the main street, so I began knocking on doors. On my third try, Luciana answered, her dark eyes bright with amusement. Inside, Daisy the yellow lab sat frozen in front of the closet, one paw lifted like a pointer zeroing in on prey. "Perfect timing," Luciana said, stepping aside. "Daisy's about to perform." The dog's intense focus sent a shiver down my spine. "Please tell me there isn't an actual corpse in there," I muttered. "Not quite." With a flourish, Luciana yanked open the folding door, and out exploded Bob, his wild beard and booming laugh filling the cramped space. "Surprise!" he bellowed, while Luciana shook her head, though her grin gave her away. At her command, Daisy sprang up, tail whipping like a metronome, and launched into a victory lap around Bob before barreling into me for scratches. "Daisy's a triple-threat search and rescue dog," Luciana explained, tossing her a neon squeaky toy. "She's certified for live finds, cadavers, and water recoveries. Our unit handles disaster zones, so we never know what we'll face, survivors, victims, or both. Dogs thrive on wins, though. Too many grim recoveries drain their drive. Next week's all human remains, so we'll take turns letting Daisy save us to keep her spirits up." Bob here couldn't resist playing damsel in distress first. Watching Daisy jubilantly chomp her toy, I remarked, "She's got style." "Instinct you can't fake," Luciana agreed. Bob, now sprawled on the floor, was murmuring, "Who's the genius detective?" "You are, yes, yes," in a voice 3 octaves higher than usual. The contrast, mountain-sized man, baby talk coos, was oddly heartwarming. After Nemeth's grim briefing, this room felt like a sanctuary. "Most search dogs bark when they find someone," I noted. "Too jarring," Luciana said. "Imagine being trapped under rubble and hearing a strange dog howl in your face." Daisy sits quietly, the raised paw is her personal flair. Drama queen. The lab wagged harder, clearly proud of her technique. Compared to my last roommate, a cat who treated my ankles like scratching posts and left gifts of rodent entrails, Daisy was a delight. "Speaking of survival," I said, "I need one last real meal before a week of astronaut rations. Anyone in?" Bob clambered up, "Always." "How do you pack enough food for 7 days?" I asked, eyeing his towering frame. "Not enough," he sighed, patting his stomach. At nearly 7 feet, Bob looked more lumberjack than ultralight hiker, but his legs alone could outpace most people. I half expected him to vault over buildings. Luciana grabbed Daisy's kibble. "I'll join, just let me feed the star performer." "One more thing," I ventured. "Any floor space for me tonight? Paying for a room seems pointless for a few hours." She smirked. "Let me guess, freelance hero work doesn't cover luxuries." "If Daisy wants to donate her squeaky toy as payment, I won't refuse." The dog, as if understanding, nudged my hand with her nose. Daisy leans into my hand as I scratch behind her ears, her tail thumping lazily against the floor. Luciana busies herself with collapsible dog bowls and neatly labeled bags of kibble. "Careful," she warns with a smirk. "Do that too long and you'll have a furry bedmate tonight. She's a professional at stealing pillows, got a preference for your left or right side." "Try the entire mattress," I laugh. "But sure, she's welcome. Spoiled doesn't even begin to cover it." Bob chimes in, grinning. "I'll take her, just don't rat me out to my husband." At my raised eyebrow, he adds, "His name's Rob. Rob and Bob, yeah, we're that couple. Love makes you do ridiculous things." "Let me guess," I tease. "He's also out here chasing cryptids." Worse, brain surgeon, all logic, no legends. What was I thinking, right? That he'd cave eventually and let you adopt a dog. Bingo, Daisy's my proof. Time to bring home a golden retriever. Think Bigfoot's a dog person. Bob shrugs. If Sasquatch exists, I'd bet they're chill. Apex omnivores don't need to pick fights. Playing it safe, I remark. Science meets mystery. Until we find one, all we've got are theories. Ape DNA, foraging habits, keeps life interesting. His tone is easy, practiced against doubters. Daisy, now fed, flops onto the carpet with a sigh, one eye cracked open toward the door. Luciana herds her to bed before we head out, three unlikely companions sharing a quiet moment before the chaos ahead. The steakhouse down the street is packed, tourists spilling out the door. We kill time watching families in cowboy hats and couples glued to their phones. A few shoot Bob wary glances. His towering frame and wild beard clearly mark him as other. He catches my eye and shrugs, mouthing, "Story of my life." Inside, the air hums with chatter and sizzling meat. Luciana and Bob grab beers while I devour the menu. A week of MRES looms, and suddenly I want everything. Nachos piled high, smoky fajitas, a steak so juicy it'd make a vegetarian second guess. Hell, I'd kill for a cold beer. The cravings never fade, just lurk beneath the surface. Bartending means I'm drowning in temptation daily. The hiss of a tap, the glint of bourbon in glass. It's like hearing an ex's voice after years. Part of me whispers just one. The louder part knows better. I should hit a meeting, should sleep soundly, should heal. But here I am, laughing with strangers while feeling utterly alone. My first drink? Stolen sips of Dad's whiskey at 9. Most kids gagged at the taste. I craved the fire in my veins the way it dulled the noise in my head. I don't remember my first kiss, but I remember that burn. Love, loss, even grief, none ever hit as hard as the bottle. The waitress appears, pad in hand. Over the din, I yell my order, opting for fajitas. Luciana chooses grilled chicken, and just like that, the moment passes. Another night, another battle ignored. Bob orders a massive spread. Nachos piled high, a juicy ribeye, and maple-glazed Brussels sprouts fried to crispy perfection. "For the table," he declares with a grin. The waitress stops writing mid-sentence, finally looking up. I recognize that frazzled, overworked expression, been there, done that. Her eyes trail up Bob's towering frame to his cheerful face. "I'll bring extra bread," she offers, almost as a reflex. "Perfect," Bob booms back. She retreats, still slightly bewildered. I can practically hear the kitchen gossip already. The bread arrives, and Bob attacks it like a man who's been stranded on a desert island. Butter disappears under his enthusiastic knife work. The table falls into a comfortable silence. Luciana's thumbs fly over her phone, Bob's in carb heaven, and I people watch, indulging in the fantasy that everyone else's lives are flawlessly put together. Spoiler, they're not. Dinner lands with a flourish. Modest plates for Luciana and me, enough food for a small army in front of Bob. Luciana pockets her phone and we dig in. Between bites, she shares her story. Born in Colombia but raised stateside since she was 8, her love for animals led her to volunteer at a shelter, where she met a trainer who introduced her to Belgian Malinois. That eventually led to search and rescue dogs like Daisy. Turns out SAR work pays about as well as my gig, or Bob's for that matter. Most folks don't realize even top-tier rescue teams operate on volunteer sweat. Luciana doesn't haunt missing persons forums like Bob and me. When the call comes, she and Daisy deploy, sometimes with the help of volunteer pilots who fly them in for free. Overseas, agencies like the Red Cross might cover meals and a roof, but that's it. By day, she's a project manager for an online insurance company. By night. Training in the Batcave, she smirks. Bob's turn. Idaho-born, one of 5 kids, claims he was the runt. We're skeptical until he flashes a family photo. Sure, his mom and sister are a hair shorter, but they're also built like linebackers. His dad and brothers, absolute units like they stepped off a football field. The whole clan's into farming and livestock, which explains Bob's cryptozoology hobby. These days, he teaches high school biology in Washington. Summers, dedicated to Bigfoot. "Why Sasquatch?" I ask, half expecting a wild encounter story. "Why not?" he counters, demolishing the last nacho. Then, catching my doubtful look, he fires back, "Why cold cases?" "Because someone's gotta look," I say. "Exactly," Bob grins, a string of cheese clinging to his beard like a badge of honor. "If anyone can rock the disheveled mountain man look, it's him." I turn to Luciana, How'd you get roped into this? Worked with Nemeth before, found an old man lost in the mountains. He called, I showed up. Bob chimes in. Marty reached out years ago for info, been in touch ever since. You know about the other missing hikers? Yep, 6 total. Luciana nods, she's clearly up to speed. What are our odds? I ask. Luciana takes that one. Daisy'll find something. Here's a fun fact about wilderness searches. Hit me. Volunteers almost always find a body, just rarely the one they're looking for. The woods are full of them. Silence settles over the table. What do you even say to that? Bob, however, doesn't share our hesitation. His eyes flick between us with hopeful anticipation. So, who's up for something sweet? By the time we pull into the motel parking lot, it's well past 9, and the night air bites with a sharp chill. I hug my arms close, shivering as I glance up at the sky, endless and dark, speckled with stars that glitter like scattered sugar. It's the kind of sight that makes you feel small in the best way. But beneath the awe, there's that familiar buzz under my skin, the restless energy that always hits before a case. Call it nerves, call it my own damn personality. I've never been good at sitting still. Even as a kid, I was searching for the next thing, always chasing what wasn't there. That hunger led to years of drowning myself in bottles until Paul came along and taught me the patience I couldn't give myself. Now here I am, standing between Bob and Luciana under the dim motel lights, wondering if this is as close as I'll ever get to finding people who get it. The difference? They treat this like a hobby. I walked away from everything, family, stability, normalcy, just to be here hunting for a man who won't be coming home. The exhaustion wars with adrenaline. Part of me wants to vanish into the woods right now, find Timothy O'Day's body and give his mother closure. The other part. It wants to sprint straight back to Boston, press my face into Dan Lotham's shoulder and just collapse. Let him hold me together for once. But morning always comes. And Dan? He's the kind of man who'd try to keep holding on, convinced he can fix what isn't broken. Except I'm not a puzzle to solve, just a mess that's learned to function. Nemeth waits under the buzzing parking lot lights, 2 backpacks at his feet, Josh's massive yellow monstrosity and a smaller one that's hopefully less backbreaking. How's Josh? Luciana asks before I can. Detoxing, Nemeth replies flatly. He shoves both packs into my arms. Get your gear sorted. Vans leave at 6, don't screw it up. Then he's gone, leaving me standing there like an unprepared intern. Bob retreats to his room, but I follow Luciana into hers, where Daisy greets us with full-body wiggles. 9 hours. That's all I've got to figure out how not to die in the wilderness. Luciana claims the bathroom first. Last hot shower for a week, she declares, snatching up her toiletry bag. Try not to miss me. I hadn't even thought about showers. Now I'm painfully aware of every layer of grime. Instead, I drop onto the floor, dumping out both backpacks while Daisy flops beside me with a theatrical sigh. Any camping expertise? I ask her. She wags her tail but stays silent. Josh's pack is a disaster. Food, mismatched clothes, gear shoved in haphazardly. I add my own meager belongings to the pile and attempt to repack. 5 minutes later, the zipper's refusing to close. Irony, a woman who lives out of a single suitcase suddenly has too much. I start culling, 4 shirts instead of 6, 1 less pair of jeans. Luciana emerges, towel drying her hair, and eyes my pathetic spread. That's your entire wardrobe. I like to keep things simple. She scoffs, no hiking pants, no moisture-wicking layers. Moisture-wicking is a thing. Another sigh, she sizes me up. You're shorter, but we're close enough. In height, maybe the Colombian woman has the kind of figure I've always admired but never quite achieved, all natural curves and effortless grace. She moves to her neatly stacked gear by the closet and tosses me a pair of olive green hiking pants. Skip the jeans, she advises. Denim's a nightmare, heavy, slow to dry, and guaranteed to rub you raw. I examine the lightweight fabric, running my fingers over the clever drawstring waist and the multiple zippered pockets. The legs even unzip into shorts, genius design for someone who travels light. Next, she hands me two moisture-wicking tank tops and a soft baby blue button-down, all made from some high-tech quick-dry material that feels smoother than anything in my closet. Meanwhile, Luciana dumps the contents of my hiking bag onto the floor with zero hesitation. But Nemeth signed off on all this, I protest, watching my carefully packed gear scatter. She barely glances at me. Josh may be a mess, but at least he knows survival basics. Look, you've got backups for everything. Matches and a lighter, first aid and moleskin, a headlamp plus a flashlight. Smart, always prepare for disaster. Right. Spread your gear out, though. Keep the lighter on you, matches in the pack. That way, if you lose one, you're not screwed. I pull out the tactical knife Nemeth insisted I carry. He told me to keep this strapped to me at all times. Luciana's eyes widen as she takes it, the motel light glinting off the serrated edge. Damn, my survival knife looks like a toy compared to this. This is the kind of blade special forces would carry. Is that good? Depends. Either Josh has killer taste in knives, or he's preparing you for war. There's a flicker of something in her voice, doubt maybe. That puts me on edge. In my line of work, the unspoken details matter more than the obvious ones. Back to survival basics, she says briskly. Remember the rule of threes: 3 minutes without air, 3 hours without shelter, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. Prioritize in that order. I raise an eyebrow. 3 hours without shelter, I could last longer. Not in extreme conditions. Blizzards, monsoons, scorching heat. Hypothermia and heatstroke kill faster than hunger. Ah, so the rule is about triage. Air first, then shelter, then water. Foods last. Exactly, this cheap lighter, she flicks the bic. Fire means warmth, boiled water, even signaling for help. And this beast of a knife? Shelter building, kindling, protection. These two things alone could save your life. Which is why I should keep them on me. See, you're getting it, now the whistle. I've got one, I say proudly. I use it all the time in sketchy neighborhoods. She stares at me. You think a whistle is urban self-defense? That's adorable and suicidal. I wisely stay silent. Whistles are clunky, try this. She tosses me a braided camo bracelet. I inspect the tough nylon weave, then unclip the buckle to reveal a hidden steel whistle built into the strap. Clever, I admit. Fashion meets function. She smirks. Survival isn't about brute force, it's about working smarter. Luciana taps the metal tongue of the bracelet with her fingernail. See those tiny teeth along the edge? Makes a decent emergency blade. She gestures to the other side. Now give this part a good blow. I raise an eyebrow but humor her, exhaling sharply into the hollow plastic. A weak chirp escapes. Trying harder, I produce a shrill whistle that makes Daisy's ears perk up. No way, it's a hidden whistle. Yep, plus paracord strands for tying things and that razor edge for cutting, all disguised as jewelry. Luciana grins, and I can't help but admire her ingenuity. The bracelet reminds me of my own favorite multitasker. Those cheap hair clips with built-in screwdrivers I've used to jimmy open more than one stubborn window. Not exactly survival gear, but handy in a pinch. She ticks off my new arsenal. Butane lighter in your pocket, fixed blade knife on your belt, this bracelet, and she tosses me a penlight. Stash that in your cargo pants. Trust me, you don't want to be stumbling through the woods at night. It's not just tripping over roots you've got to worry about. Predators see a lone human as a walking snack. I scoff. You really think a bear's gonna be scared off by a tiny flashlight? Let's not test that theory, she deadpans. Curiosity gets the better of me. You don't carry a gun. Nope, couldn't pull the trigger, even on a charging grizzly. What if it went for Daisy? Her expression hardens. Then I'd rip its throat out with my teeth. A gun would just slow me down. I believe her. She adds, Nemeth's got a rifle guide protocol, I've got bear spray. But honestly, our group size is the best defense. Animals avoid crowds, just stick close to camp after dark. If nature calls, do your business fast and get back. I frown, you didn't pack toilet paper. She rolls her eyes. By day 3, you'll be wiping leaves with the best of them. Picking up an unmentioned item from the pile, I dangle a maxi pad between 2 fingers. And this. Battlefield trick, stops bleeding fast. Tampons work too, shove M straight into a gunshot wound. My hand drifts to the scar on my shoulder as I repack my gear, mimicking Luciana's tight clothing rolls. The pack zips shut this time, heavy but manageable. I've got this, I lie to myself, then flee to the bathroom before my nerves show. Later in the dark, Luciana and Daisy breathe steadily in the next bed. I'm wired, counting the ceiling cracks. Daisy's snores are oddly comforting, a steady rhythm against my racing thoughts. I imagine calling Lotham, midnight in Boston, him either asleep or neck-deep in case files. How many times have I almost dialed? How many times have I chickened out? I force my mind to the present. Focus. This is for Timothy, but sleep won't come. Instead, I see Patris O'Day's face, the fragile hope in her eyes when her husband brings their son home. The weight of that image presses harder than any backpack, the image of Tim's bachelor party crew finally exhaling, their shoulders relaxing as the burden of guilt lifts, stays with me. Their friend is safe, their mission complete. I repeat the words like a mantra, it'll be fine. This is enough, and somehow the lie carries me until dawn. Morning arrives with the blare of an alarm, but no one says a word. Luciana is up in an instant, already dressing and checking on Daisy while I stumble after her, half asleep. 5 a.m. in my world is when the night ends, not when it begins. There's no time for coffee or chatter, just grab your gear and go. Outside, 2 white vans hum in the parking lot, Nemeth directing us like a drill sergeant. I end up with Luciana, Daisy, Bob, and Nemeth, while Martin and Tim's college buddies pile into the other van. The division feels deliberate, like we're being sorted into teams before the real work begins. My brain's too foggy to dwell on it, so I press my forehead against the cold window and shut my eyes. The van jerks to a stop too soon, the door sliding open to reveal Nemeth already outside. Leave anything you don't need in the van, he says. Marge will keep an eye on it. That's when I recognize our driver, the diner owner, now decked out in full camouflage. Nemeth's hand lingers on her shoulder, a gesture so subtle it might as well be a love letter in his world. Marge doesn't even glance at him, just sizes us up with a sharp, no-nonsense stare. Soulmates, probably. Meanwhile, I'm scanning the scene for caffeine like my life depends on it. Bob and Luciana move with purpose, so I follow, dumping my pack and fumbling for bug spray. The others are dousing themselves, even Daisy, who gets a dog-safe minty mist. Then comes the final prep, strapping on packs, adjusting straps. Daisy's ready before I am, her little red vest loaded with supplies. If a dog can handle this, I tell myself, so can I, never mind that she's probably had more training than I've had hot meals. Marge and Nemeth exchange a single nod. No hugs, no sentimental goodbyes, just efficiency. As she climbs back into the van, he turns to us, and for a second I think this might be the most oddly romantic thing I've ever seen. Then Nemeth steps up, adjusts my gear with a few tugs, and delivers the world's least inspiring pep talk. First 8 miles? Not terrible. After that, we're paying for every flat step with altitude. Final stretch is a beast. So much for motivation. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast, he barks. We've got a long week ahead, no heroics today. Luciana, Daisy, you lead, and remember, when I say drink, you drink. When I say eat, you eat. I don't care if you're hungry or not, we move as one. Something in his tone cuts through the fog. I straighten up, suddenly wide awake. Game on this guy isn't just skilled, he's downright intimidating, and not only because of the rifle casually hanging from his shoulder. If your feet hurt, he says, pausing for emphasis, you say something, we stop, you fix it, adjust your boots, swap your socks, slap on some moleskin, whatever it takes. The biggest reason expeditions fail? Not bears, not falls, not broken bones, blisters, and we won't have any. Understood. We all nod like obedient recruits. Martin and the younger guys seem less enthused, probably having heard this speech a dozen times before. Meanwhile, I'm silently bargaining with my feet, promising them comfort and care because Nemeth demands it. I swear they're listening. Back sore, shoulders killing you, speak up. We stop, I adjust your pack myself. His gaze locks onto me. When everyone's good, we move. But remember 7 days out here. A small annoyance now could wreck you later. Nobody dies on this trip. I'm sold, whatever this man says, I'm all in. Maybe I should have joined the military, because right now his no-nonsense attitude is weirdly thrilling. Of course, I know this admiration won't last. My track record with authority figures is complicated, but at this moment, I'm gulping down his every word like it's the last drink in the desert. Tired? Say it. Thirsty? Say it. Need to stop for any reason? Say it. We nod in unison. Last rule, keep your eyes on the person ahead. We're starting on a marked trail, but soon it's just wilderness. No signs, no paths. By the end, we'll be carving our own way through the Popo AG backcountry. Unless you've got a built-in GPS, don't wander off. We don't have time for stupid mistakes. He stares me down again. I fight the urge to stick out my tongue, mostly because I'm afraid of what he'd do next. When no one dares to argue, Nemeth claps his hands. Gear up. Move out. 60 seconds later, we're scrambling after him, Martin already glued to his side. I hesitate, stealing one last glance at civilization before Bob nudges me forward with an encouraging grin, as if reading my mind. He motions for me to go ahead, the towering Bigfoot hunter clearly planning to bring up the rear. No time to overthink it, the group's already moving and Nemeth's warnings echo in my head. Cities? I can navigate. Forests? Not so much. I hurry to catch up. Just like that, we're off. Ready or not, Timothy O'Day, here we come. Now, how do you actually find someone who's vanished? I'm no detective, no forensics, no official training. By the time I get involved, the cops have usually picked the scene clean and come up empty. I'm not some tech wizard digging through the dark web for hidden clues, either. Honestly, I've never had a case where someone faked their disappearance. Sometimes the police put in real effort but hit dead ends. Other times, especially in overlooked towns, they barely bother to file a report. Those are the cases that burn me up. A whole life dismissed without a second thought months or even years after an incident, someone usually starts asking questions. A grieving family member, a worried friend, or even a nosy neighbor. My role in any investigation begins with reviewing whatever groundwork has already been laid, whether it's thorough or barely more than a glance. Occasionally, that leads to a breakthrough, like realizing nobody ever questioned the sketchy new tenant upstairs. Other times, it just confirms what I already suspected. This case is going to be a nightmare. Then comes my completely unscientific next move, just showing up. I wander the neighborhood, chatting with anyone willing to talk, turning over every metaphorical rock I find. No strategy, no agenda, just curiosity. Cops claim they don't have time for such a haphazard approach. Families often shy away out of shame, but me? I don't have those limitations. I obsess over one case at a time, unlike detectives juggling dozens. No personal ties mean no hesitation. No question too awkward, no line I won't cross. Now, how does that translate to a week-long search for bones in the wilderness? As I trudge along the trail, enjoying the crisp mountain air and Daisy's infectious excitement, I'm still figuring that out. I promise to help, but how? No neighbors to interrogate, no urban streets to canvass, no obvious motives to dissect. Tim set out in the dead of night to help his friend, noble, but what followed was a disaster. Now we're left with endless terrain, no witnesses, and no trail of clues. Nemeth knows the land where Tim might have strayed. Martin understands his son's instincts, what choices he'd make once lost. So what's my role here? Extra eyes, please. If we find anything, it'll be thanks to Daisy's nose, not our feeble human sight. Not that I'm the only dead weight here. Tim's groomsmen, according to their statements, have no clue what happened after he left camp. Scott, whose disappearance started this mess, doesn't even remember how he got lost. And none of them were exactly outdoorsmen. Camping was Tim's thing. They were just along for the ride. Yet here we are, marching through the woods, stopping when Nemeth barks orders, choking down protein bars on command. The three friends, Scott, Neil, and Miggy, stick together like ghosts, barely speaking since their stiff introductions this morning. Our group of 8 has already split into factions. Nemeth and Martin lead, rifles shifting between them, while the trio trails behind in eerie silence. Do they return every year out of guilt? Did the endless searches drive their fourth friend, Josh, to drink? Or was it something darker? Luciana and Daisy follow, a duo of their own. Luciana keeps the dog leashed but lets her roam, until Daisy bolts after squirrels, then it's all business. She's the canine equivalent of Nemeth, enforcing discipline. I bring up the rear, legs burning, lungs protesting, but holding my own. For now. The days still young, the miles blur together. I don't count them, and I won't start now. After a decade of forcing myself to take things step by step, I'm not about to lose that edge. Bob trails behind, quiet but steady, his presence a silent reassurance. During our snack breaks, he huddles with Nemeth and Martin, confirming his place as third in command. As a seasoned Bigfoot tracker, he should be just as skilled in the wild as the others, which explains why he's positioned at the back, keeping an eye on stragglers. He doesn't say much, but there's something solid about him, an unshakable calm. Daisy, trotting happily beside him, seems to be the only other one actually enjoying this. Nemeth scans the terrain like a hawk, never still for a second. Martin's tension is palpable, wound up tighter than a guitar string. The college trio has gone silent. Luciana's all business even though her dog's off duty, and me? I'm lost in my usual state of bewildered resignation. Quite the crew we make, plodding forward in this patchwork of determination and dread. The trail snakes through dense forest, a narrow strip of packed dirt fringed with sagebrush and scattered pine needles. The air hums with the scent of sun-warmed sap and crisp mountain streams, layered with the sharp tang of bug spray and sweat. It's alive, green, blue, brown, brushing against my skin like a whisper. Squirrels scold from the branches, wind murmurs through the pines, and somewhere beneath it all, the weight of why we're here lingers. Timothy O'Day loved these woods. He chose this place, these trails, to spend his last days as a free man with his closest friends. Now, boots pound the earth in grim rhythm, Nemeth's rifle rests against his shoulder, and silence hangs heavy between us. What's left to say when you're marching into the wilderness to recover what remains of someone you loved? Maybe the real question isn't about finding answers. Maybe it's realizing that in this vast, untamed expanse, the most unpredictable danger isn't the terrain or the wildlife. It's the 8 of us, carrying our own ghosts into the trees. We stop at a small clearing atop a rise, still hemmed in by thick forest. No sweeping vistas, no sign of Devil's Canyon. If we haven't even hit the hardest stretch yet, this burning in my legs is just the warm-up. Nemeth wasn't wrong. Hiking is a whole different beast. But stubbornness is my superpower, so I'll keep moving if only to spite him. This time, instead of quick water breaks, the group actually settles in. Nemeth and Martin claim a fallen log, maps spread between them. The college guys slump to one side, Bob and Luciana claim another spot, and Daisy flops down beside them. Part of me wants to join them, we're the misfits after all, but fitting in isn't the assignment. So I square my shoulders and walk toward Nemeth and Martin instead. Nemeth looks up first, his sharp blue eyes flicking over me, then scanning the trees beyond. The man moves like a machine, like he's wired into the forest itself. Maybe he wouldn't shock me one bit. Here I am, soaked in sweat while his rugged face barely glistens. His gaze locks onto me again. "How's the pack holding up?" he grunts. "Perfect," I lie, though it feels like I'm hauling a boulder strapped to my spine. Now that it's off, my borrowed tech shirt clings to my back like wet paper. Not exactly refreshing. Boots. I glance at my feet. Amazing, my toes are throwing a party in these socks. Knees, lower back. I hadn't even noticed the ache until he mentioned it, but now every muscle screams. "Never better," I snap, daring him to disagree as I limp forward. He scrutinizes me like I'm a puzzle missing half its pieces. Meanwhile, Martin hasn't lifted his eyes from the map. To him, I might as well be invisible, obsessed, distracted, or just indifferent. "Was just checking in on you," I say. Nemeth blinks, caught off guard. Martin finally looks up, as if noticing me for the first time. What do you mean? Nemeth asks, wary. Happy with our progress. Right on schedule. Trails in great shape, I add, pretending I know anything about hiking. Perfect weather, sunny, not too hot, not too cold. Yep, he's still suspicious. No drama, no bickering, I push. Nope. Martin tilts his head, studying me like I've sprouted a second head. Why is this rookie still yapping? Truth is, I don't have a point. I just want to crack these guys open. Nemeth, who could decide whether we live or die. Martin, who planned this whole thing but acts like we're ghosts. I need to understand them, even if I don't know why yet. I plop down uninvited, embracing the silence. Ever been to an meeting? We're pros at sitting in quiet. So much of drinking was about drowning out the awkward gaps, pretending we belonged when we always felt alone. Now, sober, we have to relearn how to just be. Digging into my pocket, I pull out a half-mangled coconut almond bar, some high-energy nonsense I've been gnawing on since dawn. Honestly, it tastes like sawdust, and all I really want is Josh's secret stash of peanut butter cups. But with 3 more days of this death march ahead, I'll take what I can get. Chew, swallow, gulp water like it's a lifeline because, let's face it, this thing isn't going down easy. How's the group? Martin asks suddenly, catching me off guard. The others, Luciana and Daisy, are all sunshine. Bob's in his element. The guys, though, do they ever talk? Martin's gaze drifts across the clearing, his face darkening. They blame themselves, he mutters, for what happened. Do you? My son was doing what he loved. He vanished doing exactly that. I notice he avoids saying died. Know how I met Bob and his Bigfoot crew? Martin continues. I shake my head. Read about another case, some kid who disappeared in the Washington wilderness. Those Bigfoot hunters know those woods better than anyone. They offered to help. Years later, they're still out there, searching. Martin exhaled slowly, his fingers tapping against his knee as he recalled the interview where one of the men claimed Tim might have been taken in by a family of Sasquatch, living happily in the wilderness. I build things for a living, he said, voice rough. Concrete wood, stuff I can see and hold, but that idea, it's something, isn't it? His gaze locked onto mine, raw and unguarded. When your child vanishes, not just gone, but erased, no trace, no answers, you'll cling to anything to keep the nightmares at bay. 5 years ago, Bigfoot was a joke. Now, I'd give anything for it to be real. I asked about Tim as a boy, and Martin's smile flickered like even joy had become a burden. That kid, pure lightning, never walked when he could sprint, never sat when he could leap, drove his mother up the wall. School wanted to label him a problem, but Patris and I knew better. He just needed space to burn that energy. He chuckled, then sobered. So I took him camping, borrowed gear, packed cheap food, and let him loose in the woods. No rules, no scolding. Just my boy, grinning like a maniac, finally free. The memory sharpened his voice. We froze our asses off, but I'd do it all again. That trip hooked us. Later, when Patris got sick, I told Tim under the stars, let him scream into the night, because cancer's a thief and sometimes howling's all you've got. His throat worked. Back then, we thought that was the worst of it, didn't know we'd trade one hell for another. A twig snapped. Scott, one of the hikers, lurched to his feet, muttering about needing a bathroom break. His friends Miggy and Neil exchanged glances before following, as if peeing required backup. Nemeth's glare burned into me, accusing. I'd disrupted their fragile peace. And maybe he was right. But sometimes, silence is the real crime. This search isn't just about uncovering physical remains, it's about finding peace. For some, that means laying a loved one to rest. For others, it's the act of searching itself that brings resolution. I rise and move closer to Martin, my fingers brushing the back of his hand as he grips the map. He jerks away, startled by the sudden touch. Truth is, I'm a wreck, sleepless nights, the constant pull of alcohol, this gnawing sense that everyone else has life figured out except me. But grief, that raw, gut-wrenching agony, that's a language I speak fluently. Thanks for sharing Tim's story with me, I say quietly. I'll move heaven and earth to bring him home, and I won't forget him. Martin's gaze snaps up, sharp as a blade. For a split second, I see the wild, untamed hurt in his eyes, and he sees mine. I withdraw my hand. He folds the map. Like countless others who have walked this road before us, we push forward. Chapter 9. Bite me, bite me, bite me, I mutter under my breath, then switch it up with a breathless, sweet suffering saints. These woods can go to hell, so can my backpack, and Nemeth, that guy's definitely part machine. More difficult, that's the understatement of the century. I'm wheezing, stumbling like a drunk, each step a battle against gravity. Left foot, right foot, gasp for air, repeat. Sweat rivers down my face, a cocktail of sunscreen, DEET, and pure misery. There's no picturesque trail here, just jagged rocks, endless pines, and the occasional switchback that feels like a cruel joke. Then come the sheer rock faces where we scramble like desperate climbers, grabbing at anything that might keep us from sliding into oblivion. The forest? A never-ending parade of evergreens. Pine, spruce, fir. It's like marching through a damn Christmas card, and I loathe Christmas. Nemeth and Martin have disappeared ahead, leaving Scott, Neil, and Miguel wheezing in their wake. Even Daisy, usually bursting with energy, plods along with weary determination. Luciana trails behind, steady but slow. Stand up straight, Bob advises from behind me. I am standing. You're hunched over, you're cutting off your own air. Let me take your pack. Lay one finger on it, and I'll end you. Then put your hands on your hips. Opens up your lungs, or swing your arms, your legs'll follow. I grumble, I curse. Then reluctantly I swing my arms, and damn it, it helps. For a few glorious seconds I'm not thinking about my screaming calves or my heart trying to punch through my ribs. I'm fine, I lie to Bob as I fall farther behind. Go on without me. Pity's not my style. Then quit looking so damn pathetic. Hope Bigfoot drags you into the bushes. Promise, get it on video. My next attempt at a snarl comes out as a whimper. Hard to insult a guy who just laughs it off. Up ahead, Miguel has peeled off from the group, bent double beside the trail. His dark hair's glued to his forehead, his shirt drenched. For a college kid built like a linebacker, he looks about as done as I feel, which honestly is weirdly comforting. Go ahead, he pants. Not a chance, I wheeze, stopping beside him. Bob halts too, annoyingly fresh, faced. I imagine him hoisting Miggy onto one broad shoulder and me onto the other, effortlessly carrying us the rest of the grueling hike. God, I wish he would. Water, Bob advises, his voice steady. Take small sips until your pulse slows. Chugging it will just make you sick. You don't say? I snap. Miggy gives a tired nod, fingers fumbling with his metal water bottle. I grab it and twist the cap off for him. In return, he does the same for me. Luciana and Daisy have vanished ahead, leaving us stragglers behind, the weak ones. Well, mostly me and Miggy. His breathing is still uneven, his face flushed beneath his tan, shirt clinging to him like a second skin. Maybe he parties as hard as his friend Josh. Or maybe he's just human, not built for scaling a mountain in what feels like a single, brutal push. Breathe in, breathe out, sip. The pounding in my skull dulls, but my body still feels like it's been run over. My feet. I didn't know they could scream like this, and I don't even have blisters. The idea of moving again seems impossible. Miggy passes me his canteen, and I slide it back into his pack. He does the same for mine. His gaze drifts to the relentless slope ahead where the others have already disappeared into the baking woods. I wanted to golf, he mutters. That weekend, I voted for golf. Why the hell didn't we just golf? Then, with sudden venom, I hate these damn woods. That's when I see it, not just sweat streaking his face. Yeah, I say after a beat, I hate them too. He lets out a ragged laugh and we push forward. By the time we crest the ridge, we've all retreated into our own heads. My thoughts spin wildly, flashes of neon lights, dizzying spins on a dance floor, the blur of a life that wasn't mine. The first time I woke up in vomit. The first time I woke up in a stranger's bed. The first time I woke up in a jail cell and still craved another drink. Then Shaggy, my childhood friend's goofy mutt, always grinning, tail wagging, until the screech of tires, the sickening thud, my father's warning not to look. I hid in my closet because I couldn't face it. Later, Sophie and I stole beers from the fridge, drinking in silence until we were slumped on my bedroom floor, my dad walking in and saying nothing. And I loved him for that. First time I saw Paul. Last time I took a drink. The steady thump of Detective Lotham's heartbeat under my ear last year, after my first real case, in the closest thing I've had to a home. Why these memories? The good, the ugly, the humbling. Anything to distract from the fire in my muscles. When we finally catch up, the others are sprawled by a rushing stream, packs discarded. Nemeth and Martin look as unshaken as ever, sweat-soaked but ready for another 20 miles. Meanwhile, Scott and Neil are face down on the ground, clearly done for the day. Luciana stands slightly apart from the group, gathering her strength while Daisy, the search and rescue dog, sprawls lazily in the dirt beside her. The loyal canine lifts her head as we approach, wagging her tail in greeting but making no effort to get up. Honestly, I don't blame her one bit. The landscape has transformed into something breathtaking, wide stretches of sun-bleached golden grass dotted with bursts of wildflowers in white, yellow, and purple. The higher elevation brings a crispness to the air, carrying whispers of distant glaciers and the faintest hint of winter. Towering ridges in shades of green, blue, and brown stretch endlessly around us, some modest, others impossibly grand. It's the kind of raw beauty that once lured settlers away from civilization into the untamed wilderness. I'd have made a great pioneer if only my legs didn't feel like they were about to give out. Fumbling with the buckles on my pack, I wince as my swollen fingers refuse to cooperate. The moment I finally shrug it off, a sharp pain shoots through my shoulders and I barely stifle a groan. Nemeth's raised eyebrow tells me he sees right through my act. Nearby, Miggy wrestles his own gear to the ground before staggering to the riverbank and dunking his entire head into the icy water. Inspired, I drop everything and follow, plunging my face in without hesitation. The shock is instant, not just cold but bone-deep, mind-numbing cold. It's equal parts torture and relief, and for a second I'm torn between gasping for air and gulping down mouthfuls. I force myself to stay still until my skull throbs like I've downed a slushie too fast. When I finally pull back, my soaked ponytail smacks against my back, sending a fresh wave of chills down my overheated skin. If this isn't the closest thing to ecstasy in front of an audience, I don't know what is. Miggy, ever the efficient one, soaks his blue bandana and scrubs it over his face, arms, and neck before retying it around his throat. The envy must be written all over my face because Bob suddenly kneels beside me, offering his clean orange bandana with a smirk. Last time I wanted something this bad, it was a bottle of cheap whiskey, I mutter. He just laughs and hands it over. Mimicking Miggy's every move, I soak and wring out the fabric, relishing the icy relief. Bob then holds up two massive water jugs and a filtration system, a plastic bladder with a charcoal filter. As he demonstrates, filling it from the stream and squeezing purified water into his flask, the gears in my exhausted brain finally click. I should refill my own bottles, but that means standing up and moving, and right now that feels like an Olympic feat. Still, I grit my teeth and force myself upright, ignoring the protests from my legs. Miggy isn't faring much better, and from the looks of Scott and Neil, they'd happily collapse right where they stand. There's being in shape, and then there's Nemeth's shape, a whole other level. Speaking of, he appears beside me, handing over my water bottles and filter without a word. "One more mile," he says. "We're camping near a lake tonight. You can soak your feet there, it'll help." I nod, swallowing back a groan. Today's the hardest, I agree, though part of me wonders if tomorrow might just finish me off as we approach the search zone. The pace slows considerably, both for safety and to accommodate Daisy's frequent rest breaks. That dog means more to me than anything right now. Nemeth scans the group, his usual tough exterior masking the instincts of a seasoned leader who reads people effortlessly. Marty would march through hell itself to find his missing son, no questions asked. Bob, with his towering frame and even bigger heart, would follow without hesitation. The rest of us, Luciana, the bachelor party crew, and me, are already feeling the strain. Nemeth knows day one isn't the time for anyone to collapse. 10 minutes, he barks, checking his watch. Then we move. Plenty of daylight left, so pace yourselves. Once we make camp, we'll eat, then Marty and Luciana will brief us on tomorrow's search grid. Silent nods ripple through the group, until an unearthly screech slices through the air, raising every hair on my neck. My fingers instinctively tighten around my survival knife, adrenaline surging as the sound escalates into something primal. Scott's voice cracks. What the actual hell was that? Just wildlife, Nemeth replies too casually. The second scream is worse, piercing, unnatural. Daisy stiffens, pressing against her handler. I don't buy Nemeth's act for a second, especially when I catch the loaded glance he exchanges with Martin. Bob's usual relaxed stance is gone, replaced by coiled tension. A third shriek erupts, climbing to a fever pitch before cutting off abruptly, as if something silenced it. Permanently, Daisy whimpers. Nemeth slings his rifle forward, all business. Break S over, move out. Liar, that wasn't 10 minutes, and that sure as hell wasn't an animal. But what are they hiding? Nemeth leaps across the creek's boulders, vanishing into the dense trees. One by one, the others follow. I hesitate, gripping my knife, then force myself forward. Chapter 10. At 10 years old, I developed a sudden, irrational obsession with camping. Maybe it was hearing classmates brag about their wilderness trips, or maybe I just craved an escape. Either way, I nagged my parents relentlessly. Mom shut it down fast. If I ever get vacation time, I'm not wasting it sleeping in dirt. Dad, ever the diplomat, never refused outright, just stalled, hoping I'd lose interest. Meanwhile, our house was falling apart. Dad had been downsized, his word, always muttered between beer cracks, his days blurring into the couch's permanent dent. Mom worked double shifts, returning each night seething as she scrubbed dishes and chucked empties into the recycling. Dad would slur promises from his boozy haze. "Tomorrow, honey, I'll fix everything," before cracking another can. One night, I decided to clean the whole house myself. Was I trying to save Dad's dignity, spare Mom's sanity? Kids don't think that way, they just act. When Mom finally trudged in near midnight, she froze at the sight of the gleaming kitchen. For a heartbeat, I thought she might cry or hug me. Instead, she just stared, exhaustion and something unreadable in her eyes. Frankie's mother sighed, shaking her head. "For heaven's sake, learn from my mistakes if nothing else." She disappeared into her room, leaving behind a tension so thick I could almost touch it. That night, their voices carried through the walls, sharp, desperate. "Ron, I'm serious. One more week of this and I'm gone. Frankie comes with me. You'll lose us both." The sound of my father's quiet sobbing followed, a sound that clung to me long after. The next day, I walked in to find him perched stiffly on the couch, his hands locked together like he was praying. His whole body trembled, his face twisted in concentration as he fought to steady himself. When he finally noticed me, his relief was instant. "You're back, thank God." He sprang up, suddenly frantic, making me a snack, unpacking my bag, insisting I must have homework. I didn't, but I dug out old math sheets anyway. We fumbled through the problems, laughing until our sides hurt at how bad we both were. For weeks after, just saying Carrie the one sent us into hysterics all over again. That evening my father actually cooked, if frozen pizza counted. The house stayed eerily quiet, the absence of shouting somehow worse than the noise. I lay awake, unsettled by the silence. But by the next afternoon he was back on the couch, drenched in sweat and shaking. I pressed a cool cloth to his forehead, piling blankets on him until my mother walked in. I braced for the storm, but instead she sat beside him, rubbing his back. "I'm proud of you," she murmured. "I've missed you, Ronnie." The rest was too quiet to hear. Days passed, the sweating stopped. Color returned to his face. The house stayed peaceful, too peaceful, like we were all holding our breath. Then one morning my father grinned at me like he had a secret. "Surprise, we're camping." Well, backyard camping, but close enough. I raced around, thrilled, while my mom actually smiled at our excitement. Saturday was chaos. We gathered s'mores supplies, hot dogs, beans. I demanded a real fire. He refused, spinning a ridiculous tale about forest sprites cooking our food magically. "Seriously?" I groaned. "I'm not 5, he smirked. "Could have fooled me yesterday." Setting up the tent was a disaster. Cursing, tangled poles, forgotten sleeping bags, we ended up hauling out every blanket we owned. By sunset, we had something resembling shelter. He vanished to negotiate with the sprites while I arranged our makeshift beds. When he finally returned, triumphant with a tray of cooked food, his grin was contagious. For the first time in forever, he looked genuinely happy. The happiness felt overwhelming, almost surreal. In that instant, I understood why he'd lingered in the kitchen, his hesitation, the way his smile flickered before vanishing. He started to protest, mouth opening as if to deny everything, but no words came. Instead, he just handed me the tray. We sat cross-legged on the grass, devouring hot dogs dunked in baked beans, our fingers sticky with sauce. I nearly laughed at the sight of my father, beans splattered on his jeans, ketchup smeared like war paint on his cheek. Part of me wanted to shout something ridiculous, just to hear his booming laugh and feel that fleeting joy again. But the man beside me wasn't my dad anymore. He was a stranger, slurring stories about sleeping under the stars, his thoughts zigzagging from Yosemite to ghost tales. When he lurched toward the tent for balance, it toppled over, taking him with it. Mom found me hauling blankets back to the house, ready to drape them over his unconscious body sprawled on the couch. She stood frozen in the doorway, coat still on, purse gripped tight. Was she furious, exhausted, relieved? I mumbled something about being tired and slipped past her, hiding the half-empty bourbon bottle behind my pillow. Later, alone in my room, I unscrewed the cap, studying the amber liquid like it held answers. The smell was cloying, almost sweet. I let it trickle over my hands, licking it off, chasing the warmth as it burned down my throat. With every sip, the room softened, and suddenly he was there, laughing beside me in a tent that never existed, pointing at imaginary shooting stars, feeding me marshmallows straight from the bag because we'd never bothered with a fire. Reality returned like a slap. The camping trips never happened. The father I wanted never existed. His sobriety came in waves, each crash worse than the last. Mom, she just kept working, her anger shifting from him to me over the years. By graduation, I was the one staggering home at dawn, too drunk to care. Then came the parties, the noise, until a phone call cut through it all. Some stranger's car had crossed the center line. Just like that, they were gone. I stood outside some bar, nodding numbly at my aunt's voice, then walked back inside like nothing had changed. The show, after all, had to go on. Growing up, I never had the chance to know my parents as anything but shadows of themselves. My father never saw me conquer my demons, and my mother never witnessed the resilience she unknowingly passed down to me, the work ethic, the determination to leave my mark. She knew I adored my dad, but she left this world before I could tell her she was the real force behind whatever strength I've mustered. Sure, my father was fun, the one who made me laugh, but she was the iron spine I leaned on. Now all that's left are the echoes of what could have been, the conversations that'll never happen. It's the kind of regret that clings to you, especially when you've walked the tightrope of addiction. Maybe that's why I get it. Why Martin's pushing us mercilessly up this godforsaken trail, our boots scraping against rocks until we reach Devil's Canyon. The name alone should have been a warning. The moment we stagger into the clearing, half of us collapse like marionettes with cut strings. The lake glints under the sun, deceptively serene, while the cliffs loom like disapproving judges. Nemeth spreads his arms like some wilderness prophet. Home for the next 6 days, he announces, as if that's supposed to be comforting. I bite back, the exhaustion threatening to spill over, thinking of my father's empty promises of camping trips that never materialized. Nearby, Neil and Scott look like they've been run through a ringer, but it's Miggy who snaps. He whirls on Martin, voice raw. "You're a real piece of work, you know that? We all loved Tim. Dragging us out here year after year won't bring him back." He chucks his pack into the dirt and storms off toward the trees. So much for team bonding. The canyon stretches endlessly, a mix of scrubland and skeletal trees, the lake's edge sharp against the dust. My feet scream, my shoulders might as well be carved from stone, and the idea of sleeping on this unforgiving ground feels like a cruel joke. Daisy, usually unshakable, flops down with a groan. I eye Martin, waiting for some reaction to Miggy's outburst, but he just keeps unpacking, face unreadable. Nemeth barks orders. Fire pit here, latrine over there, tents in clumps like some bizarre social experiment. Luciana and I get relegated to our own patch of dirt, the unspoken girls' corner, while the guys cluster together. I stare at my tent bag like it's a Rubik's Cube. Backyard camping? Never happened. The fear of screwing up prickles under my skin, that old high school dread of being the clueless one. Then Bob materializes beside me, quiet as a shadow. I'll handle the tent, he offers. You grab firewood. Grateful doesn't cover it. I scavenge sticks like my life depends on it, because if I stop moving, I might not start again. The sun dips lower and the canyon swallows the light whole. This isn't the end. It's just the first act. I push through the dense wall of pine trees, my boots crunching on dry needles as I wander aimlessly until I spot Miguel. He's perched on the lakeshore, half hidden by tall, swaying reeds, his gaze fixed on nothing. Behind me, the faint hum of the campsite fades into the rustling leaves. Dropping the bundle of firewood I'd gathered, I settle beside him without a word. Silence speaks volumes these days. Everyone's so busy shouting over each other, no one actually listens anymore. Miggy grabs a jagged stone and hurls it into the water with a hollow splash. "I'm sorry," he mutters. "How's it going?" I ask, though I already know the answer. "Like hell," he snaps. Like some corporate drone who drags himself to an office every damn day, only to get dragged back here once a year because my buddy, the one who vanished without a trace, used to love these stupid woods. And his old man, he'd rather watch us suffer than let it go. "You never hike otherwise." "Frankie right?" he smirks bitterly. "Let me spell it out for you. If I never saw another trail in my life, it'd be too soon. Josh, Neil, Scotty, same, that night wrecked us. Marty's annual guilt trips don't fix a damn thing. They just rip the wound open again." I study his profile. That why Josh drinks? Could be, ask him yourself. "You guys still talk?" Miggy flicks another rock, watching it bounce twice before sinking. "They were my brothers," he says, voice rough. "Thought nothing could tear us apart." I get it, trauma either binds people together or shatters them completely. 5 guys went into these woods. 1 never came out. The other 4, they're not the same men anymore. Life does that, chews you up and spits out something unrecognizable. Still live nearby. Beaverton-s crawling with tech jobs. Me, Scotty, Neil, we're all in that grind. Josh went blue-collar, but his plant's just down the road. Place is lousy with engineers. No beers after work, no pickup games. We tried at first. His jaw tightens. But what do you say? Do we talk about Tim, pretend he never existed, couldn't figure it out? Josh bilayed first, stopped answering calls. When Marty organized another search a year later, I was shocked he even showed, looked like hell. Rumor was he got a Dewey, was floundering at work. Thought about reaching out, but he exhales sharply. Saw him 2 days ago for the first time in a year. Christ, we failed him again. Stones fly from his hand in quick, angry bursts, no skips, just fury. "We're only here because Marty owns us," he growls. "But even if we find Tim tomorrow, what then? Josh gonna sober up, Marty gonna forgive us." He glances at me, but I stay quiet. Some answers don't come from other people. Closure's a myth for some. Sometimes the truth just gives the nightmares sharper teeth. Miggy's fingers dig into the dirt. "I was scared that night," he admits suddenly. "Because Scotty vanished first. Because of the screaming, that god-awful noise," he cuts himself off, shaking his head. 3 more rocks sail into the lake. "We were wasted, just completely out of it." His voice drops. "And now we're all paying for it." A gust of wind ripples the water, and for a second the reflection staring back at us looks as broken as we feel the details of that night still feel hazy, like trying to recall a half-remembered dream. Was it real, or just some twisted mix of exhaustion and too many beers? We trekked into the woods, set up camp, shared stories around the fire. Then everything spiraled into chaos. Shouting echoed through the trees, Scott vanished, and Josh completely lost it. I know there's a reason, but the harder I try to piece it together, the more it slips away. When asked about that night, fear is the first thing that hits me. The instinct to run, to never set foot in those woods again, claws at my chest. The others? Josh won't talk about it. Neil and Scott act like it's just another chapter they've closed, though Miggy's smirk suggests otherwise. The conversation shifts to how we all met, freshman year at Ohio State, waiting outside some Ta's office. Tim, Neil, Scott, and I became inseparable. By junior year, we were sharing an apartment, and after graduation, we moved into a house in Beaverton. Tim dubbed it Dudeville, a place for Friday night beers, reckless Saturdays, and groggy Sundays. Those were the days. But life happened. Promotions, relationships, responsibilities. The carefree years slipped away, though we clung to them as long as we could. Neil introduced Tim to Letitia, his fiancée. After Tim was gone, she stayed in touch at first, but grief has a way of thinning connections. She never blamed us, unlike Martin. She'd say if Tim had to go, the mountains were the right place for it. Now, she's moved on with Scott, married in March. None of us were there, not even Tim's parents. The unspoken tension between the group is thick enough to cut with a knife. When asked what I want from this week, the answer isn't just about finding Tim's remains. It's about escaping the nightmares, the guilt, the weight of memories. I want to stop feeling like a ghost in my own life. The response I get isn't comforting. Moving on doesn't mean going back to how things were. It means learning to live with what's left. I hurl another pebble into the dirt, frustration simmering. If only it was that simple. It doesn't have to be complicated. Don't make me hate you too, I mutter, half joking. A beat of silence, then I push myself up, brushing the dirt off my jeans. We should head back. Better get moving before Nemeth tracks us down, I say, brushing dirt off my knees as I stand. You actually like that guy? Not a chance. Honestly, I don't like any of them. Then again, we've already established I'm not exactly my own biggest fan either. Daisy, the search dog? Yeah, I'll cheer for her, the rest of this circus. Just marking time until we get back to normal life. Bob seems all right, I counter, stretching my stiff legs. At least he's got a decent attitude. Miggy scoffs, then you're dumber than you look. That stings, excuse me. Thought you were supposed to be the one asking questions. So tell me, why Bob? Why's a grown man chasing Bigfoot for fun? Maybe because his group has some of the most reliable missing persons data in the backcountry. Oh sure, and how much does that noble hobby pay? It's not about money, it's a passion project. Try $5,000. I blink, Bob got paid $5,000. By Martin saw the check with my own eyes. My stomach knots, for what? From what I gathered, to make sure we all came back in one piece, or more accurately, to guarantee Marty did. That doesn't, I struggle to process it. Why would Martin need protection out here? Miggy reads my expression and nods grimly. Yeah, still glad you signed up for this adventure. He scoops up an armload of firewood and stalks off toward camp. I trail behind, my mind spinning. Martin's paranoia, Miggy's bitterness, and now Bob's secret paycheck. My thoughts ricochet like a pinball, but nothing adds up. One day in, and I'm already dreading tomorrow. By the time we return, the campsite has transformed. 3 clusters of tents circle a central fire pit, its ring of stones waiting for flames. I dump my wood beside it as Miggy expertly arranges kindling. Nearby, Neil and Scott emerge from the trees hauling a massive log, dropping it near the fire like a rustic bench before vanishing again. My tent sits beside Luciana's, where Daisy sprawls in the dirt, tail thumping lazily as I approach. Long day, huh? I murmur, scratching her ears. She answers with a jaw-cracking yawn. At least someone's enjoying this. Luciana's head pops out of her tent. Perfect timing. For what? Water run, she brandishes collapsible buckets with a sly grin. I signed us up. No point arguing. I dig out a clean long-sleeve shirt and yoga pants. The evening chill is already creeping in, a welcome change from the day's sweat. Luciana leads me through the trees to a secluded stretch of shoreline where she unfolds the ingenious buckets, rigid metal rims with compact fabric bodies that expand to hold gallons. As we fill them, my aching feet protest every step. Tomorrow's going to be brutal, but right now, the promise of boiled water for drinking and cooking feels like a lifeline. The lake's surface glimmers in the fading light, and for the first time today, I catch myself staring not at the wilderness around me, but at my own reflection, wondering what exactly I've got myself into. Luciana holds up her prize with a victorious grin, a tiny bar of soap barely visible in the dim light. "Soap," she declares before peeling off her clothes without hesitation. I follow suit, unbothered by nudity after years of waking up in unfamiliar places with no memory of how I got there. The water hits like a shock, icy enough to make me gasp. Nemeth mentioned it was fed by a mountain stream, but I swear it feels like it flowed straight from an Arctic glacier. Still, the sting is worth it as I scrub away days of sweat and dirt, my skin finally free from that unbearable itch. Luciana moves like a sleek river otter, diving under and resurfacing with effortless grace. She lathers the soap through her hair, explaining it's eco-friendly, great for the lake, terrible for bubbles. We rinse off and tug fresh clothes over damp skin, then attempt to wash our filthy outfits by the shore. Luciana's right, my hiking gear is dangerously thin if we're sweating through everything daily. "Hang them near the fire," she suggests. "They won't be pristine, but in a few days they'll smell like roses compared to the rest of our stuff." Back at camp, Miguel has transformed the fire into a makeshift kitchen, a steel pot suspended over the flames. Luciana pours in water and soon it's boiling, my stomach growls in anticipation. "Exactly," she smirks. "Check the calories on those MREs. Thousands per serving. Absurd in real life, a godsend after hiking all day. Trust me, freeze-dried stroganoff will blow your mind." Scott and Neil return with another log, struggling under its weight, while Bob carries his effortlessly, whistling as he drops it beside theirs. The guys exchange exasperated looks, no competing with that kind of strength. Before long, we've got a cozy fireside setup. Nemeth and Martin unpack their meals, and soon we're all digging into rehydrated feasts, waving sporks like fancy utensils. Luciana wasn't kidding. My mac and cheese tastes like gourmet cuisine. Daisy wolfs down her food and sprawls by the fire, panting happily. The sky shifts from pink to deep red as the sun dips below the peaks. For the first time, we feel like a real group, 8 exhausted hikers sharing stories and laughter. It hits me then, that rare mix of awe and nostalgia. I think of my dad fumbling with a borrowed tent, his face tight with concentration. Funny how memories work. Do we hold on to the effort or the failures? Tonight, I choose the good. This moment, this warmth, even the struggles that led me here. Gratitude's a slippery thing, but sometimes, like now, I almost grasp it. The mountains stretch above us, vast and indifferent, and for once that's enough. Stoney leaned against the bar, polishing the counter with a quiet satisfaction only a seasoned bartender could understand. Meanwhile, I savored the last bite of my street vendor hot dog, crispy snap of the casing, the tang of mustard, before reluctantly turning back to my sad foil pouch of rehydrated pasta. Nemeth, ever the professional, pulled out a heavy-duty, odor-proof garbage bag for our leftovers. "Bare protocol," he muttered, securing the trash in a tree like some bizarre camping piñata. For the first time all day, the tension in his shoulders eased. Standing there against the backdrop of jagged peaks and towering pines, he looked less like a man and more like something the wilderness had shaped itself, an extension of the landscape. The rest of us, just tourists with backpacks. Just when I expected Nemeth to say something profound, Martin cut through the twilight with the crisp snap of unfolding map paper. "Listen up," he said, spreading the terrain across his knees. Devil's Canyon sprawled before us, divided into color-coded zones. Even a novice could see the absurdity of covering that much ground in 5 days. Martin's solution? A brutal triage system. "Daisy's our MVP," he explained, patting the search dog's head. 45 minutes on, 15 off. That means we're her scouts, finding the hot spots so she doesn't waste energy. A decade of recovery work had taught me bodies rarely stay where you expect them. Time and coyotes would have scattered Timothy O'Day's remains like gruesome confetti. The thought hit harder than it should have. How easily bones blend into the kindling pile. Martin's voice brought me back. Tim left camp without his tent but took his gear. We've checked every logical wrong turn. If he realized he was lost, he'd prioritize shelter first. Shelter before water? Luciana's survival lecture echoed in my head. 3 hours without shelter in harsh conditions, 3 days without water. We're hitting these caves first, Martin continued, tracing a route along the map. 2-hour hike. Stay sharp, look for Navy backpack scraps, green fabric, anything unnatural. This place doesn't get foot traffic. Boot prints, speak up. He paused, scanning our faces. Tim knew how to mark a trail. Check for rope on branches, torn cloth, duct tape. And don't just look for him, look for his handiwork, that tarp in his pack. Could be a tent, a lean-to, hell, even a straight line of sticks is a red flag. Nature doesn't do right angles. The fire crackled, casting shadows that made the trees seem closer. Somewhere in that darkness, Tim's choices were still waiting to be found when something grabs your focus. Pause and examine it more closely. Our instincts often notice details before our conscious mind catches up. I lift my hand, interrupting Martin, who looks up with thinly veiled irritation. What now? Daisy's tracking. If we move too fast, won't that mess up the scent trail for her? Luciana jumps in before Martin can respond. If this were a live search, absolutely. We'd keep everyone downwind while Daisy led. But cadaver detection is different. She's not tracking a living person. She's keyed in on decomposition. Trust me, she won't mistake us for a corpse. Scott hesitates, then blurts out, even if it's just bones. After 5 years, what's left to smell? He flushes, as if realizing how blunt he sounds. Luciana doesn't miss a beat. Age doesn't matter. Dogs have alerted on century-old remains. And no, they don't get confused between animal and human bones. That piques my curiosity. 100 years, wouldn't those bones be practically fossilized? What's left for a dog to detect? We don't fully understand it, Luciana admits with a shrug. A dog's nose is thousands of times sharper than ours. That's why my team doesn't use artificial scents for training. You can buy pseudocorp scent kits with all sorts of lab specs, but at the end of the day, nobody really knows what exactly triggers the dog's reaction. Hell, we train them using human teeth. Easy to get, legal, and less creepy than, say, an actual finger. To me, old teeth don't smell like decomp, especially after being buried a dozen times. But the dogs, they always know. She shifts gears, her tone turning brisk. Once we reach the search zone, I'll need everyone to hold back while I check wind direction and set Daisy's starting point. She's an air scent dog, so she'll catch odors carried by the breeze. She'll sweep side to side until she picks up the scent, then backtrack to the source. The tricky part? She'll go straight for it, no matter what's in her way, ravines, dense brush, you name it. Our job is to clear a path when she hits a snag and get her back on track. It's not quick, but she's sharp. If we're in the right area, she'll find it. I glance at Martin's map, upside down from where I'm sitting. Devil's Canyon sprawls across the paper, vast and unforgiving. 5 days to cover this much ground? Even with Daisy's skills, it feels impossible. Maybe Miggy's right. Is Martin actually hoping to find his son, or is this just his way of punishing Tim's friends year after year? Why Devil's Canyon? I ask. It's miles from where Tim was last seen. Martin exhales, tapping the map. Long shot, I know, but if Tim got lost, disoriented. I get it. If he died near the campsite, someone would have found him by now. So the first few years, you checked the obvious wrong turns. The unspoken question lingers. And now we're grasping at straws. If Tim had chosen to go west instead of east at that critical moment, he might have found himself on a winding path that eventually connected to another, and so on. Or if he'd taken the northern fork, he could have reached a river, following its current to a shallow crossing that opened into a wide meadow. I nod, absorbing the possibilities. All of this assumes Tim stuck to the marked trails, the safest bet for someone lost in the wilderness. But Martin lets the word hang in the air, heavy with implication. You never found him. That got me wondering, I admit. What if he took a risk? What if something, instinct, desperation, made him leave the obvious path and forge his own way? Martin's finger traces a line on the map. If Tim missed that first turn in the dark, he'd have kept pushing north instead of south. Before long, he'd be trudging through the base of this steep, overgrown ravine. Nemeth and I hiked it last year, brutal terrain. Tight, tangled, a real nightmare. Tim would have been exhausted, confused, scrambling for any sense of direction. And then, right here, a gap in the trees. A desperate guy might see it as a shortcut, a chance to climb out for a better view or a sliver of cell signal. But we know how that turned out. Cell service is non-existent out here, I remind him. Even satellite phones barely work. Still, you can't fault him for trying. Martin shifts his focus back to the map. Now, picture Tim off-trail, navigating the ridge of the ravine. If he kept moving north, he'd reach this canyon by nightfall. Open land, fresh water, natural cover, everything a smart survivor would recognize as a lifeline. You think he might have holed up there? The words slip out before I can stop them. A flicker of doubt crosses my mind. Does Martin truly believe his son could still be alive after all this time? He wouldn't have lasted the winter, Martin says softly, as if answering my unspoken question. Not without the right gear, not in these mountains. Guilt tightens my chest. Martin folds the map with deliberate care. We've been at this for years, he murmurs. If this next week changes anything, well, for Petrus's sake, I hope it does. He retreats to his tent, leaving the rest of us clustered around the fire, too drained to speak. One by one, we surrender to exhaustion. I slide off the log, stretching my legs on the cool earth as I tilt my head back. The moon hangs like a swollen pumpkin, and the stars, so many I'd forgotten they existed after years in the city. They were there the night I pulled Lanny Whitehorse from the lake. The afternoon I found Johnny's tiny body in a rusted car. The evening I walked into that crack house and saw what was left of a girl who'd loved the wrong man. Did Tim make it this far? Did he stare up at this same sky, whispering promises to the stars, thinking of his fiancée, his parents, all the life he left behind? Around me, the others slip quietly into the trees, then vanish into their tents. When Lucian arises, Daisy heaves herself up with a groan, and I follow, the weight of the night pressing down like a second skin, trailing the others back to our campsite. I decide my long-sleeve shirt is fine for the night and skip changing. Crawling into the snug one-person tent, I burrow into my sleeping bag, its metallic lining trapping warmth like a personal heater. Outside, the murmur of college friends lingers by the dying fire, blending with the distant rustle of trees and the rhythmic croaking of lakeside frogs, nature's own bedtime soundtrack. Then, shattering the calm, a scream. I jerk upright, pulse hammering, disoriented in the dark. The cry comes again, unmistakably human and male. Fumbling with the tent zipper, I spill out into chaos. The fire's reduced to embers, casting an eerie glow as campers scramble from tents, frantic but blind to the threat. Luciana wrestles Daisy, the dog whining, while Nemeth barks orders, rifle ready. The group splinters instantly. Bob vanishes into the pines, the college kids bolt with flashlights. I yank on boots, snag my headlamp, and ignore Luciana's warning shout. Logic says stay put, but since when do I listen? The canyon plays tricks with sound. Was the scream from the pines? Then, a sickening crack, not wood, something worse. Swerving toward the unknown, my headlamp carves jagged slices of the landscape, grass, trunk, rock, useless glimpses. I trip, curse, push on. Heavy breathing guides me toward the lake. A shadow shifts in the golden grass. My stomach knots. Bear, man, too late to wish for bear spray. The groan seals it, pain, fear. My light lands on a hunched figure, flannel, matted hair. Scott! He flinches, hand raised against the beam. Blood streaks his face, his shirt. Supporting him back to camp, his babbling fills the silence. His arm trembles, warm under my grip. Somewhere behind us, the night swallows whatever, or whoever. Did this the dense forest pressed in around me as I guided Scott back to the flickering campfire, his weight heavy against my shoulder. The night air buzzed with distant shouts and snapping branches, our scattered group still searching frantically. I settled Scott onto a rough log near the flames, his breathing ragged, and thrust a dented canteen into his hands before snatching the emergency whistle from Josh's pack. 3 sharp blasts pierced the darkness, and within seconds, Luciana emerged from the trees, her medical kit already in hand, Daisy the dog trotting behind her like a shadow. The camp erupted into chaos as the others crashed through the undergrowth, responding to the signal. Nemeth arrived first, his rifle gripped tight, the blinding beam of his headlamp cutting through the dark like a spotlight. "Scott's hurt," I shouted, shielding my eyes. "Luciana's on it, kill the light before you blind us all." He fumbled with the switch, finally plunging us back into the fire's eerie glow just as Miggy, Neil, and Martin stumbled into the clearing. No Bob yet, probably still lumbering through the woods, given his usual pace. Nemeth barked orders like a drill sergeant. "Fire, now!" Miggy scrambled to feed the flames while I grabbed the cooking pot to refill it from the nearby stream. Neil aimed his flashlight at Scott, revealing a face streaked with blood and a shirt ripped to shreds. "I saw him," Scott gasped, wild-eyed. "Tim right there in the trees, plain as day." Martin's expression turned to stone. "You didn't," he said, voice clipped. "Tim's gone." The finality in his words hit like a hammer. For a man who never showed emotion, the tightness in his jaw spoke volumes. Some losses carve a person in two before and after. Scott wasn't backing down. He was there, green jacket just standing there, watching. Nemeth stepped closer, skeptical. "How'd you see him without a light?" Scott froze, blinking down at his empty hands. No flashlight, no headlamp, just scratches crisscrossing his arms and chest, the kind you get from bolting through a forest blind. Luciana pressed a damp cloth to his forehead, her touch gentle but firm. "These gashes," she murmured, peeling back his torn shirt. 2 deep grooves ran across his ribs, raw and angry. Miggy turned away, jaw clenched. Guilt, fear, hard to tell. Neil exhaled, voice softer now. "You were dreaming, man. We all want to see him again, but it wasn't real." Scott sagged, the fight draining out of him. It felt real. The pot of water hissed over the fire. Luciana wrung out the cloth, cleaning his wounds with methodical care. I studied Scott's face. "You sleepwalk often." He hesitated, "Sometimes." "Worse when you're stressed." A nod, the fire crackled, casting long shadows. Around us the woods stayed silent, no ghosts, just the weight of what we'd lost Scott shifted uncomfortably under the weight of their stares. "Ever black out in strange places before?" Neil pressed, his tone sharper than intended. "Sometimes," Scott admitted, rubbing his temples. "Started when I was a kid, that night 5 years ago. I still don't know if I was wasted or sleepwalking. Maybe that's why I didn't hear Tim calling, but now it's happening more." "Since Tim vanished." Scott's jaw tightened. "Since the wedding." Neil let out a bitter laugh. "Guilt-'s got you sleepwalking, huh?" The unspoken accusation hung heavy. Scott's marriage to Tim's ex had fractured the group long before the camping trip went wrong. The old camaraderie was gone, replaced by jagged edges and unspoken blame. "You were screaming earlier," I pointed out. Scott blinked. "No, I was." Luciana dabbed disinfectant on his torn-up chest. "Honey, if I ripped myself open like this, I'd be howling like a banshee." Scott frowned, disoriented. "I saw Tim, I swear I did, then everything just went dark." A sudden rustling sent us all scrambling. Nemeth swung his rifle toward the noise, but it was just Bob lumbering into camp, shirt half-buttoned over his barrel chest, boots untied. A smear of blood streaked his forehead, but he ignored it, scanning the group. Who the hell raided our supplies? While Luciana finished patching Scott up, no stitches, just medical glue, which made my stomach turn, I followed Nemeth and Bob to where the food bags had been strung up. The scene looked like a tornado had hit. Shredded plastic, torn open MREs scattered like confetti. The rope still dangled intact, 8 feet off the ground. "Thought these were bear-proof," I muttered. Bob snorted. Nothing's bear-proof, just bear-resistant. I squinted at the wreckage. Bears can climb, right? Not just bears out here, Nemeth said grimly, crouching to examine the damage. I swept my headlamp over the ground, frowning. No paw prints, not even scuff marks, just hard-packed dirt that barely showed my own boot prints when I stomped down. Whatever had done this hadn't left a trace. Bob untied the lone surviving bag and peered inside. Dog food, at least Daisy won't starve. Martin started gathering scattered rations. We'll need to take stock. Nemeth got extra bags. Tents full of 'em. Nemeth jerked his chin at Bob, grabbed some. As Bob trudged off, I kept scanning the ground, unease prickling my neck. Something wasn't right. And judging by Nemeth's tense silence, he knew it too. Whatever took our supplies had to leave some trace behind, but the ground shows no paw prints, and the nearby pine trees bear no fresh claw marks. Nemeth and Martin exchange one of those silent glances they're so fond of, while Bob reappears with fresh trash bags in hand. We methodically gather what's left of the meal kits, and even without counting, it's painfully obvious we're running dangerously low. 8 people, 2 MRES per day. This stash won't last a week. Barely enough for a couple of days if we're lucky. Kneeling beside Bob, I keep my voice low. No tracks, nothing. What kind of animal doesn't leave prints? Something light, he murmurs, then tilts his head toward the treetops. Or something that doesn't walk. I scoff, and conveniently brought a shopping bag to haul off dozens of meals. He doesn't answer, but while my nerves are frayed, his expression is calculating, like he's piecing together a puzzle. We snag the last few MRES and stand just as Martin and Nemeth break apart from their hushed conversation. Martin clears his throat. Let's keep this between us for now. Oh, so we shouldn't mention that half our food's vanished and we might need to bail, I snap. It's been a rough night. No need to panic, everyone. Panic first, Scott, now this. Yeah, no reason for alarm at all. Martin's tone stays infuriatingly calm, though Nemeth looks less convinced. We'll reassess in daylight. Things always look clearer then. Is that from a fortune cookie? I'm gearing up for a full-blown argument when Bob's hand lands on my shoulder. Wandering around these mountains at night isn't smart, he says evenly. We stay put, regroup at sunrise. I glare, but he's right, and that just irritates me more. Still, the memory of Scott's shredded shirt and our ransacked supplies is enough to shut me up. Fine, but we talk this out first thing. Martin nods, first light. The way the three of them share a look makes my skin crawl, like they've just successfully managed the resident hysteric. As we trudge back toward the campfire's glow, unease coils tighter in my gut. What the hell did I sign up for? Morning comes with all the subtlety of a jackhammer. Barking, sharp, insistent, yanks me from sleep and I groan, pressing my palms against my throbbing temples. My mouth tastes like I licked a campfire and my body protests every movement. For a delirious second, I reach for an imaginary vodka bottle before reality crashes back. Sunlight stabs through the tent flap as I wrestle the zipper open. Birds chirp. The sky's obnoxiously blue. I want to flip nature the bird and crawl back into my sleeping bag for a week. Daisy's wagging tail and slobbery greeting don't help. Of course you're chipper, I mutter. She licks my cheek, her breath somehow fresher than mine. Then the scent hits me, rich, dark, life-giving, coffee. I stumble upright, drawn like a moth to the fire pit where Scott, Neil, and Miggy sit like zombies, clutching thermoses. Their hair's a mess, clothes wrinkled, eyes hollow. Scott's changed his shirt, but dried blood still streaks his sweatpants. Nobody speaks. Nobody even seems to notice. The caffeine can't come fast enough. Nemeth tends to the crackling campfire as I walk over. He hands me a tin of instant coffee and a box of oatmeal packets with a tired grin. I dump the coffee granules into my dented metal water bottle, pouring steaming water over them. After weeks in the wilderness, I've grown accustomed to this minimalist way of eating. 1 cup, 1 spork, no frills. Nearby, Martin fusses with his tent flaps, rearranging gear that already looks perfectly organized. It's obvious he's channeling nervous energy into pointless tasks, a coping mechanism I know all too well. I settle beside Luciana, who somehow looks runway-ready despite the ungodly hour. Her dark eyes sparkle with mischief as she tosses her hair in deadpans. Try not to be jealous. I snort laugh, then immediately regret it as my sore muscles protest. Across from us, Bob raises his coffee in silent greeting. I return the gesture and take a scalding sip, wincing as the liquid singes my tongue. The pain feels almost satisfying. Luciana nudges me, holding out 2 ibuprofen tablets. Bryce, I ask, your eternal soul or a really good joke? How about a bad one? Close enough. I swallow the pills with another gulp of molten coffee, ignoring the way it scorches my throat. How's the body holding up? Luciana asks. Better if I don't think about it, I mutter. She nods. Daisy and I hike a lot, but this is next-level punishment. Speaking of Daisy, the yellow lab has abandoned us to beg shamelessly at Bob's feet. He clutches his oatmeal protectively. Not happening, pup. Undeterred, she wags her tail harder. She's resilient, I remark. Hence the name, nothing keeps her down for long. Bob shovels oatmeal into his mouth like a man under siege. I glance around the camp, noting the subdued mood. Scott rubs at his chest absently, his expression clouded. Miggy and Neil aren't faring much better. I wonder if any of them slept last night, or if their minds dragged them back to that awful night 5 years ago when Scott vanished and everything changed. Would they be relieved if this trip ended early? Or are they too far gone, needing to find Tim's remains before they can move on? The fire pops, snapping me back to the present. I limp over to the breakfast supplies, doctoring my oatmeal with almonds and brown sugar. Hunger gnaws at me. Every bite tastes like a 5-star meal after yesterday's brutal hike. But with our rations compromised, seconds aren't an option. My gaze flicks to Martin, still avoiding eye contact, then lands on Nemeth. He catches my silent cue and stands, clearing his throat. We've got a problem, he announces. The group stills. Even Martin stops his nervous tidying. An animal raided our food last night. 2 bags are shredded. Only Daisy's stash made it out unscathed. A beat of silence. Then, predictably, chaos. The group is down nearly 40 meal kits, and Neil reacts instantly. What? He jumps to his feet. Something raided our supplies. I thought those bags were wildlife-proof. Nemeth tries to downplay it, insisting no animals breached camp, but Miggy cuts in. You're telling me a bear didn't get in? Nemeth's expression hardens. We're fine. Most of the MREs are still intact. Neil isn't buying it. Define most. I can't help but smirk at the tension. Miggy does the math aloud. 16 meals a day for 8 people means they're down to maybe 2 days' worth. Nemeth insists they can stretch it to 4 if they ration, but Miggy snaps back. Careful? We were careful last night, and Scott's still missing half his damn ribcage while you lost half our food. Just as Nemeth's about to retaliate, Martin steps in. Enough! His voice carries authority, silencing everyone. Even Scott finally looks up from the fire. We have 4 days' worth. That might cut the trip short, but it doesn't change today's plan. He turns to Scott. Can you walk? Yes, sir. Then pack up. We move in 30. Martin walks off, Nemeth trailing behind. Luciana leans toward me. Well, that was dramatic, I chuckle. You have no idea. The guys grumble but obey, resentment or not, they follow Martin's lead. I force down the last of my oatmeal and coffee, my whole body screaming in protest. The thought of lacing up my boots almost breaks me. 2 hours to the caves. Right now, getting to my tent feels impossible. Drawing from awe, I whisper, today I'm grateful for the sunrise, for Daisy, for being sober. I take a breath, letting the tension drain. Then I pull on yesterday's damp clothes, strap my knife to my belt, and brace for another grueling hike. Luciana helps me repack for a day trip instead of a week-long haul. I refill my water, stash extra snacks, then realize I never handed over Josh's hidden chocolate and protein bars. After last night's food raid, I'm keeping them. Unless a grizzly decides to crash my tent, they're mine. Nemeth and Martin finish breaking camp, food secured, fire smothered, tent sealed. Then we're off, retracing yesterday's steps like some twisted déjà vu. Nemeth leads with his rifle, Martin close behind. The guys limp along, wincing. Luciana and Daisy follow, the dog now in a sleek black vest, tail wagging like she's on a mission. I drag myself after them, my pack lighter but my muscles stiff as stone. Bob lingers at the rear, effortlessly covering ground. I slow to put space between us and Luciana. "You good?" he asks. I deflect. "How long have you been with the North American Bigfoot Society?" 10, 12 years, something like that. Isn't it just volunteers? We've got structure, boards, meetings. Mostly virtual, but locals meet up for hikes, searches. Sometimes we help with missing hikers. I nod, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. Just keep moving. We spend a lot of time out in these woods. If there's anything we can do to assist. Do you guys actually get paid for this? Bob chuckles, shaking his head. If only. Right now I'm just the secretary. Believe me, this is a labor of love, not a paycheck. Then why did Martin cut you a check for $5,000? I turn slightly, watching Bob's reaction as he trails behind me. His reddish beard hides any tells. Either he's got nerves of steel, or that facial hair is doing some serious heavy lifting. "Marty didn't pay me a dime," Bob says, pausing for effect. "That check was made out to the North American Bigfoot Society. A donation for all the support we've given him over the years. $5,000 is one generous donation." "You'd have to ask Marty about that, not me." There's an edge in his voice now, sharp and out of place compared to his usual laid-back demeanor. Interesting. If it was just a harmless thank you gift, why the defensiveness? Bob and I aren't exactly old friends. We've mostly traded messages online, united by the same wild obsession. But I've got a decent ear for lies, and Bob's spinning one right now. As we skirt the edge of the lake, heading toward the caves, I change tactics. "You really think there's a Sasquatch out here? I always pictured them more in the Pacific Northwest." "Yet here you are," he counters. "And not just for Martin and his kid. The other disappearances, right? Those extra markers on your map that make these mountains worth investigating. Hunting for Bigfoot isn't so different from searching for a missing hiker. You don't just look for the person, you look for traces. Strange activity in the middle of nowhere, that's as good a clue as any. So you think Sasquatches are dangerous, that they're responsible for those 6 hikers who vanished?" Bob shrugs. "If they were just oversized apes, we'd have found them by now, probably raiding someone's campsite. The fact that we have means we're dealing with something smarter, something that knows how to stay hidden." He flashes a grin. "Call me an optimist, but if they've managed to avoid us this long, maybe they're not out to hurt us." "Then why track lost hikers at all?" Picture this: you're walking through the woods and suddenly a massive, hairy creature steps out in front of you. What's your first move? Probably scream, regret skipping dessert, and bolt in the opposite direction. Exactly, and then what? You trip, fall off a ridge, slam into a rock. Next thing you know, you're another tragic headline. Not because Bigfoot wanted you dead, but because panic makes people stupid. I stop walking, forcing him to halt beside me. "Here's the thing, Bob. I don't know about Bigfoot, but I do know you're lying to me." "Why?" "I told you, I'm here to help Marty." "For $5,000. That's not." "Yes, it is. Someone saw the check. It had your name on it, just admit it." His eyes narrow. "Who told you that?" I smirk, got him. "What really happened last night?" I press. "Those food bags ripped open like something with claws got to them, but no tracks. Only one creature I know is smart enough to hide its footprints, and it walks on 2 legs. You're saying one of us did it, sabotaged our own supplies? Why?" "That's what I'm trying to figure out." For a second he looks genuinely hurt. "I didn't touch the bags, I wouldn't. And damn if he doesn't sound convincing. But that's the problem, I barely know him. Maybe Miggy's right and Bob's whole friendly giant act is just a cover. But for what? What's the endgame here? Bob wasn't the only one who disappeared into the darkness last night. By the time I noticed, the whole group had vanished into the trees, drawn by some unseen disturbance. That left our supplies completely unguarded for nearly half an hour. Plenty of time for someone to double back and sabotage our provisions. Luciana never left camp, I point out. She kept Daisy secured in their tent the whole time. Bob nods, rubbing his stomach absently. Yet the dog food wasn't touched. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? I frown. Why would she sabotage our supplies? She needs to eat too. Bob gives me that wounded puppy look, the big, sad eyes, the helpless shrug. Why would I do it? I've got more to lose than anyone here. He gestures at his broad frame, and for a second I almost buy the act. Almost, but something's off. Normally, I can read people instantly. It's one of the few things I'm actually good at. Right now, though, my instincts are scrambled. My head throbs as I try to piece together a coherent theory. We're miles from civilization, surrounded by strangers, and I have no clue who to trust. Then Bob drops the Bigfoot bomb. You know what it takes to chase legends, he says suddenly. Blind faith, and I've got plenty of that. Whatever happened last night, Scott's injury, the ruined food, it wasn't me. I force a smile, but my mind locks onto what he didn't say, no mention of Marty's payment. 8 people went into these woods, a heartbroken father, a guide, 3 college buddies, and 3 so-called experts. On paper, it's a logical group. So why does my gut scream that not all of us are walking out? A rustling in the brush cuts the tension. Neil appears, breathless. You guys good? Just adjusting gear, Bob lies smoothly. Neither of us meets the other's eyes. Neil doesn't notice. Hurry up, we found something. Chapter 15. The campsite is barely visible, just a haphazard linta tucked 20 feet off the trail, its pine bough roof sagging under years of neglect. A blackened fire ring sits near the entrance, the ashes long cold. Fire at the opening trap's heat, Martin murmurs, more to himself than to us. Doesn't look like much, but a shelter like this can keep you alive. His voice cracks. I taught him that. He used to build them in the backyard. The rest of us hang back, giving him space. The shelter's too small for all of us anyway. You think it's Tim's? I whisper to Nemeth. He studies the ground, the weathered branches. Maybe, could be a year old, maybe more. Martin runs his fingers over the pine needles, his expression unreadable. Nemeth sees the facts, Martin feels the ghosts. Look at the forest floor, Nemeth adds. The debris buildup suggests it's been here a while. Whoever constructed this shelter would have left obvious signs of their presence. Disturbed soil, footprints near the fire, something. But there's nothing. The place feels eerie, like it's been frozen in time. Like a ghost town, I suggest. Not just abandoned but forgotten. Nemeth nods, crouching to examine the ground. Exactly. Though after 5 years, you'd think nature would have reclaimed more of it. Branches should have snapped, the structure weakened. But it's holding up surprisingly well for something so makeshift. I smirk. I thought you wilderness experts could taste the dirt and tell you exactly who camped here, down to their zodiac sign and breakfast order. He shoots me a look. I already know you're a Virgo, does that count? How? Because you're insufferable. Stubborn, nitpicky, always overanalyzing. All right, truce, I cut in. Meanwhile, Martin kneels by the fire pit, turning a blackened piece of wood in his hands. Luciana and Daisy widen their search, weaving through the patch of scraggly pines while Bob trails behind. Neil, Scott, and Miguel linger on the sidelines, doing what they do best, absolutely nothing. Why build so far off the trail? I ask. Most people use natural features, fallen trees, rock formations, as a starting point, but whoever came here deliberately left the path. Nemeth glances back toward the barely visible trail, his expression uneasy. I remember the screams we heard yesterday, shrill, unnatural. Nemeth insisted it was just an animal, but it didn't sound like any woodland creature I've ever heard. Maybe the camper heard it too and wanted to stay hidden. Nemeth stands, brushing dirt from his pants. Devil's Canyon isn't easy to reach, but enough hikers pass through. We should look for traces of Tim's gear or whoever stayed here. Otherwise, all we've got is proof someone camped here at least a year ago. Martin speaks suddenly. It's his. We all turn. The branches on the lean-to, they're cut at a perfect 45-degree angle, precise like an engineer would do, and the stones around the fire pit, all uniform, no practical reason for it, just symmetry. Tim liked things balanced, carpenter's son. I never met Tim, but the more I learn, the more I wish I had. My life's full of ghosts, stories of people I'll never know, clinging to me like shadows. Maybe collecting other people's tragedies makes my own feel lighter, or maybe it just makes the weight harder to ignore. Luciana steps forward, holding a small wind-detecting pouch, the orange powder inside ready to scatter. We could search from here, she suggests softly. Martin stares at her, his face unreadable, the others fidget. Bob adjusts his pack, the silence stretches. Now that we're here, does Martin really want to go further, to find what's left of his son? The air feels heavier, the wood's too quiet. Even the wind holds its breath. Martin stood frozen, the weight of his decision pressing down on him. He had spent years chasing shadows, and now the truth about his son was within reach, but at what cost? There was no turning back once he heard it. A shudder ran through him, a silent earthquake of doubt and resolve. He turned to Luciana, his voice barely above a whisper. Yes. Luciana scanned the group with the practiced eye of someone used to command. Search teams work best with three: the dog, the handler, and a support person. Martin's hand shot up before she even finished. I'll be support. She studied him for a long moment, then shook her head. No. Martin's jaw tightened. Being told no wasn't something he was accustomed to. Hold on a second. Do you even know what a support person does? His scowl deepened. No. You track progress with a compass, mark coordinates, and keep the team from overlapping search zones. Would you rather stare at a map or actually look for Tim? The silence was thick enough to cut. Luciana wasn't just giving orders, she was making it clear who was in charge. Martin exhaled sharply, his pride barely intact. Fine. Bob, ever the peacemaker, stepped in. I can handle a compass. Luciana nodded. Good, your support. She turned her attention to Daisy, who perked up at the word work. Yes, girl, we're about to get started, she murmured, scratching the dog's ears. Daisy quivered with excitement, her tail whipping back and forth. She lives for this, Luciana explained. The more fired up she is, the better she performs. She laid out the plan with precision. Daisy would follow the scent, Bob would document their path, and Luciana would navigate. Most people have hobbies, she said dryly. I study how air moves, mist over water, fog in a canyon, smoke from a grill. Scent behaves the same way. It rises with heat, pools against barriers. Cool mornings, start downwind in a gully. Hot afternoons, head to the top. She paused, assessing the conditions. Today's neutral, so we'll start Daisy downwind. She held up a scent puffer. Watch the terrain, down trees, steep slopes. Anywhere fog would gather is a good spot for Daisy to pick up a trail. Her tone shifted, sharper now. Your job, stay out of her way, spread out behind us like soccer sweepers. Daisy's tracking human remains, so she'll ignore everything else. Backpacks, fabric scraps, even a body if the wind's wrong. She smells, you look. We nodded, absorbing the instructions. Split into teams of 2, she added. Safety first. I've seen people so focused on the ground they walk off cliffs. Nemeth chuckled. Happens more than you'd think. Daisy pranced impatiently, her whole body screaming, let's go. Luciana grinned. When I give the command, she'll go wild at first, then she'll settle into a rhythm. We'll give her 2 hours standard procedure. The air hummed with anticipation. This was it. The hunt was on. Luciana looked at Martin, her expression thoughtful. If we don't find anything soon, we might need to consider other options. This location feels more like a temporary stop than the caves you suggested for long-term shelter. Martin gave a satisfied nod, clearly pleased his strategy was being taken seriously. "Any questions before we begin?" Luciana asked the group. When no one spoke up, she simply said, "Pair up." I assumed Martin and Nemeth would stick together. No surprise there, given their self-proclaimed expertise. That left the rest of us, Neil, Scott, Miguel, and me, to figure things out. I'd been hoping to talk to Neil, but before I could even turn his way, he and Miguel had already formed an unbreakable duo, pointedly stepping away from Scott. The hurt on Scott's face was unmistakable, but he straightened his shoulders, swallowing the rejection. 5 years ago, he'd walked away with a wife, but at what cost? I wondered if he ever regretted the trade. Without hesitation, I walked over and extended my hand. "Smart move, partner. I've got Josh's hidden candy stash." Scott grinned while Miguel sputtered, "Wait, what candy stash?" "First one to help Daisy pick up the scent gets a peanut butter cup," I added. Nemeth and Martin rolled their eyes like we were ridiculous, but Luciana and Bob were instantly on board. Daisy would probably get all the praise from Luciana, so why shouldn't the humans have a little incentive? Luciana unfolded a map, studied it briefly, then passed it to Bob, who already had a compass in hand and a pencil tucked behind his ear. She pulled out a small puffer and released a cloud of orange powder. We all watched, mesmerized, as the dust twisted through the air. There really was something hypnotic about the way wind carried scent. Luciana adjusted her position slightly, letting the powder drift toward her. "Direction?" she asked Bob. "Wind S coming from the northwest." "Got our starting point marked." "X marks the spot." "All right, everyone behind me. Spread out, keep track of your own position. Ready." Martin's expression turned serious, while Scott trembled so violently I grabbed his hand to steady him. The only one who seemed genuinely excited was Daisy, her entire body coiled with anticipation, ears pricked forward. "Time to work," Luciana told her eager dog. Then to the rest of us, "Command words for cadaver searches can be tricky. Search or find it are too vague, and corpse is just grim." So one of my teammates came up with something different, inspired by her daughter's code word for her period. "Oh, and another fun fact, we train with used tampons." She smirked as we all recoiled. "Now that you're properly horrified, ready, Daisy? Find Frederica." The shock was instant. Daisy shot forward like a bullet, and suddenly we were all racing after her, hunting for human remains. True to Luciana's warning, Daisy was a whirlwind of energy, sniffing, darting, doubling back. Scott and I barely dodged her as she charged past us. Then it was Neil and Miguel's turn to scramble out of the way. We were so caught up in the dog's frenzy that we nearly forgot our own jobs. "Eyes up," Luciana barked, snapping us back to attention. Bob was already scanning the map, looking as eager as Daisy to pick up the trail. Scott and I backed away, putting distance between us and the hyperactive dog. "Look for natural barriers," I muttered. "Places where scent would collect." That seemed to click for Scott, and we moved in sync, scanning the terrain. Neil and Miguel had veered toward the main path, so we took the opposite direction, eyes sharp. I tried to imagine how scent would drift, where it would settle, where it would cling. The hunt was on the landscape stretches out flat and barren, dotted with spindly pines clinging to life. It's impossible to spot any obvious gathering point in this muted terrain. My eyes scanned for flashes of color, maybe a torn piece of clothing like Luciana suggested, but everything blends into shades of brown dirt, gray bark, and sparse green undergrowth. The air carries a damp, earthy scent, nothing like the sharp alpine freshness of our campsite. I can only imagine how overwhelming it must be for Daisy, with her nose infinitely sharper than any human's. Scott's wandered farther ahead, so focused on the ground that his backpack strap catches on a jagged branch. I hurry over to free him. "You good?" I ask, though his strained "sure" tells me he's anything but. The rest of our group has faded into distant voices, barely visible through the trees. I adjust his strap and silently pass him his water bottle. His face is slick with sweat he hasn't even noticed. "How's the breathing?" "I'll survive," He rubs his chest absently. You look rough, sure you're okay. He takes a long swig before answering. No. Physical pain or emotional baggage? A humorless grin flickers. Wish I knew. If you need to head back, I'll go with you. Seriously. He shakes his head. Can't, he mutters, and I get it. So what's the plan? You tracking our position or scanning for signs of Tim? You mean obsess over a map versus hunt for my dead friend? This has to be brutal. Yeah, Scott turns away, staring into the skeletal trees. Marty's desperate to bring Tim home, he says quietly. I've tried to picture what we'll find. A sun-bleached skeleton, just a boot with bones inside, a scrap of his jacket, I can't even. He swallows hard. How many bodies have you recovered? Enough. Is it always horrible? Yeah, but not enough to make me stop looking. At least they're strangers to you, for the people who loved them. And yet you keep coming back every year. A dry laugh. You've met Marty, right? Miggy said the same thing. Scott hesitates, pain tightening his expression. We should keep moving, but I wait. He needs this. They think it's my fault, he whispers. Do you? Yes. Sleepwalking isn't a choice. You didn't plan to get lost, and Tim chose to go for help. The silence stretches too long, heavy with guilt no logic can lift. After a moment, I start walking again, studying a moss-covered log. The whole area feels eerie, the trees stunted and the ground unnervingly bare. Tell me about Tim, I prompt. Scott exhales. Tim was, that guy. Charismatic, always laughing, the kind who lit up a room. Girls adored him, guys envied him. We called him St. Timothy because he walked in like he had a damn halo. A rough chuckle. Hated the nickname, but it fit. He had this energy, knew exactly who he was and where he was going. And the way he lived, a guy like him could have been insufferable, but he just wanted to dive into everything. Ace that test, party all night, hike into the wilderness on a whim. We followed because he made life feel bigger. Sounds like a legend, I say. Scott smirks. Miggy's word, huh? The nostalgia in his voice was palpable as he reminisced. Those were the days. But the laughter died quickly, replaced by something heavier, a shadow of longing for what couldn't be reclaimed. My family's back in Connecticut, he continued, shrugging. With shorter breaks, it never made sense to trek all the way home, so I'd crash with Tim instead. His folks, Patris and Martin, treated me like one of their own, open arms, extra helpings, the whole deal. Tim and his dad had that easy bond, but Patris? She was their son. Tim would bring her flowers, pull out her chair like some old-school gentleman. Martin fussed over her constantly, handing over her favorite sweater before she even realized she was cold. First time I saw a family that genuinely enjoyed each other. Kinda messed me up, honestly. Made Tim seem even more untouchable, golden boy with the perfect life. I glanced at him, guessing your Connecticut crew wasn't like that. He exhaled sharply. Parents split when I was 5. One sister, 2 half-sisters, a half-brother. Holidays were a rotating door of step-families and awkward dinners. Stopped keeping score a long time ago. Something caught my eye near a tree trunk, just moss as it turned out. Straightening, I realized how deep into the woods we'd wandered. The silence felt thick, unnerving. I veered right, hoping to backtrack. Heard congrats are in order, I tossed back. On the wedding or the baby, his pause was sharp. Who talked? Does it matter? The path ahead was still empty. Miggy and Neil are just jealous. Scott snorted. Of me and Letitia, one smile from her and you'd get it. She lit up the pediatric cancer ward like sunshine, kids adored her. Smart, driven, stunning, the whole package. How long? Since Neil first brought her home. But she chose Tim. Everyone did. And you were fine with that. I was, really. The hesitation in his voice said otherwise. Tim had this way, Scott admitted finally. Great guy, sure, but he could also be a selfish prick when he wanted something, especially if it belonged to someone else. Letitia. He dodged. Senior year, we're all scrambling for jobs. Josh and I landed solid co-op gigs, but Tim hated his options. Miggy, classic indecision, liked his placement but kept eyeing this hot new startup. Finally commits, then finds out the startup called the day after. Message never reached him. Let me guess, Tim got it instead. Went to the interview in Miggy's place. Didn't get the job, thank God, but sharing an apartment with them after that? Hell. Tim had this undeniable charm about him. Sure, he kept Miguel in the dark about the interview, but Miggy had already lined up another gig. No real damage done, right? Still, the guys all agreed it was a total jerk move. But that was just Tim being Tim. Miguel had made his choice, so maybe he was overreacting. Maybe he should have just taken the peace offering of beer and hit the court with Tim like old times. We've all been there, trying to stay mad at the guy, knowing he messed up, but somehow always ending up forgiving him. Yeah, he could be a real pain sometimes, but he was also the one who made sure you never spent a holiday alone, who made you feel like family. How do you hold a grudge against that? Finally, voices cut through the silence. I let out a relieved breath. Our search had been a bust, but this conversation, worth every second. I pressed Scott one last time. Tim loved Letitia, married her, but he wasn't the first to notice her. So who'd he take her from? You, Josh, Neil. Scott hesitates. I was crazy about Letitia, tried to fight it, but come on, I wear my heart on my sleeve. Tim could have stepped back, given me a shot, but that wasn't his style. Once he wanted something, game over. He shakes his head. I wanted to hate him for it, but the truth, every time Letitia looked at Tim back then, you could see it. She thought he hung the moon. You made peace with it, even stood by him at their wedding. I never messed with their relationship. And after Tim vanished, none of us were the same. Letitia and I, we found each other in the wreckage. First just grieving, then leaning on each other, then, well, here we are. Starting a family. The guys can't handle it. Tough, we're happy. Funny thing, if it had been Tim marrying your ex, they'd have gotten over it in a heartbeat. Scott barks a bitter laugh. Damn right, at least Patris gets it. Tim's mom, that surprises me. 15 years fighting cancer changes a person. She's practical about life and death. Sent us a wedding card, said she'd always seen me as family. Wrote that it made her happy knowing something good came from all the pain. His voice cracks. She wants to meet our kids, but last time we saw her, she was skin and bones. First Tim, now her. They were my real family, you know? Hell, I liked them better than my own blood. He pinches his nose, swiping at his eyes as we near the others. I give him a second. This whole thing sucks, he mutters. The way the guys look at me, Martin's Ray, finding Tim won't fix it, but at least it'll be over. We'll bury him, and someday Letitia and I will bring our kids to his grave, tell them about this incredible guy we both loved. We'll keep his memory alive. He exhales hard. That's what Patris wants. Martin's too angry to remember, so it's on us. There's something painfully ironic about Tim's ex-fiancée and his old buddy being the ones to carry the burden now, while everyone else hangs back. Best of luck to you both, I say, and I mean it. Love leaves scars that never fully heal. I understand that better than most. The only person who gets my grief is Paul's widow, the woman he loved, reaching out to the woman who loved him. Scott's not wrong. Grief sure does bring unlikely people together. I need this to be over, Scott mutters, wiping his face one last time. I need Daisy the search dog to work her magic. I need us to finish this. Then I need to go home to my family and forget these cursed mountains exist. Sounds like a plan. He sniffles, nods. All right, let's move. Voices drift through the trees. The rest of our group is just ahead. Scott turns toward them, but I grab his arm at the last second. One thing, do you know anything about Bob, the Bigfoot guy? Met him 2 days ago. Why? What about Luciana and Daisy? Same, Martin's connections, I guess. The man never stops. I let go, but Scott stops me this time. Wait, is this about our missing food? I thought an animal got it. That's what I'm trying to figure out. He narrows his eyes. What aren't you saying? Honestly, no clue. But if I crack this mystery, you'll be the first to know. He stares, waiting for more, but I've got nothing. With a shrug, we push through the skeletal trees and rejoin the others. Our search turns up nothing. Daisy finds no trail and we spot no signs of Tim, just the abandoned campsite. The poor dog looks downright miserable, needing endless pets and a long break. Martin's just as frustrated, though nobody's offering him sympathy. I eye the chocolate in my pack, craving a bite but settle for another protein bar instead. 2 days in the wild and I'm already bargaining with myself. Survive this, and you'll never touch another protein bar again. Right on cue, Nemeth appears, herding us forward. With groans, we haul ourselves up and trudge on, a silent parade through the woods. We cross a wide stream into a sprawling meadow, the sun now high, warming our skin and glinting off distant snow caps. For a moment, it's easy to pretend we're just out for a scenic hike, wildflowers swaying, streams murmuring, the air sweet with grass and birdsong. After the bleakness of our last search zone, I soak it in. The sky stretches endless blue, so different from the cramped places I've been lately. It's almost enough to make us walk lighter. Even Daisy perks up, chasing bugs and snapping at tall grass. Walking through this stretch, I start to see why Tim loved these mountains. A restless adventurer, he'd probably stride through here even if lost, pausing to admire the view, still convinced the next ridge held the answer. I can almost hear him joking about the wild story this would make later. Remember that time our camping trip went sideways? The thought almost makes me smile. Almost. Was he still consumed by panic, desperately searching for his lost friend Scott? Did it ever dawn on him, or did he remain oblivious, that his own survival hung in the balance? We can retrace his final moments, recover his remains to rest beside his mother's grave. Yet no matter how much we uncover, Tim's full story will always elude us. His father and friends must eventually accept that peace won't come from visiting his burial site, but from releasing the need for answers. By the time we cross the meadow and weave through dense evergreens, my lungs burn as we begin climbing again. Why are we going up? I'd trade anything to avoid this relentless incline. Miggy, Neil, Scott, and I lag behind, while Bob slows his pace to keep watch at the rear. Silence hangs heavy, broken only by the sound of sweat dripping from our brows. Then, suddenly, the terrain shifts. We emerge into a sprawling boulder field, dwarfed by a sheer cliff face that towers above us like a monolithic fortress. It's staggering, impossible to take in all at once. "Holy hell," Miggy mutters as we catch up to the others. Scattered along the base are dark cave openings, some mere crevices, others gaping hollows formed by collapsed rock. Dozens of potential hiding spots. "Unbelievable," Scott exhales, and for once nobody contradicts him. Lunch is a reluctant affair. Martin resists, but Nemeth insists. We're going to need every ounce of energy for what lies ahead. As we scarf down trail mix and dried fruit, Luciana and Daisy scout ahead, the dog nimbly navigating the jagged terrain. The cliff's crumbling edges have littered the ground with boulders ranging from football-sized to car-sized, all baking under the brutal sun. The heat is oppressive, radiating off the rocks like an oven. I mimic Bob, soaking my bandana and tying it over my nose, grateful for the makeshift shield. Luciana returns, her expression grim. Counted at least 18 openings before I lost track. Some might be dead ends, others could go deep. Daisy's good, but this wall? We'd need an army of search dogs. Martin unfolds his map, reassessing. Forget quadrants. We'll split up, 2 teams work inward from the ends, the rest start at the midpoint and fan out. Quick checks on every cave, mark anything promising for Daisy to investigate. He gestures to a spot 100 yards away. That's our center. Move fast, stay sharp. The plan settles over us. No time to waste. The real hunt begins now. Martin split the remaining hikers into pairs, assigning the strongest to cover the farthest points while the rest of us would work inward from the middle. It was a smart strategy. Cover more ground quickly before exhaustion set in. The heat was already brutal, and with no water sources nearby, dehydration was a real concern. My first bottle was empty, and Daisy, panting beside Luciana, looked like she could use another drink too. Martin and Nemeth took the endpoints naturally. They were the fastest, the most capable. Bob got one of the midpoints, free to choose his direction. Then Martin turned to Luciana and Daisy, but Luciana shut that down fast. Daisy needs to rest, she insisted. We'll stay here. Martin didn't argue. He knew the dog had limits. That left me, Miggy, Neil, and Scott, the B team, no question. If this were a schoolyard pick, we'd have been the last ones chosen. Martin barely hesitated before assigning Neil to the opposite midpoint from Bob. Scott tried to volunteer, but Martin shot him down. You're injured, he said flatly. No sympathy, just facts. Miggy and I were stuck with the middle section, no surprise given how wrecked we were from yesterday's hike. Scott hovered, clearly wanting to help, but Martin just waved him off. Assist one of them or stay with Luciana, he said, like it didn't matter either way. Scott chose Miggy, which made sense. They had history to mend. Standing up was agony. My muscles had stiffened, and from the groans around me, I wasn't the only one suffering. Martin ignored our discomfort, his expression bordering on disgust. We've got days left, he snapped. Suck it up. Yeah, he was definitely getting worse. Was it grief, or just his general disdain for the rest of us? Nemeth ran through the safety briefing, whistles for emergencies, stay close to the cliff, watch your step. Then, casually, oh, and don't step on any snakes. I froze. Snakes. Relax, Nemeth said. They're more afraid of you. Highly doubt that. Most around here aren't venomous, he added, like that was comforting. Prairie rattlers don't like this elevation, and the midget-faded rattlesnakes prefer the south. Most, I repeated unimpressed. Just watch where you step, Nemeth said, ending the discussion. Great, I could handle rats, even the occasional tarantula, but snakes, no thanks. We moved out, Luciana and Daisy settling near a cluster of boulders. Daisy stared at Luciana expectantly, probably angling for more treats. Nemeth checked his watch. 2 hours, he ordered. If you haven't linked up with another searcher by then, mark your spot and head back. No room for argument. Just another day in paradise. Nemeth's warning about cave-dwelling creatures echoed in my mind as I picked my way through the boulder field. Snakes? Fantastic. With that cheerful thought, our fearless leader marched off without another word, Martin bolting in the opposite direction like they'd been fired from cannons. Watching them scale the rocky terrain with inhuman ease, it hit me. They'd been slowing down for us this whole time. Superhuman indeed. Bob and Neil followed suit, leaving Miggy, Scott, and me to tackle the interior. I'll take left, I offered, steering the pair away from Martin's path. Their relieved nod said everything. Here's the thing about cold casework. It's less about crawling through dirt and more about crawling inside people's heads. Reading tells, spotting lies, understanding motives. This whole rock-flipping, cave-peering business, not my forte. I was the kid who came home empty-handed from Easter egg hunts. Now every shadow under a boulder looked like a coiled rattler and my focus kept slipping like loose gravel. The barren landscape made no sense as a hideout. Where was the water, the food? If Tim had survived this long by breaking protocol, why would he suddenly play it safe now? The cliff face loomed ahead, its jagged layers forming a natural ladder. That's when it clicked. Tim wouldn't hunker down, not the restless kid who became a man of action. Nemeth was right about people chasing cell signals uphill. Tim would have seen this cliff as a challenge, not shelter. As I backtracked for a better view, dodging imaginary vipers, the timeline fell into place. After a grueling day lost in the wilderness, he might have built that lean-to at dusk. But come morning, a fit guy like Tim would cover this mile in no time, see this rock wall, and I studied the cliff's contours. A precarious route emerged through the ledges and outcroppings. Dangerous? Absolutely. Impossible, not for someone with Tim's drive. The real question wasn't if he'd tried to climb it, but how far he'd gotten concerned for his missing friend gnawed at him. Tim was out there somewhere, running low on supplies. Of course he'd attempt this route. It's exactly what I'd expect from him. Moving toward the cliff face, I traced the most obvious ascending path, my fingers brushing against jagged stone as I follow the natural ledges upward. The next section would require a risky leap, but if Tim had the confidence to make that jump, he'd land on a slender shelf stretching about 30 feet northwest. More handholds, another rocky platform. My mind paints the picture clearly. Tim already a third of the way up, moving with determination. He could do this. Reach the summit, call for help, save both himself and his buddy. This bachelor trip would become legendary. Then I see it, an unnatural splash of green where no vegetation should grow. I'm fumbling for my whistle, ready to blast a victory signal when an alien shriek cuts through the air. 3 sharp bursts, the universal distress call. The sound ricochets off canyon walls, disorienting at first, but by the third blast I'm certain it's coming from the northwest where Martin and Neil had ventured. I scramble to stack loose stones into a makeshift marker on a prominent boulder. The whistle screams again, 1, 2, 3. Then a man's voice booms through the ravine. Help us, we need help now. Snakes be damned, I'm sprinting toward the cries before the echo fades. By the time I reach them, my lungs burn. Scott stands atop a massive rock, waving wildly, an orange whistle clenched in his teeth. Confusion hits me. He was supposed to be miles away with Miggy. How'd he get here? Cross the canyon unseen? Then I see the blood, crimson streaks painting the stones. My mind flickers through unwanted snapshots, Paul's apologetic smile as life left him, strangers dying in my arms, the haunting transformation of missing persons photos into post-mortem records. I'm not just a search and rescue guy, I'm a walking archive of final breaths. Water, Scott's voice cracks. Do you have any? He needs water. I force myself back to the present. Scott hovers over Neil's motionless form. The kids face a mask of blood, his spiked hair clumped red on one side. A low groan. Alive. I clamber onto the boulder, dumping my pack and grabbing my thermos with trembling hands. Water sloshes everywhere as I soak my bandana. What happened? Don't know, Scott pants. Found him like this. Miggy thought I should talk to Neil. I dab at Neil's face, searching for the injury source. Keep blowing that whistle, I order, then. Neil's eyes snap open. I jerk back as he stares through me. Easy, I soothe, though my pulse hammers. He's twisted awkwardly, backpack still strapped on. Maybe a simple fall, but the blood smears tell a different story, like he'd thrashed against someone before going down. Neil blinks rapidly, tongue darting over cracked lips. I tip water into his mouth. Wha, happened? He croaks. That's our question, I reply. His gaze shifts to Scott. A shadow crosses Neil's face, there and gone before I can decipher it. Scott found you, I explain. Right on cue, the whistle shrieks again. The canyon echoes with distant sounds, shifting rocks, hurried footsteps. Reinforcements, maybe. Neil flinches at the sudden noise, reaching for his head, but I stop him. Hold still. Let me check the damage first. Where does it hurt most? Back of my skull, he mutters, shuddering. Damn. I guide him through a quick check of his limbs, but before I can stop him, he twists his neck. Bad move. The wound is worse than I thought, a jagged gash still oozing. I dump the last of my water over it, washing away streaks of blood. Stitches? Definitely. Superglue? Not my area of expertise. Martin crashes onto the scene, breathless. What the? Rock 1, I say dryly, fingers still pressed to Neil's scalp. Neil lets out a shaky laugh, or maybe it's hysteria. Martin crouches, studying him. You fall. No, Neil snaps. I was checking an opening, heard something, then bam, woke up like this. Martin scowls. These cliffs shed rocks constantly, you should have kept your distance. I shoot him a look, not helpful. Scott chimes in with a muttered jerk. Neil jerks upright despite my protests, fresh blood welling. I know what I'm doing, he growls. 5 years tracking you through these mountains, you think I don't. I steady him, exasperated. Head wounds bleed like crazy, sit still. He glares but obeys, then smirks. What happened? Who are you? My stomach drops until he adds, kidding, takes more than this to knock me stupid. Movement behind us. Luciana and Daisy barrel toward us, with Miggy and Bob scrambling close behind. Miggy pales at the sight of Neil and turns away, queasy. Daisy, though, darts straight to him, whining. Neil pets her, murmuring, I'm okay. before suddenly pulling her close, burying his face in her fur. His shoulders tremble. Is it the pain, the adrenaline crash, or something deeper ghosts from these mountains? The moment feels too raw to witness. Around us, the others gather, silent. Even Martin looks chastened. No sign of Nemeth yet. Out here with no signal, no backup, we're on our own. I push the thought away. Right now, Neil's the priority. The rest can wait. We all avoid looking at Neil as he breaks down, his tears mixing with the dirt on his face while Daisy nudges him with her wet nose. He finally pulls back, wiping his eyes with a grimy sleeve, and lets out a hoarse chuckle when the dog licks his cheek again. Best damn kiss I've gotten in a decade, he rasps, hugging her tight before suddenly sobering. His gaze locks onto Martin with unexpected determination. All right, we're running out of time, let's get moving. Except we don't. The moment Neil tries to stand, his knees buckle. Bob lunges forward to catch him while Scott scrambles to brace his other side. It takes both of them just to shuffle him back to our makeshift camp halfway up the ridge. Miguel lingers behind, staring at the ground like it holds the answers to everything. Neil doesn't notice, but I do. We barely make it back when Nemeth appears, scanning Neil's battered face before muttering, "Damn." Neil barks out another laugh. "That's me, Captain Disaster. Bet you wish you'd brought St. Timmy instead, huh?" Scott and Miguel exchange uneasy looks. "Get him sitting," I order. "And someone grab water, he's dehydrated." Between the group, we scrounge up enough to pass around. Luciana and Nemeth take charge, checking Neil's head wound while firing off questions. "Nausea? Blurred vision? How bad's the pain?" "I've had worse," Neil grumbles, shielding his eyes from the sun. "Call it a 4 out of 10. Just need to lie down for a damn minute." Daisy plants herself beside him like a furry bodyguard while Luciana stays close. Meanwhile, Martin and Nemeth step away to argue, as if the rest of us can't hear every word bouncing off the canyon walls. "We need to call it," Nemeth insists. "Get him off this mountain now." "How?" Martin snaps. "He can barely stand, we'd never make it before dark." Then we retreat to base camp and move at first light. Martin's voice tightens. "I found another fire ring near a cave mouth, stones arranged just like the one at the lean-to. Tim did that, I know he did." Nemeth shakes his head. "You're seeing patterns that aren't there. That's how people get hurt in these situations." I clear my throat. "I might have found something too." Both men whip around. Nemeth's glare could melt steel, but Martin's eyes burn with raw hope. Every gaze lands on me. "I don't think Tim would have holed up in a cave," I say carefully. "What if he tried climbing instead?" Miguel scoffs. "You didn't even know him." "No," I admit. "But I've been listening, and everything you've said about Tim, he wasn't the type to wait around." Neil snorts. "St. Timothy, patron saint of bad decisions." Scott shoots him a warning look. Nemeth crosses his arms. "Tim didn't have climbing gear." "Maybe he didn't need it," I counter. "There's a route, sketchy as hell, but doable if you were desperate. And about a third of the way up, there's something green wedged in the rocks. Could be fabric." I marked the spot. Martin's already reaching for his pack when Nemeth grabs his arm. Martin's grip on Nemeth's wrist tightened, his voice low and dangerous. "The living matter more than the dead, or did you forget that?" "Take Neil back to camp," Martin ordered, jerking his chin toward the injured man. "Do what you need to, but I'm not leaving, not when we still have daylight to work with." Nemeth didn't budge. "You really want to risk getting crushed by another rock slide?" "She said dark green," Martin shot back. "Tim was wearing a green jacket, you know that. This is why we're here. Now, unless you want to lose that hand, let go." The tension was thick enough to choke on. The whole group stiffened, but Nemeth didn't flinch, his fingers still locked around Martin's wrist. Then, "Hey, fellas," Neil's voice cut in, slurred but cheerful. "Before you rip each other apart, maybe ask the rest of us what we think." Neither man moved. Neil, still grinning like he'd just heard the world's best joke, added, "I'm not going anywhere. Not because I don't want to hell, a sleeping bag sounds amazing right now, but I can't walk. The rocks won't stop moving, racing like a river. Do rocks eat brains? Never considered it before, but I think they've had a taste of mine. That bizarre declaration was enough to snap Martin out of his standoff. He blinked at Neil, momentarily distracted. Nemeth finally released his grip, studying the injured man with a frown. I'm just gonna sit here, Neil mused. No there, somewhere the sun won't stab me in the eyes, more water, more rest. Maybe then the rocks will behave, but right now not a chance. He paused, then gasped dramatically. Wait, why is my head bleeding? Who are you people? What the hell? Another pause. Kidding, gotcha. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Neil wasn't wrong. He was in no shape to move, and the terrain was too treacherous to carry him. Bob cleared his throat. I don't mind checking out that green fabric Frankie saw, since Neil needs to rest anyway. You'd never make it up that path, I cut in. It's built for regular-sized humans, not Sasquatch wannabes. Bob grinned, the tension easing slightly. Miguel and Scott stepped forward. We'll go. Martin hesitated, then nodded. Fine, I'll go with them. He shot Nemeth a look. Maybe you, Luciana, and Daisy should check out the cave I found. The campfire setup had a distinct style. Someone should stay with Neil, Luciana pointed out. I raised my hand. I've got him. A beat of silence, then grudging nods from both Martin and Nemeth. As the others split up, Neil chuckled under his breath. St. Timothy, he murmured. Oh, St. Timothy, everybody loves St. Timothy. Quiet, I muttered, but he only laughed harder as the others disappeared into the distance. Once we were alone, tucked into the makeshift shelter of fallen boulders, Neil turned to me with a dazed smirk. Enjoying the show. Luciana had left us an instant cold pack, which I'd wedged behind Neil's head. Blood matted his hair, but at least he was conscious. I'm betting on Martin, I admitted, shifting on the uneven ground. Nemeth is tough, but Martin's got that unhinged edge. Never bet against crazy. Neil scoffed. Nemeth's unbeatable. How do you figure? Local legend. Decades ago, a hiking group vanished near the end of October. Nemeth led the search. A blizzard rolled in above 9,000 feet, trapped him and his team for days. 8 went in. Only Nemeth walked out, half frozen but alive. I whistled. Guess I owe you $20 then. Neil grinned, wincing as he did. Damn right. The locals have a saying about him. He doesn't just come from the wild, he is the wild. And mountains, they never fade away. I'm struck by the thought, but then I catch Neil's eyelids fluttering shut. Nope, none of that. Eyes open, buddy. No exceptions. Need more water. He groans but forces his eyes open, taking a long swig from the thermos I hand him. His color's decent, but I'm not fooled. Adrenaline can only carry you so far before the crash hits. Ever seen Nemeth and Martin go head-to-head before? I ask, watching him closely. Not directly, he mutters. But they're both hard-headed as hell. Tim used to joke that Martin's sheer stubbornness kept his mom alive through her first round of cancer. Doesn't seem like his willpower's doing much good now, I say under my breath. Neil huffs a dry laugh. Guess not, or maybe Patris finally stopped listening, poor woman. He shifts, then winces, and I pass him more water. Nemeth left us a decent supply, and I'm not about to ration it. Feeling sick, head pounding, what's your name again? Go to hell, he mumbles, but there's no bite to it. Pretty sure that's my name. I asked for yours. A reluctant smirk tugs at his lips. He blinks hard, fighting exhaustion. Last time I cracked my head open, he says, gingerly touching the dried blood in his hair, they stapled it shut. 6 little dents left behind. Hurt like hell. This, I'll survive. You've done this before. Let's just say I was a clumsy kid. He drags out the word and I get it. Sorry. Not your fault. My old man loved his whiskey. The more he drank, the quicker his temper. At least he finally drank himself into the grave. 20 years too late for my sister and me, but better late than never. Younger sister. 4 years younger, the baby. Bet you were extra clumsy when she was around, huh? Bingo, give the lady a gold star. My dad was a beer and bourbon kind of guy, I offer. Not violent, just useless. Never held a job longer than a month. Your mom. Worked double shifts. Hated him, loved him, resented him, but never kicked him out. Never understood why. By the time I could have asked, I was too drunk to care. And then they were just gone. Neil turns his head slightly, studying me. You inherit the drinking gene. Oh yeah, started young, went hard. My 20s are a blur, probably for the best, considering most of them were spent in law, letting randos buy me drinks. Drugs. Back then, I'd take whatever was handed to me, but booze was always my true love. The rest, easy to walk away from, got lucky there. My sister Becca, she'd try anything. Drink it, snort it, shoot it up. Blamed my dad at first. Figured if you can't beat 'em, join 'em. But then he died and she just spiraled, lost her license, her job, hooked up with some deadbeat. They were like meth-fueled Bonnie and Clyde racing toward rock bottom. Mom and I tried everything, rehab, counselors. Every dime I made went to her latest, fresh start. But Derek the disaster always showed up again and she always went with him. You can't save someone who doesn't want saving. You. 10 years, 5 months, and 18 days sober. Took a few tries. Had someone who believed in me before I could believe in myself. Your sister. Odd, Neil says flatly. His eyes are slipping shut again and I snap my fingers to jolt him awake. No sleeping, remember. No dying, he echoes, forcing a weak grin. 2 years after I graduated, cops found her in an abandoned warehouse. Derek the douche had vanished hours ago, likely taking whatever drugs were left and bolting while her body was still cooling. I always imagined the call would come in the dead of night, but life doesn't follow scripts. It was 11 a.m. on a random Tuesday. I was at my desk, mindlessly typing away, when my mom's number flashed on my phone. No warning, no hesitation, just the sound of her voice breaking before the words even came. I tightened my grip on his hand. Tim was the next call. My mom was a wreck and I just shut down. Part of me had braced for this, but the other half refused to believe it. She was my little sister, the one who'd smuggle me ice pops when Dad was too drunk to notice, who saved her wobbly red Jell-O from the cafeteria because she knew it was my favorite. Remember how she'd swing so high the chains would rattle? Mom would yell, but she'd just laugh, fearless. God, I loved her. Even when she was spiraling. Silently, I brushed the tears from his face, one after another. His voice is barely a whisper. Did Tim handle things? Like a pro called the guys, dealt with the funeral home, even handled his own parents. My mom was a ghost. I should have stepped up, but I was useless. Saint Tim to the rescue, I murmur. He huffs a weak laugh. Scott used to say angels sang when Tim walked in. Total crap. Scott's a jerk, I say, but Neil's mouth quirks. Exhaustion weighs on him, his eyelids fluttering. I jostle his shoulder. Hey, head still killing you. Like a truck hit me. The adrenaline's gone, reality's setting in. You gonna puke, aim the other way if you do. Got a stapler handy. Fresh out, superglue's all we've got. Talk to me about Tim, he was your best friend. The guy you called when the world fell apart. Neil exhales. Letitia was supposed to be my date. Tim was just there to keep her friend company. The pieces click. Wait, you dated her first. 2 miserable attempts. First time I choked. Second, I sweated through my shirt. She was sweet about it, though. Tim suggested a double date, less pressure, except then she only had eyes for him. One look and poof, Saint Tim strikes again. Ouch. Yeah, his voice is thick. You'd think I'd hate him for it. Did you? Sometimes, but Tim had this way. You couldn't stay mad, even when you wanted to. Scott sure tried, I point out. Scott was delusional, pined after her for years. Then the second Tim's gone, Neil trails off, rubbing his temple. That rock didn't fall on me. I wasn't near the edge. A chill creeps in. What did happen? He hesitates, throat working. Heard something behind me, turned and then, a shudder. Water now. I hand him the bottle, watching as he gulps it down, his knuckles white around the plastic. The unspoken question hangs between us, heavier than the silence. Neil's face has lost all color, a thin layer of sweat glistening under the fading light. My stomach tightens as his words hang between us. This is it, he breathes, voice ragged. The four of us made a pact. After this trip, we walk away for good, no more chasing ghosts in these mountains. It's what finally pulled Josh out of his downward spiral. One last push, then he belayed, smart move. I swallow hard. Why the final cutoff? Because we're broken, Neil admits, his gaze hollow. All of us. Josh just wears it on the outside, but he knows. Somehow he always knows, and now? His voice drops to a whisper. This isn't about finding answers anymore, it's about facing them. A cold dread creeps up my spine. I force the question out before I can second-guess it. Neil, what happened back then, the truth? His exhale is heavy, weighted with guilt. We lied about all of it, a beat, and Tim paid for it. Neil's eyes roll back, his body swaying like a sapling in a storm. I lunge, catching him before he crumples, shaking him hard. Stay with me. Nemeth materializes beside us, jaw clenched. Move now, storm's coming tree line or we're sitting ducks. He can barely stand. Then drag him. Nemeth's gaze flicks to the horizon and the urgency in his voice sends a jolt through me. If he's rattled, we should already be running. Neil! I slap his cheek, then dump my water bottle over his head. He gasps, blinking wildly. Up now. Nemeth shoulders Neil's other side and we haul him upright. My arms scream under the strain, Neil's dead weight against my smaller frame. But Nemeth doesn't hesitate, propelling us forward like a drill sergeant. Luciana and Daisy wait ahead, the dog's ears flat, tail tucked. Even the usually unshakable SAR canine seems spooked. The wind shifts, carrying the metallic tang of ozone. I glance up. The sky is a battlefield, inky clouds swallowing the last streaks of blue. Beautiful, terrifying. Lightning flickers in the distance, and the first fat raindrop smacks my forehead. Luciana, take Frankie's spot, Nemeth barks. Frankie, grab the gear. We swap places, Daisy whining low in her throat. What about the others? I ask. Marty's problem, Nemeth mutters, if he's even paying attention. No surprise there. Martin's been laser-focused on his own agenda for years. Neil stumbles between Nemeth and Luciana, but the biting wind seems to shock him awake, his steps gaining traction. Daisy sticks close, ears twitching at every distant thunderclap. Luciana's silence is louder than the storm. Normally sharp-tongued, she's shut down completely. My mind races back to Neil's confession. Lies, secrets, and someone here is willing to hurt to keep them buried. Scott vanished when our supplies were sabotaged. He was back just in time for Neil to take a hit to the skull. Next conversation, public with backup. A lightning bolt splits the sky, thunder shaking the ground beneath us. The storm swallows the canyon whole, shadows swallowing the rocks. No time to gawk. Just get to the trailhead, Nemeth growls. We run, we can take shelter under the trees and wait out the storm. Just a little farther, you've got this. He's not fooling anyone. The trailhead is still a good 30 yards away, maybe more. But Neil pushes forward anyway. Up ahead, I spot Martin and the others waving frantically, already safe among the pines. Bob, ever the hero, doesn't hesitate. He sprints from cover to help. In no time, he's beside Nemeth, both of them practically dragging Neil the last stretch. We barely reach the tree line when another jagged bolt splits the sky. Seconds later, thunder shakes the canyon, and the rain comes down in torrents, drenching us instantly. Nemeth and Bob prop Neil against a cluster of scrawny pines. The branches barely shield him, but he tilts his face upward anyway, letting the rain wash over him. The dried blood on his forehead turns liquid again, streaking down his face in dark red trails, like some twisted baptism. For a second, I almost believe it could wash everything away, the pain, the guilt. His eyes meet mine, hollow with exhaustion, and I wish I could tell him something real. Something that isn't just another empty reassurance. But he gives me this weak, knowing smile, like he already gets it, then closes his eyes and lets the storm take him. Then just like that, it's over. The clouds retreat, the thunder fades, and the air loses its electric charge. Bob shakes himself off like a wet dog brushing droplets from his gear, ready to move. The rest of us aren't so quick to bounce back. No one speaks. I scan their faces, Scott's cheeks flush red, Miggy fidgets, something brewing. When we get back to camp, there'll be hell to pay. Nemeth wastes no time. We're building a travois for Neil, he announces, yanking a blue emergency blanket from his pack. He barks orders at Miggy and Scott. Find 2 sturdy branches, same thickness, 3 feet longer than him. Now. They scramble off, urgency in their steps. Then he turns to me, and I swear his stare could pin a man to a wall. Time to put that knife to use. Great, he tosses me a coil of nylon rope. Cut 8-foot lengths, then punch X-shaped holes along the tarp edges, big enough for the rope. Martin shoves a folded tarp into my hands, and I unhook the massive blade from my belt, eyeing it like it might bite. The grip feels solid, the guard keeps my hand safe, but damn, this thing is brutal. One side razor-sharp, the other jagged like a saw. My hands tremble. I take a breath, step onto the slick rocks, and get to work. After a few clumsy tries, I find my rhythm. The serrated edge slices through rope like butter. The straight edge, perfect for the tarp. The more I use it, the more I like it, solid, dependable. But then it hits me, why did Josh pack a knife like this? Was he expecting trouble, or was he planning to cause it? Miggy had every reason to hold a grudge. Tim had cost him a job opportunity. Scott and Neil missed their shot with the woman they were into. But Josh. Whatever happened to him must have hit hard, considering he'd been drinking himself numb ever since. I slide the knife back into its sheath and rejoin Nemeth, handing over my findings. Martin snatches the tarp while Nemeth loops the rope around 2 sturdy branches Miggy and Scott hauled over. Within minutes, they've rigged up a makeshift stretcher. As they adjust the knots, I sidle up to Luciana, trying to sound nonchalant. So, what went down at Martin's cave? You guys stumble on anything. I keep my voice hushed, something about her body language screams keep this quiet. Maybe, she mutters, barely above a whisper. Daisy caught a scent. Yeah, but it was weird. We'd follow it, then hit a wall, literally. Rocks, boulders, dead ends everywhere. The trail should have been concentrated, but Daisy kept losing it. Luciana frowns, rubbing her arms like she's cold. Then she got spooked, and honestly, so did I. How bad was it? She checks over her shoulder before answering. Felt like eyes on us the whole time. Someone or something was watching. And Nemeth's. You know him, didn't say a word, but he was jumpier than usual, kept glancing back. When he spotted the storm coming, we practically ran for cover. This place? These woods? No thanks. Daisy lets out a low whine, pressing against her leg. Luciana strokes her head. Once we're back at camp, she needs more than food and a paw check. She's shaken, needs a win to end the day right. Her gaze flicks over the group. We all do. I nod, the day's been exhausting and unsettling, and something tells me it's far from over. Nemeth stands, dusting off his hands. All right, move out. The blue emergency blanket drapes diagonally across the stretcher as Miggy and Scott help Neil onto it. Nemeth wraps him up like a survivalist burrito. Impressive, honestly. Neil's awake but wincing with every movement. Luciana cracks another cold pack and tucks it behind his head, earning a weak but grateful smile. The final touch? Rope securing him in place. Bob takes the front right pole, Miggy the left. On 3 they lift, letting the back ends drag. Now I get it. A travois, not a full litter. Neil doesn't need full immobilization, just a ride. And with 7 of us, rotating carriers is way easier. Nemeth leads, Daisy and Luciana close behind. The travois follows, Scott trailing it. Martin shoots me a hurry-up look. He's itching to take rear guard now that Bob's on medic duty. I fall into step beside Scott, who immediately tenses. How was the climb? Spot that green thing up top. Yeah, his tone is clipped. Guess the afternoon was a blast for everyone. Who went up? Me, you were right. Too tight for Bob, and Miggy's terrified of heights. What about Martin? That guy would climb a skyscraper if it meant finding his kid. Bob vetoed him, said he was needed on the ground to guide me. And Martin actually listened. Scott snorts. You think he'd pass up a chance to watch me struggle? Scott exhaled sharply. Yeah, sure. You're really hung up on this, aren't you? What exactly did Neil say to you? Take a guess. Scott doesn't bite. He goes quiet, then blurts out. I chickened out. That cliffside path, there's a gap no way across except to leap, and I just couldn't. I nod, remembering the spot. I wanted to, told myself I would, but every time I got ready to jump, all I could picture was Letitia's face. What if I messed up? What if she got that call again? I couldn't put her through that. Hell, I couldn't put myself through it. I stay silent, letting the weight of his words settle. After a moment, his voice drops to a whisper. I wanna be better, you don't understand how much. Ever since that night, his breath hitches. Damn it. I wait. Didn't even make it to the top, couldn't grab whatever's up there. Marty lost it, started screaming. Bob had to hold him back. Then the wind shifted, we saw the storm rolling in and booked it out of there. Thank God we did. Martin's gonna insist on going back. Yep. And you. Scott's mouth twists. I wanna be better, damn it. Did you bash Neil's head in? What? No, why the hell would I do that? You tell me. Seems like you and your buddies have been keeping secrets. Scott shakes his head violently. I didn't touch Neil, found him bleeding, that's it. I swear on my life. What about the food? No clue, everything happened like I told you, left my tent, thought I saw Tim, ran into the woods. Next thing I know, you're dragging me back and Luciana's gluing me back together. Unless, his eyes widen. You don't think it actually was Tim, that he's still out there? Is that even possible? I don't know, Jesus, Scott's voice cracks. What did Josh lose? What? Tim was a decent guy, but he always wanted what wasn't his. And you all kept letting it slide, until you didn't. Was it Josh? Was that the final straw? What did he lose? For a second I think he won't answer, then sharp and bitter. His trust, his belief in people, his own damn self-respect. After that, what's left? I don't have a reply. Scott clams up and we hike back to camp in silence. One man short, 7 people lost in their heads, and one gnawing suspicion I can't shake. Chapter 21. The sight of our soggy tents has never been more welcome. The sun dips low as we stumble into camp, the air cooling fast. My rain-drenched clothes, once refreshing, now cling to me like a second skin. After today, all I want is to crawl into my sleeping bag and pass out. But camping doesn't work that way. Neil needs care, the fire needs building, water needs hauling. No one talks as we fall into routine. Nemeth and Scott lift Neil off the travois. Miggy works his fire-starting sorcery, coaxing flames from damp wood. I grab water buckets while Luciana checks on Daisy. Martin retrieves the food. We move like a broken family, ignoring the tension until chores are done and dinner's ready. When I return with the last buckets, Neil's propped by the fire, a blanket draped over him like a cape. Luciana dabs at his head wound. He winces. She persists. Still, no one speaks. Martin drops the scent-proof food bag and starts passing out meals. We take turns adding boiling water. I'm starving and nauseous at the same time. My mind's racing, jumping from one thought to the next like a squirrel on caffeine. After today, focus is a lost cause. My thoughts race like a live wire, my body tense and restless. The craving hits hard, that familiar pull toward a drink to numb the edges, to quiet the noise inside. Out here in this barren stretch of wilderness, there's no bar to stumble into, no quick fix. No cell service, no radios, just the suffocating silence. A decade of solitude hasn't prepared me for this kind of isolation, this raw exposure. Miggy and Scott crouch beside Neil, who takes slow sips of water while the other 2 mechanically chew their freeze-dried meals. Luciana shifts closer to me, the firelight flickering across her face. Daisy rests at her feet, alert, those dark eyes tracking every movement. Still up for hide and seek? I murmur. Luciana shakes her head. Too late for games. Her tone is final, detached. She's made her choice, and I don't argue. You're leaving at dawn, she nods. You could come with us. I hesitate. My own decision feels reckless, but I'm sticking to it. Paul's words echo in my head, dry drunk, trading one obsession for another. Maybe he was right, maybe I'm just fooling myself. Before I can spiral further, Martin edges toward the fire, clearing his throat like he's about to make some grand announcement. I cut him off. Did you bash Neil's head in with a rock? The question slices through the quiet, jolting everyone. Martin blinks, baffled. What? No. His indignation seems genuine. I was searching on my own. I pivot to Nemeth. And you? He stiffens. I was at the far end of the cliffs. Bob chimes in before I can ask. I was following Nemeth. Miguel shrugs. You saw me, I went the opposite way. That leaves Scott. He opens his mouth, but Neil cuts in, voice weary. Enough, it's been 5 years too long, just tell them all of it. The group huddles, whispering urgently. My focus stays locked on Martin, confusion twisting his features, anger simmering beneath. Nemeth wears the cautious look of a man bracing for impact. Bob, though? He seems almost expectant, like he's been waiting for this moment. Funny how little we really know the people we think we understand. Miguel finally breaks the silence. We lied, not about everything, but enough. Smart move, skip the excuses, lay it bare. Martin's jaw drops, but for once he doesn't interrupt. We were wasted that night, Miguel continues. All of us. Neil adds quietly, especially Tim, more than we admitted. Scott exhales, guilt heavy in his voice. We should have stopped him. I lean forward. So what really happened? The fire crackles, the night pressing in. The truth, it seems, is about to come tumbling out. Tim launched into one of his grand speeches. Miguel cut in, calling it more of a pompous monologue. Neil let out a rough chuckle, and I fought the urge to strangle every last one of them. My gaze flicked back to Martin, who still seemed clueless about where this was going. Nemeth's expression was unreadable, while Bob nodded like an overeager cheerleader. Miguel's voice carried an edge, even after all this time. Tim wanted to thank us for being his ride-or-dies, especially now that he was about to tie the knot. Said he knew he wasn't perfect, big surprise, and hadn't always been the greatest friend. Started with me, groveling about swiping that job interview out from under me. Martin's jaw dropped, then snapped shut. Neil took over, his tone dry. Then he hit me with the Letitia apology, claimed he went on that double date fully intending to be a good wingman, but the second he saw her, game over. Said he knew he was being a selfish jerk, but he couldn't help himself. Called her the love of his life, right in front of me. Bob held up a hand, looking baffled. Hold up, you dated Letitia first? Briefly, Neil muttered. Bob's finger swung toward Scott, who gave a tight nod. Then he turned to Miguel. And you? Miguel rolled his eyes. 3 out of 5 is plenty, don't you think? Bob pressed on. What about Josh? Scott snorted. Josh is exactly the sharing type when it comes to his love life. Or anything else, Neil added under his breath. The 3 of them exchanged glances before Miguel exhaled sharply. Speaking of Josh, Tim had an apology for him too. That got my attention. Bob clarified, Josh was Tim's best man. Of course, someone had to be. Probably the one Tim felt closest to, the same guy now fighting for his life in a Wyoming hospital. Miguel continued, Josh has a younger sister, Juliana. She started at Ohio State our junior year, and let's just say she didn't get the family looks. Neil smirked. No idea how Josh ended up with a sister like that. Honestly, I barely remembered Josh's face before he collapsed, just a blur of damp hair and sickly pallor. Another background character in Tim's dramatic saga. Scott jumped in. We helped Juliana move into her dorm. She was practically batting her eyelashes at Tim while he did his usual charming act. The second Tim slipped out, Josh followed. I stepped into the hallway just in time to see Josh, who, for the record, was way smaller, shove Tim against the wall. He got right in his face and said, Touch my sister and I'll end you. Scott mimicked Tim's smooth-talking reply. No worries, bro, family's off limits, got it. But Josh didn't relax, and honestly, he had reason to worry. Before Letitia, Tim cycled through girls like they were disposable. Neil and Miguel nodded in grim agreement. Scott went on. After that, Juliana kept her distance. Had her own friends, barely came around. I never saw anything suspicious. I cut to the chase. So Tim hooked up with her anyway, and Josh never found out. Scott's stare was icy. Juliana dropped out sophomore year, she was pregnant, got an abortion, never told anyone who the father was. Martin and I exchanged stunned looks. Wait, Martin said slowly. You're saying Tim got her pregnant? Miguel shrugged. Tim never admitted it, not even when Josh was losing his mind over what happened to her. Josh's parents were devastated by the news. While they strongly opposed abortion, the thought of their daughter leaving college was equally unbearable. The situation became a tangled mess, with Josh spending months torn between comforting his distraught parents and supporting his sister through the ordeal. He was the one who drove her to the medical center, gripping her trembling hand through the entire procedure. When they returned home, Josh locked himself in his bedroom for 7 straight days, refusing to speak to anyone. We nearly resorted to slipping meals under his door before he finally emerged, looking like he'd been through hell. True to form, he never mentioned it again, and neither did we. That was just Josh's way, quiet on the surface but carrying oceans of emotion beneath. Tim never confessed? I pressed. Scott shook his head. Not a word. He played the perfect friend, offering study notes, helping with assignments, always there when you needed him. Maybe he was too helpful, but that was Tim's Mo. The guy who'd open his home during holidays, who organized my sister's memorial service, Neil interjected quietly. Loan me cash when my transmission blew, Miguel added. None of us saw it coming. Martin's voice turned hollow. I don't get it, he lied, the understanding clear in his broken tone. Scott rubbed his temples. We never should have cracked open that whiskey. Miguel's fist hit the table. Tim never should have opened his damn mouth. A decade later he suddenly grows a conscience, wants to waltz into marriage with clean hands. Did he consider for 1 second how Josh would take it? Learning his best friend betrayed him with his sister, got her pregnant and stayed silent? His voice cracked. Of course Josh snapped. I measured my words carefully. Tim apologized for everything, most of which you already knew, until he reached Josh's secret. What happened then? Miguel's laugh was bitter. What do you think happened? Josh went for Tim's throat. The memory unfolded like a nightmare. Josh exploded across the campsite, tackling Tim to the dirt. His fists rained down with terrifying force. It took 3 of us to pull him off, and we weren't exactly sober ourselves. Neil groaned at the recollection. We were obliterated. Tim seemed shocked, Scott recalled. Expected anger, sure, but not. That thought time had washed it all away. Miguel's hands shook. Then Josh hit him again. That's when things went nuclear. Now it got ugly. I couldn't hide my disbelief. Martin made a strangled sound as Scott continued. Every buried resentment erupted. Saint Goddamn Timothy. Stealing opportunities, girlfriends, crossing every line with that charming shrug. Even dating the one person Josh begged him to leave alone. The argument had spiraled into chaos, shouted accusations, half-remembered insults. Miguel massaged his temples like the hangover still pounded there. Josh declared their friendship dead. Honestly, we all said things we couldn't take back. Martin paled. You fought my son, abandoned the wedding party. Drunk, so stupidly drunk, Neil whispered. Detective Nemeth finally spoke. What happened next? Scott stared at the floor. Tim grabbed his gear and vanished into the woods toward the trailhead. We were too wasted to care. Miguel's voice dropped. We crashed in our tents knowing we'd messed up. Everyone except Josh, he stayed by the dying fire. Neil shuddered. Then came this sound, like something unnatural in the dark. And Scott was gone, Miguel added. Scott spread his hands helplessly. Sleepwalking, maybe? I still don't know. Morning revealed 2 missing men. Tim never returned, Scott still lost in the wilderness. The campfire ashes were cold, and Josh's sleeping bag lay untouched. The uncertainty was paralyzing. Neil, Josh, and I quickly gathered our gear and bolted toward town, assuming we'd either find Tim crashed out on the trail or reconnect at the nearest diner. But when we reached the ATV parking area and saw his vehicle still sitting untouched, cold dread washed over us. This wasn't just bad, it was a full-blown nightmare. Whose brilliant idea was it to claim Tim went for help? I demanded. The uneasy glances between Neil, Miguel, and Scott said everything. Miguel shrugged. It just happened. I scoffed, typical them circling the wagons even now. Let me guess, Josh's doing. Couldn't let anyone find out he'd knocked out his so-called friend before said friend vanished. Funny how you were all more concerned about Tim than Scott. What guilty conscience after roughing him up? Miguel shifted uncomfortably. Josh barely tapped him, but yeah, we panicked. Tim was gone, Scott vanished right after those creepy animal noises. We needed help, not judgment. Figured if we came clean, nobody would bother searching. Nemeth's voice cut through the tension. We search for everyone, even idiots. Martin moved closer, firelight sharpening his glare. That whole fun night story was bull. They nodded in unison. And Tim didn't leave to get help. More nods. But you're certain he took the main trail? A beat of hesitation. Yeah, Miguel muttered. Headlamp, gear, jacket. All of it. Martin turned to Scott. And you honestly don't remember anything after sleepwalking away? Nothing, I swear. Save it. Martin's hand slashed the air. Your lies derailed the search. We thought we were tracking an experienced hiker, not some drunk kid with a concussion. Every second counts out here, and you wasted years. Silence. I studied Martin. Did you know? Know what? The truth about that night. Absolutely not. I'd have adjusted my entire search strategy. His glare at the trio could have melted steel. Fair point, Martin wasn't the type to sabotage himself for their sake. I zeroed in on the group. Who else knows? Because someone clearly did. The sabotaged supplies, Neil's head injury, that eerie feeling of being watched. We weren't alone out here. Scott finally lifted a hand. Letitia, I told her everything before we married, had to. Better spouse than friend, Martin muttered. Scott met his gaze. I wasn't a terrible friend, never blamed Tim for Letitia. Once the booze wore off, we'd have worked it out, maybe not Josh and him, but the rest of us. We all had our moments. Tim grew up, thought we had too. Except Tim never left those woods, and their lies festered for 5 long years. How'd Letitia react? I asked. She forgave me. Some people can do that. Scott's pointed look at Martin spoke volumes. I turned to Neil and Miguel. Either of you talk. Head shakes. Which left, Josh? Miguel shrugged. No clue, he ghosted us after that. Probably drowning in bourbon somewhere, and drunk men talk. Martin exhaled sharply. Doesn't change facts. Tim disappeared here, and now for the first time we've got proof he was alive after that night. New detail added. The eerie feeling of being watched intensifies as they speak, branches cracking just beyond the firelight. Someone or something is listening. Voice twist. The tension shifts from accusatory to darkly ironic as Scott defends his past actions while standing in the woods where his lies began. Nemeth mentioned Daisy caught a scent near the cave entrance, Martin said, eyeing Luciana. She definitely picked up something, but without tracking it further, we can't be sure what it was. Then we go back to the cliff tomorrow, Martin insisted, his voice leaving no room for argument. We'll give ourselves enough daylight to cover every inch of that area. Luciana crossed her arms. Daisy and I are heading out at first light. This isn't what I agreed to. My dog's safety comes first, and so does mine. Martin tried to cut in, but she didn't let him. Neil needs proper medical attention, she said, gesturing toward the injured man before turning to Nemeth. Once I reach the bottom, I'll call the sheriff. There are clearings in this canyon where a helicopter can land. They can airlift him out. Nemeth gave a slow nod while Martin grew visibly agitated. Hold on, let's not rush into anything. We're all exhausted. A night's rest might change things. Nemeth's eyes flicked to me. You going with her? No. Bad idea to hike alone, especially in rough terrain like this, Nemeth said, then glanced at Bob. What about you? Bob hesitated, looking at Martin for approval. Something about their dynamic felt off, like there was more to that donation story than met the eye. I'll stay, Bob finally said. Miggy and Scott spoke up without prompting. We're not leaving Neil behind again. Learned that lesson the hard way. Nemeth pressed his lips together, clearly weighing options. I could tell he wanted someone to accompany Luciana, but he was the type who liked figuring things out himself. Let's sleep on it, he decided, standing and stretching. You two rotate shifts checking on Neil, wake him every hour. Miggy and Scott nodded. Stay alert, I added. Anything moving out there, any strange sounds, something's not right in these woods. Everyone looked at Nemeth, who gave a slow, grim nod. This place, it's different from the forest I know. Luciana stood, Daisy wagging her tail eagerly. I followed them toward the tents. I'll check in with you before I leave, Luciana said, in case you change your mind. How soon can that chopper get here? 8 hours to hike out, then we'll need to hitch a ride to town and coordinate with the sheriff. Depending on helicopter availability, she shrugged. Best case, tomorrow evening. Worst case, the next morning. 24 hours, I muttered. I like to think I could handle anything for a day. Get some rest, I told her. We both knew that wasn't happening. Sleep, when it finally came, was a nightmare of old terrors and fresh dread. I dreamed of bones, endless piles of them, skeletal fingers clawing at my legs, pulling me down. A grinning skull loomed over me, Timothy O'Day's hollow laugh echoing as bony arms wrapped around me. I woke gasping, my hand immediately going to the knife under my pillow. After gulping down water, I noticed the tent walls glowing with dawn. Relief washed over me. I unzipped the flap and stepped out, only to find 3 things at once. Neil was still breathing. Luciana was packing up, and all our remaining food had vanished. Chapter 23. You didn't hear anything, didn't see anything. Martin was practically spitting as he grilled Scott and Miggy. The 2 men shrank under his glare. It was obvious he'd already made up his mind about their incompetence. Martin spun away, pacing like a caged animal before finally exploding. Got him it, we need to get out of here. Nemeth, ever the calm one, stepped in. Most injuries happen on the descent. If we're weak or starving, that hike down could kill us. Scott and Miggy exchanged uneasy glances. Miggy knew he'd lost the bet the moment he winced and hesitantly lifted his hand. No way Neil can pull this off, just look at him. Everyone turned to see Neil barely conscious, his face ghostly pale as he shielded his eyes from the harsh sunlight. If pain had a scale, his headache was off the charts. Miggy was right. There was no chance Neil could handle a brutal hike through rocky trails and steep drops. Scott, still trying to make amends for past screw-ups, stepped in. We'll stay with him, you guys go ahead. I've got power bars and granola enough to last the 3 of us. Miguel chimed in, I've got snacks too, which made Nemeth scowl. So much for his bare safety lecture. Thank goodness none of us paid attention or we'd be in real trouble. Scott pressed on, we'll hold out until you reach town and send a chopper. But Martin was already shaking his head. I'm not leaving. Nemeth snapped, you're staying with Neil. I'm not babysitting, Martin shot back. Do whatever you want, but I'm heading back to the cliff. Tim was there, I know it. I'm not giving up now. You'd risk everyone's lives for someone who's already gone, Nemeth growled. He's my son. What about your wife? She needs you too. Martin's anger cracked, revealing something far worse beneath. "I can't help her anymore," he whispered. "She's at the end, we both know it, it's just a matter of time." The silence was suffocating. Even Nemeth looked stunned before finally muttering, "Patris is dying, and you're out here in the middle of nowhere." "Yes," Martin's voice broke. "This is exactly where she wants me, fulfilling her last wish. You think I wouldn't trade places with her in a heartbeat? That I haven't begged for it, but God's not listening, or maybe he listened too well when I promised anything if she'd just live, but I never meant our son." He turned away, shoulders shaking. Now it made sense. Martin's relentless drive wasn't just about grief over Tim. It was the agony of losing Patris too. Soon, there'd be nothing left of his family. Scott tried to refocus. "If he's staying, we still need to help Neil." Nemeth turned to Bob. "Then you go with Luciana and Frankie, get to town, call Sheriff Kelly." Bob exhaled deeply. "Can't do it." "What the hell?" "I only take orders from my boss." He nodded at Martin. And then it hit me. "You're not a biology teacher," I blurted. "You're a pie, aren't you? Who brings a private investigator on a hiking trip unless, oh crap, start talking, now." Martin stayed silent, but he gave Bob the go-ahead. Bob explained that Martin hired him after a break-in, oddly only camping gear was stolen. Then came the emails, anonymous warnings to stay away from Ramsey. "Locals said he was bad for business," Bob added. "Tried tracing the emails, but they were routed through servers worldwide. Even Russian hackers aren't that slick." Martin's gear suddenly made sense, not just high-end but brand new. This wasn't just a hike. It was a setup. It struck me as odd behavior for a group of small-town business owners. Nemeth nodded in agreement. Then Martin's car broke down a few weeks back. Someone had dumped bleach into the fuel tank, corroding the engine beyond repair. Sure, cars can be fixed, but not quickly or cheaply. And when your wife is terminally ill while you're scrambling to fund one last search for your son's remains. "Someone wanted to stop Martin from coming," I finished. "Force him to cancel." Bob, who just admitted to being BF Bob from the forums, shrugged. "That's our theory. For the record, my Bigfoot obsession and cold case hobby are real. Didn't mean to mislead you." I shot him a skeptical glance. A bit late for that. "For months," Bob continued, "it's been obvious someone's been sabotaging this trip. But who? I even suspected Josh, since he's dragged his feet the whole time. Then again, after your story last night." "How bad was he really?" I cut in, eyeing Martin's tense posture before turning to the college buddies. "At the hospital, he looked like he was detoxing. Could he have been faking?" Miguel was the first to break the silence. He was shaking, sweating, no question. But was it an act, or did he take something? He glanced at Scott and Neil, who both looked stunned. "Even if it was Josh," Scott said slowly, "how would he have followed us? That hike wasn't exactly a stroll in the park, and why attack us now? We've kept quiet about that night for years." Miggy frowned. "Besides, punching a guy for knocking up your sister isn't a crime. Tim still wandered off on his own. What happened after was an accident." Martin scoffed, but I ignored him. "Fair point, except—" I studied them. "You all said you went to bed after Tim left, but not Josh. He stayed by the fire." One by one, they nodded. "Meaning," I pressed, "you don't actually know how it ended. Maybe Tim came back, or Josh went after him." Miggy scoffed. "And did what? Strangled him, buried the body, then strolled back to camp like nothing happened. Search teams combed those woods for weeks. Dogs would have picked up a scent." Nemeth rubbed his jaw. "We were looking for a lost hiker, not a shallow grave." Luciana crossed her arms. "Any search dog would have reacted to decomp. If they didn't find anything, then either it didn't happen there, or Josh knows a disposal method we should all hope never goes viral." "Josh is sharp," Miggy muttered. "The smartest of us," Neil sighed, "but he's not a killer, never was." Silence settled over the group. "I'm leaving," Luciana announced. "Taking Daisy and anyone else who's sane. Once I reach town, I'll alert the sheriff and arrange a rescue chopper. He can also verify Josh's whereabouts. Nemeth turned to me. That means you're going too. Or, I countered, we consider option B, which is you staying here with zero supplies or survival skills. I've got peanut butter cups. His deadpan stare said everything. You should go with her, I say firmly. You're the leader, which means you're responsible for getting us out of this mess. Neil can barely walk, so Miggy and Scott should stay with him since they're not exactly mountain goats. That leaves Martin, who's clearly lost his damn mind. Why risk everyone else for him? Bob could go with Luciana, but surprise, he's on Martin's payroll. Let him earn his paycheck by starving up here with the rest of us while you and Luciana book it down the mountain. You two can reach help faster than any of us. I shrug, laying it out plain. Right now, we need a rescue chopper more than we need you standing around looking heroic. Nemeth doesn't even blink. I like that about him. Most people can't handle the truth, but he just takes it. Why are you doing this? He asks quietly. I give him the same honesty. Because pretending isn't in my nature. He nods, understanding passing between us. But my mind drifts to someone else, a detective back in Boston. Nemeth doesn't argue. He just hands the rifle to Bob, then turns to Luciana and trembling Daisy. How long until you're ready? 20 minutes, she says. He scans the rest of us. Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. That means ration your food now and keep an eye out for the chopper after dark. We nod. My stomach churns, not from hunger, but from the raw, unfamiliar fear of being hunted. I know deception. I know lies, but this, stranded in the wild, cut off from everything, food running low, a friend hurt and someone, maybe more than one coming for us, I've always been the one in control. Now I'm just another target. Once Nemeth, Luciana, and Daisy leave, the camp feels hollow. Their tents are gone, leaving my little blue dome isolated. I consider moving closer to the others, but I don't trust them, not after catching every single one in a lie. The fire's barely alive when I return. Neil looks like death warmed over, Miggy's drained, and Scott keeps rubbing his chest like it's killing him. Bob and Martin huddle by their tents, whispering. Probably plotting their next move. Or more accurately, Martin's giving orders while Bob nods like a good little employee. So what do? Stay with the wounded or follow Martin and Bob back to the cliffs? I grab the buckets and head to the lake, buying time to think. When I get back, they're packing up, watching me expectantly. I sigh. Luciana left a stash of cold packs, so I crack one open and press it to Neil's forehead. Then I turn to Scott. Take off your shirt. Everyone freezes. Scott hesitates, then peels off his faded tee. Just as I thought, his wounds are inflamed, angry red. Damn, Miggy mutters. Scott prods the swollen skin and winces. Still better off than him, he says, nodding at Neil, who manages a weak grin. Cold packs for him, I say, pointing at Neil. Painkillers for you, I tell Scott. Then I jab a finger at Miggy. Which makes you the medic now? You're really going with them? Miggy asks. Unfortunately, yeah. I glance at the three of them. Need anything else? They exchange looks, then shake their heads. Got some granola bars. We'll survive, Scott says. With the canyon wall hours away, Martin, Bob, and I won't be back before nightfall. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife, but nobody says a word. Splitting up the group with no way to stay in touch. Not the brightest idea, but of course no one points that out. Bob moves first, shoving a red canister into Miggy's hands, bear spray, though we all know it's not for bears. The moment stretches, heavy with unspoken dread. We who are about to die salute you. My mind's a mess of memories, all tangled up in regret. Paul's at the front like always. The same guy who pulled me out of rock bottom a decade ago, offering me a shot at a better life. The same guy I walked away from because love, even his kind, felt like chains. Except I never really let go. Then came that phone call, him standing in a liquor store, begging me not to make another stupid mistake, right before some kid walked in with a gun. Paul, who tried to save me. Paul, bleeding out on the floor, whispering his wife's name with his last breath. I know ghosts. I know mistakes and good intentions gone wrong, the desperate need to fix things no matter the cost, and how that obsession just makes everything worse. We're all haunted here. God help us. Martin adjusts his pack, giving Bob and me a sharp look. I force a grin, trying to rally the group. We who are about to die, we who are about to die, Miggy flashes a thumbs up, and something about it sends a chill down my spine. Then I turn and follow Marty and Bob into the trees. 2 brutal days of hiking haven't magically turned me into an athlete, but fear and adrenaline, those have my legs moving like pistons, pain drowned out by sheer panic. My thoughts race ahead. Should we scale the canyon wall for that scrap of green fabric, or head straight for the cave where Daisy caught the scent? Time's slipping away and every second counts. Marty's silent, but I'm past caring about him. This isn't just about finding Tim's body anymore. It's darker than that. Neil called it an act of reckoning. By who? For what? The groomsman's confession was interesting, but like Marty said, it didn't change the ending. Tim stumbling drunk into the woods, getting lost. Unless Josh did something after the others went to bed. But how far could he have gone before the chaos woke everyone up? And if he hurt Tim, why wasn't the body found sooner? My brain spinning in circles, matching the rhythm of my pounding footsteps. Then suddenly we break through the pines, and there it is. The jagged cliff face, the eerie rock piles. And maybe, just maybe, the truth we've been chasing. We're heading to the cave I found yesterday, Marty announces, veering north along the cliff. No climbing. Too risky for too little payoff. Daisy picked up a scent near the cave, better odds. I nod, scrambling after him over the uneven rocks. The terrain's rough, forcing me to watch every step. Out of nowhere, Marty snaps, "Why did you stay?" I blink. Tim's your son. His jaw tightens. Lots of parents lose kids. They don't all spend years risking their lives in the wilderness, not to mention abandoning their dying wives, he spits. You said it. Marty doesn't answer. His pace quickens, anger driving him forward. I fall behind, letting the distance grow between us. I expected Marty to storm off toward his goal, leaving Bob torn between following his boss or staying with me. But instead, he stops dead in his tracks and spins around, his sun-worn face dark with anger. You scared? He snaps. Absolutely terrified, I admit. Could just be bad luck out here, he mutters. I don't let him off that easy. And the break-in, the tampered car, those were just pranks. His jaw tightens, and the anonymous emails bouncing through servers worldwide. No, I like my facts clear and unspun. You're insufferable, he growls. And you're a stubborn bastard. Damn it, Marty's shout ricochets off the canyon walls, sharp enough to make Bob and me freeze. Bob shifts behind me, maybe in support, maybe to cut off my escape. Marty's fists are clenched, his breath ragged. The anger in his eyes cracks, revealing something far worse. The raw, helpless pain of a man who knows he's failed and can't change it. I recognize that look. It's the same one I see in the mirror. I know what I am, Marty rasps, voice breaking. Obsessive, controlling, a damn nightmare to love. I was all those things before my son vanished, and I still am. I nod, and Bob's grip tightens on my shoulder. I couldn't watch Patris fade away, Marty continues, his words thick with grief. I tried, I failed, sitting there holding her limp hand, listening to a voice that wasn't hers anymore. I couldn't take it, so I left, promised her I'd bring Tim home, that we'd be a family again. His voice shatters. We were happy once, so damn happy. Tears carve paths through the deep lines on his face, but he doesn't wipe them away. Patris, she was my whole life. The one thing I got right, and Tim, maybe he wasn't perfect. Maybe he messed up, hurt people, but he loved us. When he met Letitia, settled down, I saw the man he was becoming. I wanted the world to see him too. Marty drags in a shaky breath, scrubbing at his face. Yeah, I'm an asshole. I should have let his friends move on, should have blessed Scott and Letitia's marriage, but I didn't. I dragged everyone here instead. Threats, stolen gear, none of it mattered. This is where I need to be. What if we don't find him today? I ask softly. Marty's gaze hardens. We're close, I can feel it. Close enough that someone's trying to stop us. He shrugs, almost welcoming the thought. You two watch your backs. If something happens to me, well, this canyon's as good a place as any to stay. Maybe Patris's folks would let me bring her ashes up here. Then we'd all be together just like she wanted. Tim would have liked that, forever under the open sky. There are definitely worse places and worse ways to go out. Just ask Patris if you don't believe me. I shoot a quick, uneasy look at Bob, who seems thrown off by the sudden darkness in our conversation. Let's just focus on getting to that cave, he mutters, clearly uncomfortable. Martin motions toward the rifle on Bob's back. Keep that thing handy. Bob gives a grim nod. You feel that? At first, I don't get what Martin means, until I do. It's like a prickle between my shoulders, the unmistakable weight of unseen eyes. My head snaps around, scanning the cliffs, the scattered boulders, the distant ridge. Nothing moves. No birds, no shadows, just an eerie stillness that makes my skin crawl. I want to spin in place and shout into the emptiness, demanding whoever's out there to show themselves. But the landscape stays dead silent. We should move, Bob says, low and tense. Martin's already striding ahead, but then I spot it, the rock stained with blood from yesterday. My stomach twists, but I know what I have to do. I'll catch up, I tell them, pointing toward the grim marker. I lift my emergency whistle. 1 blast means I'm fine, 3 means trouble. Bob's jaw tightens. Splitting up is trouble enough. You heard the signal yesterday, right? Marty nods, and I add, then you'll hear me now. Frankie, don't, Bob grabs for my arm, but I yank free. You've got your job, I've got mine. You don't have a job. Yeah, I do. I work for the dead, and my path leads over there. I don't wait for another argument. My hands tremble, my gut churns, but I force myself toward the blood-stained rock where we found Neil. Part of me hopes Bob follows. The rest knows he won't. Martin's already marching toward the cave, and after a beat, Bob reluctantly trails after him. Soon, all that's left of them is a fading haze of kicked-up dust. I wait, half expecting our unseen watcher to follow them. No such luck. The itch between my shoulders lingers. Taking a steadying breath, I turn to my task. I hate feeling like prey. So that leaves me with one choice: turn the tables, hunt the hunter, and pray I find him first. Chapter 25. 2 questions have gnawed at me since Neil was attacked. Who and how? Then it hit me, maybe they're the same answer. His attacker had to have appeared right here on this bloodied rock mere inches behind him. Meaning it had to be the only other person nearby, his buddy Scott, or we're missing something bigger. The sun beats down, turning the canyon into an oven. The air is so parched, each breath feels like swallowing sand. I resist the urge to drink. Supplies are limited, and with nightfall and the chopper still hours away, I can't afford to waste anything. The boulder's top offers no cover, no trees, no brush, nowhere to hide. I drop down onto a patch of loose gravel, wincing as my ankle twists. The rocks here are a chaotic mess. Some are clustered tight enough to hop across, while others loom like tilted giants, forcing me to weave between them. The path I've landed on is little more than a jagged thread, winding through the wreckage of the landscape. The passage is just wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, or 1 person as big as Bob. The limited visibility ahead only makes me more uneasy. I circle the base of the boulder Neil had been climbing earlier. If someone had been moving through this narrow passage while Neil was up top, would he have noticed? Movement usually catches the eye, but from where I'm standing now, I'd be completely hidden from anyone watching from the opposite direction, like the way I came. The boulder itself is wedged against another massive rock, blocking any chance of circling it completely. Instead, I follow a pebbled path, kicking myself for not checking for footprints first. Then again, the loose stones shift constantly underfoot, making it impossible to leave a lasting mark. It's like trudging through sand. Every step feels unstable, like I'm half walking, half swimming. After 50 feet, I hit a wall of rocks, forcing me to climb again. Another path leads to the same dead end. After 15 minutes of wandering, I give up. Sure, these makeshift corridors offer some cover, but none go far before dumping you back into the open. If a stranger had been moving between these boulders, Scott or I should have spotted them. Martin charging from the north, Miggy and Bob closing in from the south, no one could have slipped through unnoticed. Unless Scott was lying. Unless he was the one behind it all. But why? He already got the girl. Even if his friends weren't thrilled about the new couple, would they really kill over it? I backtrack, parched and sweating. My lips are chapped, my high-tech shirt plastered to my back. Forget hiking, I want a hotel, a scalding bath, endless water, and a greasy cheeseburger loaded with pickles. Preferably all at once. I squint up at the sun, then glance at my dust-coated hands. My arms and legs are streaked with grime, my hair powdered like I've been rolling in dirt. Then it hits me, I've been searching everywhere except down. I drop my pack and crouch, shuffling awkwardly along the base of the rocks. My knees protest, but then I see it, a dark gap where Neil's crime scene meets the larger boulders. A narrow opening, barely 2 feet high, like the entrance to some underground tunnel. I reach out instinctively, then yank my hand back, imagining snakes. Instead, I fumble for my pencil flashlight and aim the beam inside. The light reveals a vast, shadowy space. I take a shaky breath. If anything slithers out of that hole, I swear I'll hunt Nemeth down myself, assuming I don't die of terror first. Gritting my teeth, I crawl forward, rocks biting into my palms. A cool draft brushes my face, promising. I sniff, just dirt. No rotting stench, no musk of something lurking. Where's Daisy when I need her? No choice now. I flatten myself and push headfirst into the opening, squeezing my eyes shut before forcing them open. It's not just a hollow, it's a cavern, or maybe an ancient air pocket formed when these boulders collapsed. Taller than I expected, maybe 6 feet high and surprisingly spacious. My pulse kicks up. This isn't just a hiding spot, it's a perfect hunting ground. Somewhere a predator could wait, strike, then vanish back into the dark. Scott might have been right all along. I need to go inside and investigate, look for any traces of recent activity. The idea of entering fills me with dread, not just because of snakes, but because everyone knows nothing good ever comes from poking around ancient underground spaces. My other choice is to go back for Bob and Martin, but Marty would never agree, and Bob, well, the chamber isn't exactly spacious. No risk, no reward, I mutter, twisting around to lower myself feet first into the gap before letting gravity take over. The impact sends up a cloud of dust that catches in my throat, triggering a coughing fit. I swing my flashlight like a blade, slashing at the shadows in every direction, left, right, behind me, until the beam carves frantic circles in the dark. When nothing lunges or hisses, I exhale, ragged but relieved. I made it. Now how the hell do I get back out? The opening looms far above, not 6 feet but closer to 8. Swallowing hard, I force myself to focus. The ground beneath me isn't solid, just loose sand and gravel shifting between jagged rocks, making each step precarious. Near my feet, faint depressions suggest someone else has been here, though the soft earth blurs any clear tracks. Edging forward, I find firmer footing near a massive boulder wedged against the wall. Did it tumble here centuries ago, or was it left by some long-gone glacier? The uneven perimeter offers little comfort as I navigate the space, searching for signs of human presence. Then I spot it, a narrow gap between 2 colossal rocks forming a tight V-shaped passage. It's just wide enough to squeeze through, but where does it lead? Another chamber, or a suffocating dead end? My hands tremble, turning the flashlight beam into a frantic strobe. The air feels thinner, my pulse racing. Suddenly, the darkness isn't just empty, it's alive with every fear I've ever carried. This isn't about snakes anymore. I'm standing in my own grave. If I can't claw my way out, Bob and Marty will walk right over me, never knowing I'm here. And then it won't be Marty reuniting with his son in Devil's Canyon, it'll be me. Why did I even come to Wyoming? Why do I keep throwing myself into these hopeless searches? Paul's gone, but I'm still chasing the bullet, waiting for it to finally tear through me. Helping strangers find closure doesn't fix anything, not for me. Every place I arrive, I'm already planning my exit. Every open door feels like it's slamming shut behind me. I don't want to be this person anymore. I want to be someone who stays. Someone with a normal job, a real home, a life that doesn't revolve around loss. I wish I could go back to that camping trip with my father. This time, we wouldn't pretend magic sprites were cooking dinner. We'd just sit by the lopsided tent, watching the stars flicker to life. He'd tell stories, really present, really mine. Maybe I'd rest my head against his shoulder. Maybe he'd ruffle my hair and call me by name. But time machines do exist, and neither do second chances the silence settles between us, heavy and complete. For once I'm not running, not drowning in regrets, just existing. Tears streak down my face, cutting through the dirt caked on my skin. I don't even know why I'm crying. What's the point? Wishing for second chances won't rewrite the past. I was just another drunk walking the same sad path as my father until the day he died and I finally got sober. Now every damn day is a battle. Some days the weight of it all nearly crushes me. But I stay clean, even when it hurts. I tilt my head back, squinting at the gap above me. It looks impossible, but the fear is fading, replaced by grim determination. If I can survive every minute without a drink, I can damn well climb out of here. The truth is staring me in the face. Someone could have been hiding in these caves, waiting for Neil. There's more than just the main caverns. This place is a maze of tunnels and hideouts. Scott was probably right. Someone else attacked Neil, then vanished into the shadows like a ghost. Someone who knows these rocks better than we do. A furious local, the spirit of some long-dead hiker, or hell, maybe even Timothy O'Day himself. Surviving all these years, biding his time for revenge. It sounds insane, but right now, nothing makes sense. One thing's clear, though, I'm getting out of this pit. And then I'm sprinting straight to Marty and Bob, not just to share what I found, but to warn them. We're not just lost, we're being hunted. By the time I crash into Bob outside the cave entrance, I'm a gasping, sweat-drenched wreck. He catches me, his grip firm, eyes widening at the sight of me. Caves, hideouts, everywhere, I choke out between breaths. The climb up wasn't the worst part. It was forcing myself back into the open, half expecting our stalker to be waiting with a weapon. Every step had been torture, my skin crawling, my pulse hammering. I ran like something was chasing me, because for all I knew, it was. Bob steadies me, prying the water bottle from my shaking hands before I choke on it. "Easy," he mutters, waiting until I've caught my breath before handing it back. "Inside. Now, Marty S. in there, cooler, quieter. You can tell us both about these air pockets." Nodding, I follow him into the cavern, my legs still unsteady. The space is massive, tall enough even Bob doesn't have to duck, wide enough to fit a whole party. Marty sits by the remnants of a fire, surrounded by a perfect ring of smooth, identical stones. The craftsmanship is eerie, too deliberate for a random camper. Was this Timothy's work? Did he pass the time arranging rocks while waiting to strike? Marty looks up as we approach, his expression unreadable. The firelight flickers across his face, casting long shadows. And for the first time, I wonder, how well do we really know him? Martin runs his fingers over the rough surface of the boulders, not just examining them but reliving the memory of his son's touch. His gaze shifts to me, taking in my dirt-streaked clothes and disheveled appearance. "What the hell happened to you?" he mutters, his voice edged with exhaustion. I describe the hidden gaps beneath the rock formations, how our unseen watcher could be lurking anywhere. Above us on the cliffs, tucked inside the caves, or even beneath our feet in some concealed hollow. My words come faster, frustration creeping in, but Martin barely reacts. His mind is somewhere else entirely, lost in grief rather than the search. At this point, I'm not sure he's even listening, or if it matters. He isn't looking for his son anymore. He's mourning him. Bob cuts in, practical as ever. "How big was that opening again?" "2 feet tall." "Enough for an average-sized person," I say, glancing at Martin. "Someone like him or Nemeth could fit." Bob frowns. But who would know this terrain well enough to use it? Even Nemeth never mentioned underground hideouts. "Has to be a local," I agree. "Then why target Neil?" Bob counters. "Why send threats to Martin, sabotage the search before it even started?" Martin offers only a weary shrug before turning back to the stones, his silence louder than any answer. I shift my focus to Bob, the only one still thinking clearly. Was Devil's Canyon always the plan for this expedition? He nods, public record. Nemeth filed the permits months ago. Standard procedure lets rangers know where to look if we vanish. So plenty of people knew we were coming, I say. Martin's involvement isn't new, the threats are, which means the problem isn't him, it's this place. Someone doesn't want outsiders here. Bob rubs his jaw. Nemeth said hikers pass through occasionally. Why would our group be different? We're not just passing through, I point out. We're digging, and we brought a cadaver dog. But attacking us just brings more attention. Unless Neil wasn't supposed to be this badly hurt, I counter. Just enough to scare us off. Same with stealing supplies, force us to leave. Except now Neil can't walk, half the team stayed, and the others are bringing backup. That wasn't part of the plan. Bob's expression darkens as the realization hits, meaning whoever's out there might escalate. I wish these rocks could talk, I murmur. Me too, Bob exhales sharply. We should get back to the others. Martin doesn't argue, but he doesn't move either. He's stuck in that hollow space between obsession and resignation. Grief has a way of doing that, shutting people down until there's nothing left but silence. Bob finally gives up on reasoning with him. 20 minutes, he says firmly. Then we're all leaving, even you. He strides deeper into the cave, the ceiling dipping lower as we go. I follow, the weight of the canyon pressing down on us. Both the rocks and the danger hiding among them. Bob still has some room before needing to crouch as we navigate the winding passage. The cave gradually tightens until we reach what looks like a final chamber, a snug, rounded space that reminds me of my own tent back at camp. A second, smaller fire pit sits in the center, its ashes long cold. Glancing back, I can barely make out the distant mouth of the cave where Martin remains perched. If this were a house, I'd call the entrance the living room and this hidden nook the bedroom. With 2 fires, it would have been warm enough to weather even the worst winter storm. Did Timothy O'Day find solace here before the snow buried his woodpile? What did you uncover? I ask, keeping my voice low. Bob gestures around. Someone definitely stayed here, but who and when? He shakes his head. Martin's convinced the stacked stones prove it was Tim, but I've scoured every inch, no gear, no clothes, not even makeshift bedding. I frown. I thought Tim didn't have a sleeping bag. Not store-bought, no. But if he was here long-term, he'd have made something, moss, pine boughs, anything to keep off the cold ground. So this was just a pit stop, not a home base. Exactly. No food scraps either, no bones, no roots, nothing, just ashes and rocks. I raise an eyebrow. You really know your survival stuff, huh? Bob smirks, enough to know I wasn't lying about everything. I'm not ready to forgive him yet, but I give a curt nod. Nemeth mentioned hikers using these caves for shelter. Found plenty of those, Bob admits. But this one's different. The stones around the fire, they're arranged like someone cared about aesthetics. A flicker of hope stirs in me. So maybe Tim made it this far, rested, gathered his strength, then tried climbing out before winter trapped him. Bob hesitates. If he died here, we'd have found his pack. No trace means he moved on or was never here at all. Daisy caught a scent just past this cave, I murmur, but I didn't see anything. Did you check for hidden openings, underground spaces? Bob grimaces, not my strong suit. We share a resigned sigh, knowing what comes next. Leaving Martin to his rock stacking, we step out of the cave. The sudden warmth hits me, but it's the exposure that makes me pause. The vast openness after the cave's shelter feels like stepping onto a stage. Bob halts beside me, both of us lingering in the thin strip of shade before the sun's full glare. The view is breathtaking, a sea of boulders stretching toward a wall of trees, the distant bluff a patchwork of greens and blues. For a second, I imagine I see water, maybe the lake near camp, or just my mind playing tricks. Focus, mid-afternoon already. Search the rocks, return to camp, wait for the choppers. A few hours left if we're lucky. Without a word, we drop down from the ledge. Bob beelines for the nearest boulder, and I follow, our unspoken fear hanging between us. We move carefully, scanning the ground where Daisy had picked up the scent. Luciana said the trail kept vanishing. Now I see why. The terrain is a maze, every step a gamble. The narrow passage seems to cling to every scent, making tracking easier rather than harder. At least that's how it feels as we navigate the winding rock corridor. We reach an impassable boulder, exchange a glance, and without hesitation, scramble up its rough surface. A quick leap takes us another dozen feet forward before we drop back down. Something brushes my ankle, a whisper of cold air seeping from a narrow gap beneath the rocks. Too tight for anyone to squeeze through, but proof that hidden spaces exist in this maze. Our pace slows as we weave through the uneven terrain. Sweat drips down my face and my already filthy bandana does little to help. I miss the simple comforts, clean water, a real shower. Luciana, Daisy, and Nemeth are probably miles ahead by now. At least we picked a solid team. Been over 20 minutes, Bob mutters behind me. I nod, too exhausted to reply. The heat, the fatigue, the creeping paranoia, it's all catching up. Even Bob seems on edge. Standing in this barren wasteland makes me feel exposed, like prey. My imagination conjures up some wild-eyed lunatic lurking just out of sight, tracking our every move. I never liked horror attractions, and this place is starting to feel like the world's worst haunted house. Keeping low, I guide us toward a cluster of massive boulders, Bob shadowing me like an overgrown bodyguard. His size doesn't exactly make him stealthy, but I appreciate the backup. We reach the base of the cliff where a steep scramble awaits before the final stretch to Martin's cave. Just as I brace to climb, a cold gust licks the back of my neck. I freeze. Bob stops too, sensing the shift. Behind us, a jumble of boulders sits unevenly, gaps forming between them like a puzzle missing half its pieces. One narrow crack exhales a steady stream of cool air. Too small for a person, even someone as lean as me. Then I see it. The boulder isn't just a boulder. What looks like a natural protrusion is actually a carefully disguised slab, 5 feet tall, 4 feet wide, with faint seams outlining its edges. A door. A stone door. I glance at Bob, tracing the hidden edges with my fingers. No words are needed. The real question isn't whether we'll open it, but what we'll find when we do. Bob exhales sharply, then rummages through his pack. He pulls out a fresh can of bear spray, raising it with a grim smile. Game on the pepper spray in my grip feels like the best kind of insurance, not as intimidating as the knife strapped to my belt, but far more my speed. Bob and I exchange a quick nod, falling into an unspoken rhythm like we've done this 100 times before. I plant myself to the right of the entrance, finger hovering over the spray's trigger, while Bob braces against the door, muscles taut as he prepares to shove it sideways. The slab should weigh a ton, but it flies open like it's made of cardboard, nearly sending Bob sprawling. That's when we realize the truth. This isn't some ancient stone doorway. It's a cheap prop, lightweight foam disguised with gritty texture and paint to mimic real rock. Someone went to a lot of trouble to hide whatever's inside. A gust of stale, damp air hits us, carrying a scent that makes my stomach twist. My grip tightens around the canister. Bob, ever the hero, volunteers to go first. I almost laugh. No way his broad frame is squeezing through that 4-foot gap. Swallowing hard, I flick on my flashlight. "Just promise me there aren't snakes," I mutter. "Not a single one," he lies smoothly. I don't let myself hesitate. Ducking low, I plunge into the darkness. Later, if I live to tell this story, I'll say it was like navigating a nightmare funhouse. No clean passage, just jagged crevices forcing me to wiggle forward inch by inch. 10 minutes in, the walls finally open up and I can stand, sweeping my light across the chamber. What I see freezes me solid. By the time I stagger back into daylight, I'm numb. No tears, no screams, just a hollow silence where my voice should be. Bob's face is all concern. "Frankie," he presses. "Did you find Tim? Was he in there?" I shrug because the truth is too monstrous to say aloud. He shoves a water bottle into my hands, then pulls me into a bear hug. His warmth is the only thing anchoring me as the dam breaks. Shudders rack my body, then sobs I can't control. Bob murmurs nonsense, stroking my hair like I'm some broken thing he can fix. For once, I don't resist. I cling like I've never clung to anyone, stealing every scrap of comfort he offers until his own arms tremble around me. But this isn't safety. We still have to retrieve Marty, sprint to camp, and beg the first pilot we see to fly us the hell out of this cursed place. Gritting my teeth, I force myself to step back, though Bob's hands stay on my shoulders, holding me together just a little longer. His piercing blue eyes lock onto mine, heavy with unspoken dread. "Frankie, did you locate Tim? Is that why you're back?" My tongue darts across dry lips before I force the words out. It's worse than that. I didn't find one victim. There are 8. We bolt like startled deer, scrambling up the jagged slope with our shoulders hunched low. Every shadow feels like a pair of watching eyes. If our unseen pursuer realizes we've uncovered his gruesome hideout, we're dead where we stand. 8 corpses already, what's adding 2 more to the pile? As we crest the ridge, an icy gale slams into us, and the sunlight vanishes behind boiling storm clouds. Perfect. Now we're racing against both a killer and the weather. Martin stands rigid at the cave entrance, his expression shifting from irritation to alarm as we barrel toward him. No time for gentle introductions. I skid past him, Bob practically stepping on my heels. Martin stumbles back, bewildered, until realization hits him like a lightning strike. "Did you find him? Is it Tim? Show me." He lunges for the exit, but Bob snags his arm. "Hold on, Frankie, tell him." My voice comes out in a jumbled rush. There's another chamber, hidden behind the boulders, inside. Bodies, 8 of them. I don't know if Tim's among them. God, Marty, I'm sorry. For a heartbeat, he just stares as if I'd spoken in riddles. 8, like some kind of archaeological site. "Not unless archaeologists leave fresh victims," I mutter. The sarcasm slips out before I can stop it, a brittle shield against the horror. His face goes slack, but who would? "Missing hikers," Bob cuts in grimly. "We've heard the rumors." I swallow hard, forcing myself to describe the nightmare. "There, preserved, no clothes, no gear, some look older, shriveled, others more recent, but not." My stomach churns. "They were arranged in a row, like a timeline, and the injuries, gunshots maybe, slit throats too, a mark on each neck." Bob exhales sharply, drained. Martin's hands tremble. "You're saying someone murdered them?" "Someone who didn't want us poking around," I snap, the fear sharpening my tone. "First warnings, then sabotage, but now we've seen too much." Outside, the wind howls like a living thing. "We have to move. The chopper's coming. Get to base, call the authorities." Martin doesn't budge. "Was Tim shot? Is that how he—" "I don't know," the words tear out of me. "No ids, no belongings, but if we stay here, we're sitting ducks." The cave walls seem to press closer, the darkness swallowing my voice. Somewhere out there, a hunter is closing in, and we're out of time. The forensic anthropologist and DNA results will give us all the answers we need eventually, I tell him, trying to keep my voice steady. Martin's jaw tightens. "I don't need tests, take me to them now." A father recognizes his own child. His desperation is palpable, but all I feel is frustration bubbling under my skin. If I weren't so focused on survival, I might have pitied him. Instead, I snap. "We just found a killer's dumping ground, Martin. Identifying your son isn't the priority, staying alive is." Miggy, Scott, and Neil are back at camp, completely unaware of the danger. 2 of them can barely move. We have to go. Now. A jagged bolt of lightning splits the sky, illuminating the canyon in an eerie glow. Thunder shakes the ground beneath us, and rain pours down in thick sheets. "Damn it!" I whirl toward Bob, adrenaline surging. "We can use the storm as cover. Let's move." Bob nods. "Not a bad plan." But Martin isn't listening. "I need to see them." "You're not going, and you'll never find them without me," I snap, cutting him off. "So shut up and move." I turn toward the cave entrance, my hands trembling from fear, from the storm's electric charge, from the crushing weight of dread pressing down on me. We have to leave. Now. Just as I reach the opening, Martin grabs my arm. His eyes are wild, unhinged, the same look he had when he fought Nemeth. He's past reason, consumed by grief, willing to trade everything for one last look at what might be his son's remains. "Name your price," he rasps. "My house, my car, you said you don't have a home, take it. Take everything, just show me." "Tomorrow," I say, forcing patience into my voice. "We'll come back with backup." Now his grip tightens. I yank my arm back. It's pouring, and I can barely walk on dry rocks. You've seen me trip over my own feet. Do you really want me stumbling through a storm? Behind him, Bob inches closer, his expression calculating. I don't know what he's planning, but I hope it involves knocking Martin out and hauling him away. Then Martin grabs my shoulders, his hazel eyes burning into mine. The grief in them is raw, suffocating. I get it, I do, but we don't have time for this. I twist free just as another lightning strike flashes, thunder shaking the cave. Suddenly Martin stumbles back. Rain sprays my face and then gunfire. Rock shards explode beside me, embedding in my skin. Bob yells, "Get down." Martin clutches his shoulder, blood blooming through his shirt. "Too late, the hunter S here." "Shit, SHT, SHT." Bob drags Martin deeper into the cave as I scramble after them. The storm rages outside, thunder shaking the walls. I don't know if I should be terrified or grateful for the chaos masking our movements. I drop beside Bob as he tears open Martin's shirt. Wiping my face, my fingers come away smeared with blood, Martin's. My stomach lurches, but I force myself to focus. "First aid kit," Bob barks. I fumble through my pack, pulling out the small mesh bag Josh packed. "Not enough," Bob growls. "Mine, white box, get it." I rifle through Bob's gear, finding the sturdy medical kit. As I hand it over, I remember Luciana's lesson on emergency uses for tampons and pads. I dive back into my pack, pulling them out like a macabre prize. Bob doesn't hesitate, he just nods. "We're out of time," smart move. "But before we do anything, grab the antiseptic wipes and gloves from the med kit. I'm covered in grime, no way I'm touching an open wound like this." My eyes flick to Bob's huge hands, smeared with dried blood and dirt. He's not wrong, priorities. Martin isn't crying out, just breathing hard, shock setting in. But his expression, pure rage. His glare locks onto the cave entrance like he can see the sniper through the rock, like he's already plotting how to tear the guy apart for threatening his kid. My fingers fumble with the first aid kit, struggling with some weird red tabs I can't figure out in my panic. The harder I try to hurry, the clumsier I get. "Frankie, push them back." I manage that much, but the lid's still sealed tight like some cursed Tupperware. "Tape on the sides," Bob snaps. "It's never been opened." Of course it is. Martin might bleed out because I can't handle basic packaging. While I wrestle with it, Bob pours water over Martin's shoulder, revealing a wound higher up than I'd realized, more muscle, less vital, but still gushing. Finally, the kit pops open. Antiseptic wipes, gloves, got them. Bob eases Martin back, his shirt wadded under his shoulder to keep it clean. Not a single shake in Bob's hands as he tears open the wipes, scrubs down, and snaps on gloves. "This'll hurt," he warns Martin, though it feels directed at me too. "Frankie, alcohol pads." "Oh hell, on 3, 1, 2. Bob skips 3 and slaps the soaked pads onto both sides of the wound, gripping hard. Martin screams, back arching, as thunder cracks outside like the sky's answering. "Pad," Bob barks. I scramble for the maxi pad, careful not to touch the sterile surface. Bob rolls Martin roughly. "Lucky you clean through." Lucky, doubtful, but I keep my mouth shut. With Martin tilted, Bob swaps the back pad for the fresh one, then lays him flat again. "Tampon." I don't want to see this, but can't look away as Bob jams the cotton straight into the bullet hole. Martin howls, the sky growls back, I gag. "Don't you dare puke," Bob orders, icy and sharp, snapping me out of it. The friendly Bigfoot guy's gone. This is someone who could bench press a boulder. Thank God, because I'm useless. I swallow the bile, wiping my mouth. I'm good. "Prove it, scrub in." "What?" Wipes hands now. I obey, dread creeping in. I'm not cut out for this. Cold cases don't involve blood and screaming. But Bob's waiting and Martin's watching through slitted eyes. I scrub my hands raw, then glance at Bob for orders. Unroll the compression wrap, first quarter. Got it. Now set it down and get over here. I need your hands. I don't like where this is going, but I inch closer. Bob yanks Martin's torso sideways, earning a stream of muffled curses as the injured man reluctantly obeys. The problem becomes instantly clear. I lunge to secure the gauze pad slipping from his shoulder while slapping pressure on the bullet wound's makeshift plug. With both hands anchoring the dressings, Bob snatches the medical wrap. Keep those pads steady, he orders, winding the bandage with practiced precision around Martin's mangled shoulder. Lightning forks outside the cave, thunder shaking the walls as rain hammers the entrance. Inside, the metallic stench of blood clings to everything. Martin's lips move soundlessly, maybe a prayer, maybe regrets whispered to a family he might never see again. Bob works in silence, his massive frame bent over the task, arms streaked crimson. By some cruel irony, Martin ends up the cleanest of us, his wound now mummified under layers of tape while Bob and I look like we've butchered livestock. Drink all of it, Bob growls as Martin hesitates with the painkillers. The moment the pills go down, Bob's already repacking the first aid kit. Frankie had it right, we need to move our asses before that storm clears. Right now, we're target practice. Martin's sudden grin is unsettling, his face ashen but eyes burning with that familiar, feverish determination. He demands his spare shirt like it's a battle standard, and Bob helps wrestle him into it despite the agony it must cause. The raincoat comes next, a ridiculous three-person operation that leaves us all sweating. My pack goes on my back, Martin insists, and for a second it's almost normal, this petty bickering in the face of death. The storm's fury dwindles to a drizzle. Time's up. Martin sways upright, Bob hefts the pack onto him, and suddenly we're all standing there, a battered trio about to sprint through a sniper's paradise. My hands won't stop trembling, but my mind is terrifyingly clear. Predators love panicked prey, and we're about to give ours front-row seats. Where'd the shot come from? Martin rasps. Bob jerks his chin toward the ridge. North Bluff, 40 yards out, saw scope glare halfway up. Damn good shot, Martin mutters, touching his bandages almost admiringly. Bob's grin is all teeth. Yeah, let's see him hit us when we're running like hell. Martin takes the lead without hesitation. I'll go first, he says firmly. Wait a couple minutes, then follow. With a quick motion, he yanks the bright orange bandana from around his neck, his expression locked in grim determination. But just before he moves, he turns back, one last glance filled with unspoken urgency. Make it to base camp, call for backup, make sure my boy gets justice. Then he's gone, sprinting toward the gap in the rocks, that orange scrap of fabric whipping behind him like a defiant banner. Hey, you coward, he roars, voice raw with fury. Think you can take me down? But instead of heading for cover, he veers sharply north, straight toward the gruesome scene of the massacre, forcing the unseen shooter to adjust his aim away from our hiding spot. The fading thunder mixes with Martin's enraged shouts. You murdered my son. Look me in the eye, you spineless piece of. A gunshot cracks. Dirt kicks up near his boots, but he dodges, weaving erratically, that bandana held high like a target. Try again, you pathetic. More shots ring out, 1, 2, 3, and Bob yanks me forward, dragging me into the open. Rain stings my face, but I can't tear my eyes away. A sudden bloom of red erupts from Martin's shoulder. He stumbles, then bellows, voice breaking. You think this is over? I'm coming for you. For Timmy, you hear me? I'm. Another deafening blast. This time his body jerks violently. Bob shoves me hard, and suddenly we're scrambling over jagged rocks, slipping, stumbling, lungs burning. Up, down, sideways, no rhythm, just panic. The rain turns to needles against my skin. Behind us, Martin's screams twist into something guttural, then cut off abruptly. I don't look back. I run like hell, legs pumping, vision blurred by tears and rain. The trees finally swallow us, the storm breaking as sunlight pierces through. We crash into a shallow stream, gasping, collapsing into the icy water. Bob doesn't help me up, he just lies there beside me, chest heaving. No words, nothing could possibly be said. The cold numbs our skin but does nothing for the images burned into our minds. Eventually, we drag ourselves up, moving slower now, hyper-aware of every rustle in the brush. We have to get back to the others, praying they're still alive. Hours later, we crouch at the edge of the lake, hidden behind tall reeds. The camp's colorful tents are visible, but there's no movement, just a thin curl of smoke from the fire pit. Are Scott, Miggy, and Neil still there? Bob catches my hesitation and drops low beside me. After our freezing plunge, we'd caked ourselves in mud, his pale skin and copper hair now streaked with dirt, my own darker tones smeared for camouflage. For a wild second, I imagine us as some kind of battle-hardened spec ops duo. Then reality crashes back. Bob jerks his chin toward a dense thicket of pines. Better cover. We slip off the trail, silent, nerves frayed. The camp is too quiet. I nod, signaling I understand, and we move cautiously through the swaying grass toward our next stop. My watch is gone, but judging by the sun's position, now dipping toward the horizon, it's late afternoon. Rescue is still hours away, and every minute stretches longer knowing someone with a rifle could be tracking us. Martin. I push the image of his final moments away, forcing myself to picture him reunited with Tim and Patris in a place where the sun never sets. The air is always sweet, and they're whole again. We reach the tree line, weaving between slender trunks and tangled underbrush, ears straining for any sound. Then, out of nowhere, "Stop right there, I'm armed." Miggy, thank God, I step forward, hands raised. "It's just us, Bob and me, are you okay?" He emerges from behind a boulder draped in moss, gripping not a gun but a can of bear spray. His face tightens. "Where's Martin, Scott, and Neil?" What follows is a grim update. After we left, they treated Scott's injury, slathered it with antibiotic cream, rewrapped the bandage. But soon his fever spiked and Neil started throwing up. Miggy's voice wavers as he recounts hearing something large moving through the woods. He investigated but found nothing, just trampled bushes, signs of something lurking. Then he noticed Martin's tent flap was open. His hands clench around the bear spray, his gaze sharp, reminding me of Nemeth's hyper-awareness. "No one was inside," he says, "but someone had torn open our meal pouches, dumped the food everywhere, like an offering." Bob's jaw tightens. "Bear bait." Exactly. The thief hadn't just stolen our supplies, they'd turned them into a trap. Scatter the food, lure a grizzly, and let nature take the blame. By the time rescuers arrived, it'd looked like a tragic accident, clueless hikers who didn't store their food properly. "When did this happen?" I ask. Miggy shrugs, his voice lighter for a second. "Around noon, I was daydreaming about my mom's shrimp tacos, avocado, cilantro, the works." His stomach growls and mine echoes, but the humor fades fast. With Scott burning up and Neil barely conscious, Miggy dragged them into a tent, sealed it, then spent frantic minutes shoveling the bait into a hole by the lake. "Bears have a hell of a nose," he mutters. "Figured it was better than nothing." The thought of that predator feasting on an unplanned meal sends chills down my spine. I need distance, but not too much. What if Scott takes a turn for the worse? Or Neil starts heaving again? Worse yet, what if that lunatic comes back and hurts them while I'm not around? Miggy's voice cracks under the weight of fresh panic. None of us would volunteer to relive this nightmare. "They're still inside," he mutters, rubbing his temples. "But I've been posted up out here, keeping an eye out for that psycho or hell, even a grizzly. I check on them every half hour, bring water when I can. We're down to the last cold pack for Neil and a few ibuprofen for Scott." His fingers drum against his thigh. "Help's gotta be close, right? Nemeth and Luciana should be talking to the sheriff by now. Search and rescue will get the chopper in the air. Any minute, any damn minute." He jumps up, pacing like a caged animal before collapsing back onto the tree stump, eyes locked on the rattling can of bear spray. The guy's unraveling, can't say I blame him after today. A shaky breath in, then out. Then, abruptly, "Where's Martin?" I let Bob handle it. No way I'm ready to relive the details. Bob keeps it short, but that doesn't soften the blow. 8 bodies, murdered, hunted, you've gotta be kidding me." Bob raises a hand, steady as ever. He walks through the sniper, Martin's injury, his decision to bolt into the boulders, drawing fire away from us. So some maniac with a rifle's picking us off? Christ. He could be lining up a shot right now. Miggy's on his feet again, but this time he's doubled over, gripping his knees like he's fighting to stay conscious. Bob stays quiet. Hearing our day spelled out loud, my own breath starts coming too fast. Racing back for Martin, trying to save him, then running the opposite way, none of that left room for thinking. Action numbed it. Now, with nothing left to do, the horror crashes in. I force myself to take measured steps, fighting to keep it together. Miggy's losing it enough for all of us, and Neil and Scott are in worse shape. Sunset's hours away, and oh yeah, our friendly neighborhood hunter could be closing in right now, rifle snug against his shoulder, moving tree to tree. I've circled 6 times when a noise spins me around. Scott stands at the edge of camp, face slick with sweat. Neil's puking again, he croaks. We need to get him out of here. Bob heads to check on Neil while I stay with Miggy, who's staring holes into the dirt. Scott slumps onto a fallen log, looking like death warmed over but forcing himself to stay upright. I heard you, he rasps. Some guy's been killing people up here, and we stumbled into it. Daisy might have caught the scent yesterday, the rocks hiding the bodies threw her off. Though given her training, that shouldn't have been an issue. We can't stay, Scott murmurs. I nod, same fear gnawing at me. Think Neil can move. If we load him back on the travois, Scott says, take shifts carrying. I shoot him a look, like he's in any shape to haul anything, but he's right, the travois is our best shot. We ditch the gear, Miggy cuts in. Tents even leave a low fire with the pot on it. A decoy, I mutter. Keep him focused here while we slip out. Could even stuff the sleeping bags, Scott adds, voice thin but determined. The unspoken plan hangs heavy, anything to buy time. Scott flashes a nostalgic grin, like we're teenagers pulling a fast one on our parents by stuffing pillows under blankets before sneaking out the window. But seriously, I say, shaking my head, there's no way we're hauling Neil or you, Scott, all the way down this mountain before dark. Miggy rubs his chin, considering. What if we only go a mile? Back to the river below that brutal climb into this canyon. It's sheltered, easier to defend, and we'd have water. Plus, when the choppers come, we could flash our lights. They'd spot us for sure. I frown. That ravine's too narrow for a landing. Scott wipes sweat from his forehead with his shirt. They don't need to land, he counters. They can lower a stretcher or rappel rescuers down. Tough, but possible. And if we post up against a dirt bank or some trees, we'd at least see trouble coming. Miggy pats the rifle slung over his shoulder. We've got firepower, and bear spray, hit someone with that, and they won't be aiming anything at us. I exhale. It's not a perfect plan, but it's something. Plans trick your brain into thinking you're in charge, even when you're one wrong step from disaster. Miggy starts drawing defensive positions in the dirt with a stick while Scott rattles off tasks. By the time Bob confirms what we already knew about Neil's condition, we're locked in. Miggy taps the ground decisively. All right, here's how we live long enough for that chopper ride. Chapter 30. We work like a pit crew prepping for a race. Bob and Miggy overhaul the travois, reinforcing it for the steep drop, notching poles, adding bracing, rigging ropes to control the descent from above. Meanwhile, I scavenge Martin's tent, grabbing every scrap of rope, duct tape, and empty water bottle I can find. Once they're set, Scott and I stage our abandoned camp like a bad horror movie set. We roll dirty clothes into sleeping bags, crafting lumpy decoys. Mine look eerily human, thanks to a rebellious phase spent perfecting the art of fake sleepers. Then there's Neil. His tent smells like a biohazard and his skin's the color of wet cement. He's barely conscious, eyelids fluttering as we carefully drag him out in his sleeping bag. The gash on his head has stopped bleeding, but the swelling is terrifying. I wish I'd paid attention in that wilderness first aid class. Water, ice, no ibuprofen, that's the extent of my medical genius. Scott meets my gaze, his face slick with sweat but his jaw set. He's not losing another friend. Not this time. And I know he's thinking about his pregnant wife, too. Love and guilt are one hell of a fuel. Bob secures Neil to the travois with practiced knots. As we take a final scan of the clearing, the hairs on my neck prickle. Our hunter could be watching right now, scope trained on us. Miggy adjusts the fire, keeping it just alive enough to mislead, but not so much it betrays us. Every second counts, leaving a fire burning unattended goes against every rule of responsible wilderness camping, but with our lives on the line, we have no choice. As we fill our thermoses with the last of the boiled water, I pour the remaining lake water into the cooking pot, which Miggy leaves suspended over the dying flames. The campsite looks almost cheerful, like we're just prepping dinner instead of fleeing for survival. Then comes the real challenge. Miggy and Bob brace themselves at the front poles of the travois, lifting on the count of 3. Neil's head rises while his feet stay low to minimize pressure on his injury. Scott takes the lead, partly because we can't afford to lose sight of him in his feverish state, leaving me, the least experienced hiker, to bring up the rear. The absurdity of our situation would be funny if it weren't so terrifying. 5 of us barely holding it together, one injured but upright, one completely helpless, 2 straining under the weight of carrying him, and me just trying not to collapse. Miggy had guessed we could manage a mile. I pray he's right. The descent is brutal. Every step sends loose gravel skittering beneath our boots, turning the trail into a treacherous slide. Short drops are manageable. Bob leaps down first, using his height to bear the travois's front weight while the rest of us scramble to steady the back. But the long, steep stretches? Pure agony. Bob rigs a rope system, anchoring himself or looping around trees to control the travois's slow, grinding descent. Miggy and I struggle to stabilize the back, though my shorter frame throws everything off balance. After the first stretch, Scott takes over only to buckle under the weight. By the third drop, exhaustion claws at me, Neil's pained groans echoing in my ears. We've barely covered a quarter mile and we're already spent. Scott kneels, gasping, while Miggy sways on his feet. Even Bob, our strongest, looks wrecked. "Just leave me," Neil rasps. "No," Miggy's voice is steel. "When rescuers come, they'll find you with us." Scott shakes his head. "Need more people." The truth hits me like a punch. We aren't enough. I'm not enough. Then Bob grits out, "We just need a breather." Miggy cuts in sharp. "Forget more people. We need smarter mechanics." He scans the terrain, eyes locking on the gear. "Rope, carabiners, and a whole forest of anchor points. Let's rig a damn pulley system." Scott blinks, then grins weakly. "MacGyver would be proud." And just like that, desperation gives way to determination. Scott let out a weary groan when asked for input. "Nerd powers activate," he muttered, his voice strained. "That's what I like to hear," came the reply. "All right, new strategy." We dug through our backpacks, pulling out every carabiner we could find. I was surprised by the variety, different shapes, sizes, and even some shiny metallic finishes. Nobody else seemed as fascinated by them as I was. Miggy and I stayed near Neil, who was barely conscious, while Scott and Bob scouted the surrounding woods for usable anchor points. I pulled out my knife, ready to cut rope, though my fingers were so swollen I risked slicing one off. But Miggy didn't want shorter pieces. He needed longer ones. So instead, I played matchmaker with the cords, sorting them by thickness and flexibility while Miggy worked like a machine, tying them together with quick, precise knots. "Fire and knots," I muttered. "Were you a Boy Scout or something?" "Yep," he answered without looking up. "But you don't like camping." Hey, I was in it for the soapbox derby cars. Even as a kid, I had a need for speed. I didn't know much about physics or engineering, but Miggy explained the plan, using natural formations as makeshift pulleys to create friction and slow the travois's descent. Without real pulleys, he'd have to thread the rope in a figure-8 around carefully chosen trees, forcing it to twist and turn enough to ease the load for Scott and Bob, who'd be guiding it downhill. Sounded great in theory, but Miggy's muttered swearing suggested reality wasn't cooperating. Scott and Bob returned with their tree selections, and after a deep breath, a muttered prayer, and a few choice words, Miggy declared us ready. He and I put on gloves. He'd handle the main rope control, while I'd step in if the friction failed and things got out of hand. That left Scott and Bob to manage the descent. If we did our job right, the weight should be manageable for them. Miggy threaded the rope through the makeshift pulley system, using carabiners to guide it around the trees before attaching it to the travois. Then Bob and Scott took their positions at Neil's feet and started down. Almost immediately, the travois tilted sharply, threatening to plunge downhill. Miggy yanked the rope hard against the nearest tree, creating a temporary break. At first, the system worked beautifully. I got to stand there doing nothing, which was about all I could handle, and even Miggy seemed relaxed as he fed the rope smoothly through the first anchor. The quiet whisper of rope against bark was almost soothing. Then the sound grew louder. Miggy's face tightened as the rope started slipping faster. He leaned back, digging in his heels. "How much further?" he shouted. No answer. He shot me a look and I jumped in, but my added weight barely made a difference. More friction. Spotting a skinny fir nearby, I looped the rope around it, adding another twist to the system. The rope slowed briefly, before speeding up again as the force stripped bark from the anchor trees, reducing friction and increasing the load. Miggy gritted his teeth. We both threw our weight against the pull, muscles straining until the rope went slack. So suddenly that Miggy and I nearly face-planted. The air is eerily quiet. No shouts, no swearing. We rush forward and glance down to see Bob and Scott far below us. Bob's face is lit up with a massive grin, while Scott is doubled over, laughing so hard he can barely breathe. "That was incredible," Bob's voice booms up. "Let's do it again." Miggy wobbles, and before I can react, he drops to his knees. I lurch toward him in panic, but he isn't breaking down, just shaking his head in disbelief. "I can't believe that actually worked," he mutters. Then his gaze locks onto mine, a rare spark of pride flashing in his eyes. Tim would have lost his mind over this. That crazy bastard would have loved every second. By the time we finish our grueling climb down, twilight has settled in. We're a ragged, exhausted bunch as we splash through the shallow creek at the base of the slope and stagger into the open. Neil, still strapped to the makeshift stretcher, blinks up at us with glassy eyes. "Please tell me it's over." "Almost there," Scott reassures him, though he looks just as rough, his face pale, his body trembling despite the dropping temperature. It's not just the cold, something inside him is clearly off. "Get me out of this thing," Neil groans. And who could blame him? We've been jostling him around like a sack of potatoes for hours. If he wasn't in agony before, he definitely is now. I'm beyond drained, but then again, I've been saying that for days. Turns out exhaustion is a bottomless pit. Just when you think you've hit rock bottom, life digs you a little deeper. We eye the lengthening shadows nervously. Bob keeps his rifle ready, finger near the trigger. I try to convince myself that nightfall is a good thing, cover from prying eyes, a sign that help must be close. In my head, I imagine Nemeth, Luciana, and Daisy already in town, dialing up Sheriff Kelly. Somewhere a helicopter is warming up, packed with sharp-eyed rescuers armed to the teeth, and why not? Maybe even a hot meal waiting for us. Hell, I'll throw in a luxury spa setup in the cargo hold while I'm dreaming. Reality, of course, is less glamorous. We trudge toward a cluster of pine trees, exchanging uneasy glances. This is the same spot where we took a snack break just days ago, back when we were still naive, still whole. Back when Martin was alive, when petty grudges were our biggest concern, and I thought tagging along on this wilderness search was just a fun detour. Now we look like we've been through a war, and not all of us made it out. Bob raises a hand, signaling for silence. We hold our breath, straining to hear anything, snapping branches, footsteps, shifting rocks. Mostly, all I hear is my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. But as my pulse steadies, the night comes alive around us. Crickets chirping, frogs croaking, an owl hooting in the distance. The wilderness is buzzing with life, and here we are, intruders with our loud weapons and clumsy movements. For a second, I wish we could just stop, sit, and listen, really take it all in. But we don't have that luxury. Our hunter might not be on our heels yet, but it's only a matter of time. Once he realizes we've abandoned camp, he'll follow the only trail out of this canyon. Maybe he'll take his sweet time, stop for dinner, freshen up, maybe even take a nap before hunting us down. A girl can dream, right? Meanwhile, Scott's shivering has gotten so bad his teeth are chattering. Miggy rummages through his pack and tosses him a thin jacket. Scott clutches it like a lifeline. Miggy turns to Bob with a frown. What's the plan now? The seasoned Bigfoot tracker pauses, scanning the dense forest around them. We need to get off the open trail, find better cover deeper in these woods. Scott lets out a dry chuckle. So we're not just waiting around like bait? Fantastic. Rescue will come eventually, we just gotta tough it out a little longer. Miggy gives a quick nod, gripping his flashlight tighter. I remember a clearing in that direction, but open space won't help us. I'll scout ahead, see if there's a safer spot. Back in a flash. He slips between the towering pines, twisting sideways to navigate the tight gaps. I hate splitting up again, but there's no better option. To keep my hands busy, I pull out my water filter and refill everyone's bottles from the nearby creek. We're burning through supplies fast. Between the grueling hike and the dry mountain air, dehydration's a real threat. Funny how survival rules I'd never heard of before now dictate everything. Shelter, water, food. Josh's secret stash of peanut butter cups counts as dinner tonight, and I've never been so excited for chocolate. Just as I finish, Miggy reappears, barely visible in the fading light. Found something close, he says, breathless. Not ideal, but it'll work. Bob grabs one end of the travois, Miggy the other, and we push forward. The forest swallows us whole, thick, suffocating darkness, the kind you'd expect in some twisted fairy tale. The usual woodland noises have shifted too, less birdsong, more unsettling rustles and distant screeches. Bob's practically bent double, dragging the travois through the underbrush. I grab the back end, heaving it over rocks and tangled roots while Scott swears under his breath beside me. We must sound like a stampede crashing through the woods. Not exactly stealthy. Miggy stops abruptly near a bend in the creek. In the dim light, I spot a massive fallen pine, its roots torn from the earth like some ancient barricade. The hollow beneath it forms a natural shelter, hidden, defensible. Perfect. We get to work setting up camp on the cool, damp ground. No tents, but I'd grabbed every emergency blanket I could find. They're flimsy, but that metallic lining traps heat better than you'd think. Bob lays down a thick trash bag as a moisture barrier, and the rest of us copy him. From the travois, Neil groans, "Get me out now." Miggy and Scott untie him, helping him sit up. He clutches his head with a sharp curse, then tries to stand, only for Miggy to catch him as his legs buckle. "Not getting back in that death trap," Neil mutters, staying put. No one argues. No cold packs left, I admit, but I can soak a bandana in the creek, ice-cold compress. Neil's eyes flicker. There's water here, freezing. Like liquid ice. Take me now. He lifts his arms. Miggy hooks one side, but Scott gasps when the movement tugs at his infected wound. I step in, bracing Neil's other side, one wounded guy at a time. 10 feet to the creek, thankfully, because Neil's shaking violently now. At the water's edge, he drops to his hands and knees. How deep? Miggy flicks on his flashlight, the beam cutting through the dark. I reach into the stream, swirling my fingers through the water. Shallow, we say in unison. Neil's voice is strained but determined. Perfect. I need to lie back. Just let the water run over me. Has to be ice cold, like painfully freezing. I catch on fast. He's using the rushing water as a natural ice pack, both to clean his injury and numb the swelling. Smart move, especially after the beating his already rattled brain has taken today. Miggy and I work together to ease him down, our knees sinking into the rocky bed as we support his neck. The moment the icy current hits the back of Neil's head, his whole body relaxes with a deep exhale. Worth every soaked inch of clothing. Chopper doesn't show tonight, Neil mumbles. I'm walking out tomorrow. No more dragging me like a sack of potatoes. Done. Miggy and I share a look over his head. That chopper better come tonight. Eventually, Neil signals he's had enough. We help him sit up, letting him steady himself before Miggy checks the wound under his flashlight. Maybe it looks a little better, or maybe I'm just desperate for good news. Either way, Neil's movements are steadier as we guide him back to camp. We strip off his soaked shirt, layering him in dry clothes from his pack, long sleeves, flannel, a jacket. Modesty's a luxury we can't afford right now. I peel off my own drenched layers, shivering as I tug on whatever dry fabric I have left. Even wrapped in a crinkly emergency blanket, the cold gnaws at me. Fire, Miggy asks, but we all know the answer. The risk of smoke giving away our position is too high. Resigned, we huddle closer, staring up at the sky like it owes us a miracle. Then chocolate. Josh's stash of peanut butter cups becomes our tiny rebellion against misery. 3 per person, even Bob, who pretends he doesn't want them. Everyone loves chocolate, I insist, pressing them into his palm. He caves, clutching them like treasure. Scott divides 2 power bars with military precision, handing Bob the extra share. "You're built like a fridge," he says, and for once Bob doesn't argue. We eat in silence, eyes flicking upward between bites. "Time?" Neil asks. 9:30, Miggy replies. The unspoken question lingers. How much longer? Bob exhales. Could be midnight, could be dawn. Miggy smirks. Nemeth won't let them wait. And for once, we're glad the guy's a bulldozer in human form. Bob grimaces. Well, we've got hours to kill. The second the words leave his mouth, he winces. Above us, the sky stays stubbornly empty. Neil bursts into laughter first, followed by Scott, and suddenly we're all sprawled on the ground, wheezing like idiots because he just had to say kill, and let's be real, that's probably next on the menu. Bob's the first to sober up, rubbing his face. "Sorry," he mutters, though none of us are actually sorry. I snort, clapping a hand over my mouth to stifle another giggle. "Guard shifts," Bob finally gets out. "Someone's gotta keep watch." Miggy scans our makeshift camp, then jerks his chin toward the tree line. "We could post up in a tree with the rifle. Better vantage point, cleaner shot." Bob eyes the towering pines like they've personally offended him. "Yeah, about that, trees and I, not exactly besties." "I'll do it," I offer, flexing my fingers. Years of scaling fences and dodging trouble finally paying off. But no gun. I've got my whistle. See trouble, sound the alarm. You sharpshooters can handle the rest. Miggy unzips his pack with a smirk. "Got a pistol in here. Won't stop a bear, but..." He lets the implication hang, eyeing each of us. "Still your gun, my tree," I counter. Then turning to Bob, "And if no, when I hear the chopper." "Blow that whistle like your life depends on it," he says, patting his bag. "I've got a flare, we'll light up the night." Or paint a giant target on ourselves, but hey, optimism's contagious. I tuck the whistle into my pocket, grab my gear, and head out. The knife at my hip feels heavier lately, less like a tool, more like a promise. Pine trees are the worst for climbing. All brittle branches and sticky sap like nature's booby traps. No sturdy oaks here, just a sad selection of spindly evergreens. I settle on the least terrible option, hoisting myself onto a boulder to reach the lowest limb. Muscle memory kicks in, and suddenly I'm 12 again, scrambling up a backyard oak with Sophie. The sun's blazing, the air thick with the scent of cut grass, and we're invincible. Up, 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 until the branches creak and the world shrinks below us. Nothing could touch us there. I wonder if she ever thinks about those days, if she kept the dog, if she remembers the girl who vanished to La without a goodbye. Now wedged against the trunk, I've got a clear enough view of the shadows shifting below. My body's exhausted, but my mind's wired, perfect for a long night of watching. One by one, the others curl into their blankets, cocooned against the cold. The forest hums back to life, rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the stream's endless murmur. Whistle in hand, I alternate between scanning the ground and squinting at the sky. Hours crawl by. The chopper never comes as dawn breaks. I finally climbed down from my perch, my body aching and my thoughts racing. Did the rescue team get held up? Is the helicopter just now leaving? Should we stay put or push forward? The questions swirl in my head, making it hard to focus. So much so that I nearly miss the flash of crimson tucked between the trees. My pulse quickens as I inch closer, my breath shallow. When I finally reach it, I scoop up the torn fabric, my fingers trembling. The realization hits me like a punch to the gut. No, it can't be, but there's no denying it. Clutching the ragged piece of red cloth, I trudge back to the others, my heart heavy. The group is huddled around the fire when I return. Miggy jerks his head up at the sound of a twig snapping under my boot, his hand twitching toward his gun. I throw my hands up before he gets any ideas. Wouldn't that be ironic, surviving yesterday's chaos only to get taken out by my own jumpy teammate? Bob's voice drifts over as I step into the circle. Search and rescue should be here soon, he's saying, though his optimism sounds forced. My canteen is almost empty, and I'm grateful I at least had a chance to relieve myself behind a thicket before rejoining. Luciana wasn't wrong. The wilderness is reshaping me in ways I never expected. I don't bother with a dramatic reveal. I just hold out the shredded fabric, letting the truth sink in. Bob's words trail off as his eyes lock onto the red material. Scott is the first to break the silence. That's Daisy's vest, he says, voice tight. The one she wears off-duty. She had it on yesterday. I swallow hard, nodding. Scott takes the vest, running his fingers over the jagged tears. It's been ripped, he mutters, and there's blood. I bite the inside of my cheek, refusing to let my emotions take over. One by one, the others examine the vest, each of us grappling with the same grim realization. Where'd you find this? Bob finally asks, his voice rough. Near a pine tree across the stream, I reply. Looked like it got caught on a fallen log. Neil exhales sharply. They left the trail just like us, which means… He doesn't finish, but he doesn't have to. Bob turns to the others. When did you first notice the camp being disturbed yesterday? When did the missing supplies start showing up again? Miggy shrugs. Late morning around 11. This spot's only a mile from camp, Bob muses. Nemeth, Luciana, and Daisy left around 7, if someone was tracking them. They could have been ambushed here, Scott finishes. Plenty of time for the killer to double back. Neil's voice is quiet. We have Nemeth's rifle, meaning the guide was defenseless. Luciana told me she didn't believe in guns, I add. But even unarmed, those 3 wouldn't go down easy. Unless it was an ambush, Bob counters. Take out Nemeth first, then Luciana, Daisy would have run. The thought makes me queasy, and yet there's a flicker of hope. If Daisy got away, she could still be out there. Scott shifts uncomfortably. We should check the main trail, look for signs of a struggle. And walk right into the killer's crosshairs, Miggy snaps. No, the real question is, what do we do now? I exhale. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. If Nemeth and Luciana didn't make it, then no choppers coming. We're on our own. Bob's jaw tightens. I'm going back, he declares. I need to see for myself. We all stare at him, too stunned to argue. There's no reasoning with a man that determined, especially one built like a linebacker. Bob insisted on going alone, determined to slip back to the clearing for some reconnaissance before returning. Scott shot him a skeptical look. And if you take a bullet, he asked. Then we'll know hunters out there looking for a fight, Bob replied with a shrug. Try not to get shot, I muttered, rubbing my shoulder absent-mindedly. I could always backtrack to where I found Daisy's vest. Maybe there's something else we missed. Neil sighed, exhaustion weighing on his voice. What's the point? Either way, we're on our own here. Then Scott raised a hand, his expression grim. I might need some help. We all froze as he peeled off his outer layers, then yanked his t-shirt over his head. I think I gasped first, but the others weren't far behind. The gashes on his chest, crudely sealed by Luciana 2 nights ago, weren't just red and swollen. Yellow pus oozed from the edges, and angry pockets of infection bulged beneath his skin. Miggy blinked. "How are you even upright right now? Shouldn't there be two of you?" Neil gave Scott's knee a reassuring pat. "Nah, man, there's three of him." Miggy just shook his head at the absurdity of it all. So this was our reality now, stuck in the middle of nowhere with a guy who looked like he belonged in a horror movie. "Do we still have any first aid supplies?" Scott asked. Bob nodded. "Enough to work with." "Good," Scott said, dead serious. "Then all I need is someone to sterilize a knife and play doctor. Slice, drain, clean, I'll be back in action." We all exchanged horrified glances, but Scott wasn't joking, and honestly, it wasn't the worst idea. My fingers drifted to my belt. "I've got a knife." "Perfect," Scott said. "You're hired, both of you." "All three of her," Neil cackled. I couldn't help but envy Bob, who got to walk away even if it was straight into danger. "Just so we're clear," I said, holding up the blade, "I have no idea what I'm doing." Scott smirked. "Ever dealt with an ingrown toenail?" "Yes." "Then you're qualified." We relocated closer to the stream, Neil hobbling along behind us. His progress was slow, but at least he wasn't face-planting like yesterday. Small victories. Miggy hauled out the first aid kit from Bob's pack, his face falling when he saw the mess inside. "When Martin got hit," I murmured, and Miggy quickly shielded the contents from the others. Some things were better left unseen, blood-stained wrappers, ransacked supplies. But luckily, Bob's kit still had enough to work with. Miggy dug out fresh gloves from his own bag while I prepped my knife and lighter, trying not to think too hard about what came next. Neil collapsed by the stream, on purpose this time, and eased himself into the icy water with a groan of relief. The cold seemed to soothe his head wound. Maybe it'd do the same for Scott. "All right," Miggy announced, taking charge. "Scott, lose the shirt. Frankie, sterilize the blade." I flicked the lighter and ran the flame along the edge of my tactical knife. The guys had smaller blades, but Scott had insisted on mine, razor-sharp and precise. "Did Josh always carry this thing?" I asked as Miggy tore open antiseptic wipes. Scott gingerly peeled off his shirt. "Never saw it before, but he might have had it stashed in his pack the whole time." "He was into hiking." "Sort of. He and his dad went elk hunting every year. Even tried bow hunting for a while, thought it was more sporting than using a rifle." "Did he ever actually bag an elk?" "But he got really good at wandering the woods, missing shots and losing arrows." "Does that even qualify?" I let the lighter's flame flicker out, watching as the knife's edge darkens with a smoky residue. Miggy passes me an alcohol swab, and I methodically clean the blade before trading it for a pair of blue surgical gloves. "Seriously, why Miguel?" I grumble while pulling them on. "The guy nearly blacked out just seeing someone's nosebleed during a pickup game. No chance I'm handing him a knife." Miggy raises an eyebrow. "You think he'd faint?" "Look at him, he's got everything prepped like a field medic." Miggy shrugs. "Usually, Josh would handle this. Tim would be his backup. I'd already be ducking behind a tree while Neil cracked jokes." "Working on it," Neil shouts from the creek. "So that's why you looked away when you first saw Neil's injury," I pieced together. "And why you grabbed the front of the travois, less blood in your line of sight." Scott chuckles, jumping in. "Remember that swimming hole? We'd heard rumors about it. One scorching night after Ultimate Frisbee, we finally went. Tim dove in first and the rest of us followed like idiots." Miggy groans. "I'm gonna be sick just thinking about it." "There was this rusted pipe jutting out near the rocks," Scott continues, grinning. "Tim slammed into it coming up for air, split his arm wide open, blood everywhere." "Stop," Miggy begs, but Scott's on a roll, lost in nostalgia. "We hauled ass to the he says. Josh and I were in the back pressing a wadded-up t-shirt to the wound. Every pothole had Tim cursing and blood spraying. Miggy puked out the window and Neil. "Not my car," Neil yells from the water, perfectly timed. Why did I have to drive? I swore I'd burn that thing afterward. My first new car, a black BMW X3, felt like a king driving it off the lot. Then these clowns ruined it, should have lit it up right then. Josh went in with Tim for stitches, Scott adds. I called his parents. 2 weeks later, we were back at that damn swimming hole. Slightly smarter, slightly less blood. How old were you? Mid-20s, old enough to know better, young enough to ignore it. Scott's smile falters and I catch the shadow behind it. For years, I couldn't even say Paul's name without reliving that liquor store floor, his apologetic smile as blood pooled around him, my screams echoing. At first, grief blots out everything, no light, no joy. But slowly the good memories seep back in. The pain doesn't vanish, it just changes shape, less like a monster and more like a scar. Maybe that's not peace, but it's something. We'd have figured it out, Scott murmurs almost to himself. We were all idiots back then. Fought, forgave, moved on. 12 years of friendship, you don't walk away from that. He'd have married Letitia, I say quietly. Yeah, and I'd have gotten over it. Scott's voice softens. Back then, I was obsessed with the idea of her, didn't really know her. We only fell in love these past few years, learned who we really are, that's the difference. He's talking more to Miggy and Neil now, and I let him. This moment, their shared memory, feels like the first time they've been on the same page since Tim vanished. Why do I do this? Because the ones left behind carry their own wounds. We mourn the lost, but we bleed for the parts of ourselves they took with them, the versions of us that died with them, the emotions we swore we'd never experience again. The unsettling feeling of our identities unraveling, fading away as abruptly as those who disappeared. I flash Scott a reassuring grin. You're incredibly thoughtful, I tell him warmly. I'd like to believe. Then I plunge the knife into his chest. Miggy collapses instantly, while Neil bursts into laughter from the stream. By the time we hear footsteps crunching through the underbrush, we've already shared laughter, tears, and every bonding moment except braiding friendship bracelets. We dive behind a massive fallen pine, pressing ourselves low. Miggy grips his pistol barrel pointed skyward in what looks like a ridiculous action hero stance. The absurdity hits me like a wave, and I bury my face, shoulders trembling with silent laughter. Maybe it's exhaustion, hunger, or sheer panic, but we've all lost our grip on sanity. Bob steps into the clearing, a backpack slung over his shoulder. One by one, we pop up like startled groundhogs. His blue eyes widen as he takes us in. What happened to you? He asks Miggy. Rock. He took a nasty fall, I explain. Knocked out cold, Neil adds. Scott lets out a nervous chuckle. Bob blinks, then holds up the pack. My stomach drops, I know that bag. That's Luciana's. Bob nods, settling onto a log as we crowd around. No bodies, he says flatly. No blood either, but I found signs of a struggle in this. He pulls a coiled wire from his pocket. A snare, Miggy mutters. I've heard of them for trapping rabbits, though the thought of them being used on people makes my skin crawl. You think they were ambushed? I ask. Luciana just dropped her pack and wandered off. Bob shrugs. Part of me wants to believe it's possible, but deep down I know better. The truth is too ugly to face. Do you think they're still alive? Neil ventures. No bodies, Bob repeats. But after what we found in that underground chamber yesterday, I doubt this guy leaves loose ends. A chill runs through me. Kills, is that all we are now? We come into this world with dreams only to end up as trophies in some killer's collection. No blood at all, I press. None if he used a trap like a snare. Maybe he didn't need to shoot. Maybe he tied them up and stashed them somewhere, Neil suggests, clinging to hope. And Daisy got away. Bob stays silent. Neil's optimism fades the second the words leave his mouth. The idea that a man who arranged 8 corpses like museum pieces would suddenly show mercy is laughable. Bob turns to Scott. How are you holding up? In response, Scott lifts his shirt, revealing a fresh bandage. Don't let her fool you, he says, jerking a thumb at me. She's got a thing for knives. He begged me to. She went straight for the ribs, Scott clarifies. No warning, no countdown, just stab. Is there a polite way to stab someone? I counter. Pus, Miggy groans, grimacing. Trust me, you don't want the details, so much pus. Epic, Neil chimes in. Afterwards, Scott Belly flopped into the stream. Let the freezing water do its thing. He sighs dreamily, clearly a fan of glacial therapy. I had no clue what I was doing, I admit. Cut him open, rinsed him out, then doused him in alcohol. There was screaming, Miggy cuts in. I did not. Full-on tantrum, Neil and I say in unison. Scott scowls. Then we slathered him in ointment, slapped on a bandage, and voila, he almost looks human again. Lucky me, Scott mutters. Bob presses a hand to Scott's forehead, then his cheeks. You feel cooler. Magic of ibuprofen. Bob shifts his gaze to Neil. And you. Survived the death sled. Bob exhales sharply as we all pause, legs aching from the endless march. You know, I mutter, rubbing my sore thighs, at this point I'm starting to think we've officially lost our minds. Neil, ever the optimist, springs to his feet with a dramatic flourish. Piece of cake, he declares, right before wobbling like a newborn deer and collapsing back onto the damp ground. Totally got this, he insists, though his white-knuckled grip on the tangled roots suggests otherwise. Bob doesn't crack a smile, doesn't even roll his eyes. His silence is what snaps me out of my delirious exhaustion, dragging me back to grim reality. No damn travois, Neil suddenly shouts, his voice raw. Screw that thing, I'll stay right here, set my own damn traps if I have to. But I'm not getting dragged out like some wounded animal. Bob's gaze locks onto mine, heavy with unspoken dread. I already know what he's thinking, I just don't want to admit it. We're sitting ducks, I say quietly. Martin was gunned down in cold blood. Nemeth and Luciana, they never made it out. Whatever we stumbled into, it's been happening for a long time. Those bodies weren't fresh. A slow nod. Whoever's behind this knows his hunting days are over. Scaring us off with accidents might have worked before, but once he pulled that trigger, 8 people vanishing in these woods, search teams will flood this place. Even if he slips away, his little game is finished. Last stand, I murmur. Miggy frowns. Then why hasn't he made his move yet? Bob checks his watch, already mid-morning. In the city, we'd still be groaning about early alarms. Out here, half the day's gone. He's had time to rest, Bob says darkly, and we're slow, injured, predictable. How far to the bottom? I ask. Too damn far, Bob replies. Miggy clenches his fists. We could ditch the trail, go off-grid. Bob scoffs. You think we can out-track a hunter on his own turf? Scott, ever the bold one, squares his shoulders. Then we sprint, 5 against 1, he can't take us all. Neil, shockingly steady, volunteers to cover the rear. The sheer resignation in his voice makes my throat tighten. Miggy explodes. Hell no, I'm not playing sacrificial lamb in some backwoods slasher flick. No way am I letting this end with one lucky survivor limping into town to sob about the rest of us. Scott smirks, so that's a no. Miggy hurls a clump of moss at him. Abso-freaking-lutely not. Neil chuckles, there's the Miggy we know. Bob, ever practical, cuts in. If we're not running, then what? We've got guns, Miggy snaps. Bear spray, a knife that could double as a prop in a horror movie. 5 against 1, Neil adds. Or in my delusional world, 15 against 3. Either way. Bob studies us. You're voting to fight. You really think we'd make it if we ran, Miggy counters. Martin, Nemeth, Luciana, they were the pros, and they're gone. Bob sighs. We're low on food, exposed, if he hits us at night. I glance at the looming ridge behind us, imagining it painted in gunfire. We might not last, I admit. Miggy's grin is razor-thin, but maybe one of us gets a lucky shot first. And then, we're up against a predator who knows these woods better than his own reflection. Bob doesn't need to say a word for us to sense his skepticism. I lift my hand slowly, breaking the tense silence. If we can't outrun them or outlast them, what if we outthink them? How? Bob asks flatly. I shrug, glancing at the three engineers. We set a trap. For about 15 minutes, I bask in the glow of my own brilliance, until reality crashes in, and our brainstorming spirals into something straight out of a low-budget cartoon. First, we consider burying a massive net to snag our pursuer mid-chase. Except we don't have a net or a goofy dog and his stoner sidekick to lure him into it. Then someone suggests digging a pit and camouflaging it with leaves. Great idea, if we had shovels or a full day to dig. By then, he'd pick us off like ducks at a shooting range. Miggy grudgingly admits a basic snare might work, if we could somehow control exactly where and when our hunter steps. The main trail had been perfect for ambushing Nemeth and Luciana, but now we're deep in the woods with no cover, facing someone who's definitely smarter than the average villain. I could sit by the fire as bait, I suggest. Fantastic, Scott deadpans, until he stops 100 yards out and picks you off with his rifle. Miggy chimes in, then I'll shoot him first. Except you can't shoot, I snap back. Neil, ever the martyr, volunteers, I'll do it. Shut up, we chorus, shutting him down instantly. Bob drags us back to reality. We need eyes on him first, a sniper's perch, some way to spot him before he spots us. I can climb, I offer, but the trees here are all pines and spruces, thick, prickly, and useless for visibility. Climbing higher just means more needles in your face. Miggy mutters, if I were him, I'd have a ghillie suit, a seasoned hunter. He's probably got one custom-made with local foliage. He could slither right into camp and take us out one by one. Scott groans, this isn't helping unless we make our own. Miggy's eyes light up. Forget the pit, too much work, but shallow depressions arranged like a starfish around this spot, each of us hidden under debris. When he shows, we strike together. Bob nods, we become the trap's teeth. Scott frowns, what if he waits us out, strikes at night? Neil, ever the optimist, adds, he might have night vision goggles, those things are badass. Miggy throws his hands up. Sure, he's got night goggles, and a hydration system, space diapers, and protein gel packs. He's a freaking survivalist ninja. Enough about him, what are we doing? I hold up Daisy's red vest. He doesn't know we have this, he wouldn't have left it behind. The group falls silent, staring. We tweak Miggy's plan, I continue. This campsite is too predictable, he'll just watch and wait. We need to draw him out, make him move where we want, something he won't expect. I meet Bob's gaze. Even if he got Nemeth and Luciana, Daisy might have escaped. She's a loose end if he spots this. Bob finishes my thought. He'll investigate. He won't expect 5 of us waiting, just a scrap of red in the woods, nothing suspicious. Miggy starts nodding, then Scott. Finally, Neil and Bob. Miggy sighs, it's a mess of assumptions and variables, but it's the best we've got. The tension in the group is palpable as silence follows my question about alternatives. No one speaks up. All right then, I say, checking my watch. Time's running out, let's move. My pulse races as I guide them back to the spot where I first discovered Daisy's vest. Every step feels like a gamble. Will the next one trigger a sniper's bullet or send the earth erupting beneath us? We've burned through most of the morning with recon, patching wounds, and debating tactics. Meanwhile, our pursuer has the upper hand, knowing our numbers, our location, and just how vulnerable we are. Any second could be our last. Bob trails behind, doing his best to obscure our trail. He admitted it's not his strong suit, but he's still the best we've got. We even left some supplies near the hollowed-out tree, a deliberate misdirection to lull our hunter into complacency. Ego is a weakness, and we're counting on it. The fallen log where I spotted the red vest comes into view. Carefully, I reposition it on the broken branch, the fabric catching just as before. The log is weathered, patches of bark peeled away to expose pale, skeletal wood beneath. Running my fingers along it, I can't help but think of bones, what everything reduces to in the end. Miggy circles the area, assessing. The clearing is small, hemmed in by dense trees and thick undergrowth. Digging 5 graves here, impossible. The roots alone would make it a nightmare. Plan B, Miggy declares, locking eyes with Scott. We use what's already here. Scott points upward, wincing as he motions toward a sturdy fork in a gnarled fir. One sniper nest. Neil, leaning heavily against the log, catches his breath before suggesting, the bushes. Hollow out underneath, perfect cover. Not for someone my size, Bob counters, and he's right. How do you hide a guy who stands out like a neon billboard? These trees are young, packed tight, no hiding a giant. I'll scout closer to the stream, he decides. Wider spaces there. I can signal when he's coming, then flank him. How, I ask. No radios and a whistle would blow your position. Bob answers with a series of eerily accurate bird calls, some chirpy, others melodic. My husband says it's why he fell for me, he adds with a grin. That and my killer ukulele skills. Neil blinks, okay, but which one actually fits here? Bob repeats a cheerful trill, almost identical to the morning birds I've nicknamed the happy chorus. Unlike crows, which always sound pissed, or seagulls, the obnoxious hecklers of the sky, these little guys are pure optimism. We need more camouflage, Miggy insists, scanning the area. Loose branches, pine boughs, nothing too neat. It has to look natural. I pull out my knife. I can cut some lower branches. Not here, Miggy warns. Fresh cuts are a dead giveaway. Scott drops his pack. I'll start on the bushes, carve out some hiding spots. I'll help with the branches, Neil offers, swaying slightly. You chop, I'll haul. Generous, considering he looks ready to face plant. I'll find my own hideout, Bob announces. Somewhere that doesn't make me look like a sequoia in a sapling forest. That cracks a smile from all of us. For a moment the weight lifts, the sound of Neil's stomach growling breaks the silence, quickly followed by Scott's as if in solidarity. We exchange glances, our eyes drifting toward the dwindling supplies in our backpacks. After scavenging through Luciana's bag, we'd found 2 more protein bars, an uncomfortable discovery, though she would have insisted we take them. Bob shuts down any thoughts of eating them immediately. Not yet, he says firmly. We have no idea how long this battle will last. Even if we survive, we still have to make it off this damn mountain alive. His words hang heavy in the air, sucking the morale right out of us. I force a grin. Save the snacks for the victory lap. Protein bar feast when we're home free. That gets a few nods before we scatter to our tasks. Neil and I are stuck with the delightful job of gathering branches, far enough from camp to avoid leading danger straight to us, but not so far that we stumble into the hunter's path. After a ridiculous amount of second-guessing, Neil shrugs and takes the lead. Perfect. Let the guy with the head injury make the calls. We find a dense thicket of spruce trees, their branches tangled like barbed wire. I grimace. Fantastic. I'd trade all this for one decent oak right about now. Neil points toward a cluster of lodgepole pines. Softer needles, but good luck getting the sap off your hands later. Settle for the evergreens. I crawl under the first spruce, my knife in hand, giving it a stern look. Don't make me regret this. The first branch snaps off easily, too easily. It's half dead, and the moment Neil yanks it free, a blizzard of needles rains down. After that, I'm more careful, targeting sturdier limbs and moving around to avoid obvious damage. Saw, heave, repeat. Neil tugs, rests, tugs again. Within minutes, we're both drenched in sweat, my arms stinging from 100 tiny jabs. Wrestling a cactus might have been less painful. I finally cave and pull on my gloves, too late, of course. My palms are already raw, my fingers glued together with sap. I abandon the spruce and move toward a patch of softer pines, their branches dotted with pine cones. Maybe they'll be kinder, no such luck. Sawing through sticky limbs, I wince as my knee lands on a pine cone. I sit back, panting, scanning the trees around us. Is the hunter nearby, watching, laughing at our struggle? Worse, what if he's circling Daisy right now? The thought twists my stomach. Desperate for distraction, I blurt out, "So what's your deal, Neil?" He blinks, "What?" "Letitia. How does one woman manage to wrap an entire group of guys around her finger? Is she some modern-day Helen of Troy? Neil snorts. Was Helen a 6-foot-tall goddess with a killer laugh and a razor-sharp tongue? Never read the book. I have a girlfriend, he says suddenly. That catches me off guard. None of the others have mentioned partners. Anna Hadgeless, we just started dating before all this. I was going to bring her to the wedding. I pause mid-saw. Wait, you've been with her for years and never told the guys. He hesitates. It's complicated between us. You really think that's it? Neil hesitated before answering. Everyone in my life has met Anna, my family, friends from work, the whole crew. It's not like I'm hiding her. I just don't bring her up around Scott, Miguel, and Josh. Is this about Letitia? I asked, genuinely puzzled. He shook his head. Letitia? That was years ago. 3 dates, a stupid crush. Scott was right about the difference between infatuation and love. Back then, I was hung up on her. Now, Anna's everything. Then what's the problem? Neil exhaled sharply. I don't want to share her, he admitted, the words tumbling out. Not because I think they'd steal her, though yeah, Tim and Scott both pulled that move with Letitia. It's more than that. After everything we've been through, college, jobs, losing Tim, I need something that's just mine. Not tangled up in the mess of who did what or who said what. Not part of the old version of me who screwed everything up. Sounds like you're being too hard on yourself. Trust me, I think the guys suck too, Neil muttered, though there was no real bite to it. But Anna wants to get married, and honestly, so do I. She's it for me. I knew it almost right away. So why haven't you asked her? Neil's voice cracked. Because I can't picture standing at the altar without Tim there. I couldn't even handle going to Scott's wedding. Just seeing a damn tux set me off. The last time we were all together, we were getting fitted for Tim's wedding. 5 idiots laughing, jabbing each other with pins. Who knew PTSD would hit over something as stupid as formal wear? I didn't know what to say. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, well, now I feel like an idiot, Neil muttered. Anna's waited 5 years for me to get my act together. I better make it off this mountain so I can fix that. Then why keep risking your neck out here? He shrugged. Survival of the fittest, right? I'm already wounded. Might as well go out on my own terms. I hacked at another branch, my arms burning. One more, then we'd head back. The itch between my shoulders wasn't helping, paranoia or instinct, I couldn't tell. What about Miguel? I asked. Ever think about settling down? Not sure. His last relationship ended bad and he never talks about marriage. And Josh? Neil's tone shifted. Josh doesn't share. Never did, but if I had to guess. He stacked the branches carefully. I think he's gay, and Tim was probably his first crush. Back in college, I'd catch him looking sometimes. Nothing happened, and Josh never said a word. Not that any of us would have cared. But I think that's why Tim's confession hit him so hard. The betrayal cut deeper than just Tim sneaking around with his sister. It was the fact he'd picked her over Josh. You think that's why Josh spiraled into drinking? I asked, brushing pine needles from my sleeves as I stood up. Neil shrugged. Josh was always quiet, even when we worked or studied together. Tim was the only one he ever really talked to. A sudden stillness made me freeze. Do you hear that? I whispered. Neil frowned. Hear what? Exactly, nothing. When's the last time you heard complete silence in the woods? His face went slack as realization hit. The forest had gone eerily quiet, every creature holding its breath, like they knew something dangerous was coming. We crouched motionless beside the pines, our hearts pounding loud enough to betray us. My eyes darted through the trees, searching for movement, a shadow, a glint of metal, anything. But the hunter was a ghost. Neil's grip tightened on my arm, his face chalk-white as he pointed toward the dense spruce. I nodded, and we inched forward, dragging broken branches like some pathetic camouflage. The sticky sap coated my hands, the sharp needles pricking my skin, but right then I'd never loved trees more. A bird's cheerful chirp shattered the tension. Too soon. Our traps weren't ready, our team wasn't in position, this wasn't the plan. Neil's jaw set. He yanked out a can of bear spray, then started weaving branches into his backpack straps, crafting a makeshift ghillie suit. Genius. I copied him, fumbling with my own branches while gripping my pepper spray. We crept forward, every rustle of pine cones deafening in the dead silence. That damn bird call came again, Bob's signal. The hunter was close. Logic said run. Instinct said fight. And somehow our ragtag group had become a unit. Daisy's red vest flashed ahead, but no sign of Scott or Miguel. Had they made it to cover? My eyes burned from sweat, my ears ringing with the buzz of insects. Then a twig snapped. The bushes quivered. Someone was out there. Neil's fingers dug into my arm, his breath shallow. We weren't ready. But the hunter didn't care. The idea of comfort, for him or for me, doesn't even register anymore. I remember reading somewhere that soldiers fight not for glory but for the person next to them. Now I understand. Failing myself is one thing, but abandoning Neil to whatever lurks in these woods, unthinkable. The air is thick with gnats, their tiny bodies tangling in my hair, buzzing in my ears. My throat is parched, but my bladder screams for relief. The forest holds its breath, my heartbeat thundering in my chest. The taste of sweat, bug spray, and pine resin coats my tongue, then chaos erupts. A massive shape crashes through the underbrush, bellowing like something feral. Bob charges toward us, eyes wide, bear spray raised like a weapon. Behind him, Scott and Miguel burst from the bushes, yelling. Then, impossibly, a figure materializes just feet away, a tree splitting into two, the second half lifting a rifle. It's surreal, yet exactly what Bob warned us about. He fires the spray just as the gunshot rings out. Bob drops like a felled tree. Another shot, someone screams. Neil and I lunge forward, but I trip over the damn pine branches still strapped to me, flailing like an idiot. Rage surges through me. I want to gut this tree man for hurting Bob, sweet, ridiculous, larger-than-life Bob, but I'm too busy trying not to faceplint. Then the pepper spray hits me like a wall. My eyes flood, my nose runs, and I drop my own canister, clawing at my throat like it's on fire. Through blurred vision, I see Neil leap onto the hunter's back. I fumble for my knife, I have to help, but then Neil S on the ground and the hunter's rifle swings up. A shot cracks not from him but behind. The hunter staggers, turns. Miguel stands there, face twisted in something primal, gripping a tiny handgun like it's the only thing keeping him upright. The hunter hesitates. I raise my knife, ready to strike, but in a blink he's gone, vanished into the trees like smoke. Silence, birds resume their chirping. The stench of gunpowder and pepper spray lingers. Miguel stands frozen, his brown skin drained of color. Then the moaning starts. I want to shut my eyes, block it all out. Gunshot wounds are my undoing, they drag me back to memories I can't escape, moments I refuse to relive. Frankie, Miguel barks, I shake my head. I can't, I'm already scraped raw, my scars too many to count. There's nothing left in me to face this. But the moaning won't stop, it forces me to move. I dump water over my burning face, wiping away tears and snot. Bob's the first thing I see, his massive frame sprawled out, blood stark against his khaki shirt. He's the one making that awful sound. Neil lies motionless nearby. I've got Scott. You take Bob, Miguel orders, his voice steady, like he stepped outside his own fear. So I do the same. This isn't me, this is survival. I tear the last of the stupid branches from my pack and stumble toward Bob, ready to face whatever comes next. The scene feels surreal, like I'm watching someone else crouch beside Bob's massive, motionless body. His blue eyes flicker open and that familiar grin tugs at his lips despite the pain. Whoops, he murmurs, voice barely audible. Quiet, I hiss back, but he ignores me. Tell Rob, love him. My stomach twists. This isn't me. The real me would be screaming, falling apart. But right now. I'm the kind of person who patches up bullet wounds with maxi pads and sheer stubbornness. I tear open Bob's flannel shirt, revealing the gruesome mess beneath. Blood bubbles from a ragged hole near his ribs. Silver lining, he rasps, being this huge, bastard missed my heart. His loss, I mutter, already scanning our gear. First aid kit, alcohol, tampons, where the hell did we stash them? My hands shake as I rummage through my pack. We used everything on Martin. The absurdity hits me, a mountain of a man bleeding out, and I'm desperate for feminine hygiene products. A hysterical laugh threatens to escape, but I choke it down. Not me, not now. Bob's hand clamps around my wrist. Enough! Neil's bag, he might have supplies. Run, his voice is gravel. Martin didn't make it. We don't know, blood's in my lungs, go. That's when something snaps. No more pleading, no more fear, just white-hot rage. You're living, I snarl. The universe owes me this. Miggy's voice cuts through the trees. Status? Alive, working on it. I lunge for Neil's unconscious form, yanking his pack open like a rabid raccoon. Bingo, a half-empty first aid kit, 2 tampons, and a maxi pad. Never thought I'd weep over a damn codex. Back at Bob's side, I don't bother with gentleness. This'll hurt like hell. His glassy stare locks onto me. Find what you're really after. Shut up, look at Miggy. As he turns, I shove cotton into the wound. His whole body arches, but he doesn't make a sound, too terrified of drawing the hunter back. That's when the tears come. I'm swearing, begging, slapping gauze over the mess while blood soaks the dirt beneath us. Then I see it. The exit wound, the puddle, too much, way too much. Miggy's hands are suddenly on me, dragging me up. Frankie, let go. His slap stings. Scott and Neil need us, move. So I do. We don't run, we plow through the forest like drunk bulls. Pine branches whip our faces, rocks tear at our legs, but we don't stop. Can't stop. The hunter's still out there, and Bob's last words echo in my skull. Sharp as gunfire, our frantic escape sends us tumbling through the wilderness, choking back cries as adrenaline numbs the pain. My foot catches on a root, sending me sprawling several yards before my shoulder slams into a jagged rock. Tears blur my vision, or maybe it's just the sweat and mucus streaking my face. Rational thought evaporates. Survival instinct takes over as I claw my way upright, following Miggy's silhouette through the untamed forest. No paths here, just desperate choices, every turn taking us downward, gravity our only ally. The hunter outsmarted us. Our clever strategy crumbled, reducing us to panicked prey fleeing through the underbrush. My backpack bounces uselessly against my shoulders, nearly empty now. Miggy was right, we need to find help for Scott and Neil. But Bob's beyond saving. A low-hanging branch whips across my face, pine needles sticking to my damp skin. Watch it, Miggy calls back, barely winded despite the brutal descent. He navigates the treacherous slope with practiced ease while I flounder behind. We reach a shallow creek and my knees give out. The icy water shocks me awake, memories flashing, Neil grinning as he dunked his head beneath a waterfall, Scott joking as he guided my hands to his wound. For a second, I don't want to move. Then Miggy's voice cuts through the haze. Frankie. His hands are rough but careful as he washes the grime from my face. I saw him, he whispers. Not some forest spirit, a man. Military-grade gear, camouflage netting, tactical goggles. That's why the bear spray failed. He came prepared for war. A bitter laugh escapes me. We never stood a chance. Miggy's expression darkens. I've had nightmares, but nothing like this. This guy, he's a professional. At least you hit him. Barely grazed him, he admits. His voice cracks when he adds, Scott and Neil. I hid them, but Neil was fading fast. They won't make it out. Neither will we, I say, and the truth hangs between us. Miggy hauls me up, his grip firm. We're drenched, shivering, but the blood under my nails won't wash away. 5 bullets left, he says, and I know what that means. It's a countdown now. Can we outrun death before it finds us again? Suddenly I'm laughing, the sound jagged and wild. What's so damn funny? Miggy snaps. Us, I gasp. Remember, first day on the trail we were the slowest, the clumsiest, and now we're the last one standing. His mouth twists. Yeah, ironic. But he doesn't see it yet. I cup creek water in my palms, gently wiping the dirt from his face. My fingers trace the sharp angles of his jaw, the tension in his brow. Think about it, I murmur. When you hunt a group, you take out the strongest first. Nemeth, Luciana, Martin, Bob, we were always the weak links, and now we're the grand finale. Miggy's hands cover mine. You know what I wanted this weekend? He mutters. Golf, just me, a club, and a stupid little ball. His grin is as dark as mine. Then we're running again, half falling down the mountainside, leaving an obvious trail in our wake. Every second, I brace for the shot that never comes. Our boots tear through the underbrush, snapping twigs and flattening tall grass as we barrel downhill. The cold seeps into my bones despite the exertion. Descending wrecks my knees, but it doesn't get my heart pumping hard enough to fight the chill from our soaked clothes. The sky darkens overhead, the sun vanishing behind thickening clouds. Any minute now, the daily downpour will hit, turning our miserable trek into a freezing nightmare. Luciana estimated 8 to 10 hours to reach the valley floor, assuming we stuck to the winding trail, not this reckless slide down pine-covered slopes. We should be close. Then again, we're also completely lost. If we can just get within range of a cell tower or stumble upon some hermit's cabin, maybe we'll survive. Or maybe we'll just drag another innocent person into this disaster. My thoughts spiral, useless and panicked. Miggy stops so suddenly I nearly plow into him, catching myself on a low-hanging branch. "What?" I snap. He doesn't answer, just points. My gaze follows his finger, straight ahead then straight down. A massive ravine splits the earth, a jagged gash so deep and wide it looks like some angry god took a cleaver to the mountain. Miggy and I exchange a glance. No way across. We'll have to go around, but which way? Left or right? My sense of direction is shot. The only certainty, safety, lies on the other side. "Okay," Miggy finally says, forcing calm. "Let's take a breather, hydrate, check the map." I glance back uneasily. The hunter could be right behind us, rifle ready. One shot and we'd topple into the ravine. No trophies for him, just a pair of broken bodies lost in the abyss. Neil wanted his death to mean something. Me? I'd settle for mine being a massive inconvenience. Miguel motions toward a cluster of scraggly pines. We squeeze between them, branches clawing at our packs as we wrestle them off. My stomach growls loudly. I hesitate before asking, "Any food left? Protein bars? Granola?" Miguel won't meet my eyes. "Gave the last of it to Neil and Scott," he mutters. "They argued, but I couldn't leave them with nothing." His voice cracks. I squeeze his hand. Guilt twists in my gut. I'd been too consumed by rage over Bob to help. Miguel had to patch up Scott's gunshot wound, rouse Neil from his concussion, and then walk away. Those two, they've spent years in these woods, always expecting the worst. But Miguel. Leaving them behind after fighting so hard not to, that kind of choice carves into you. Some wounds don't heal. You just learn to limp forward. Thunder rumbles in the distance. Perfect, as if we needed more misery. Miguel catches me eyeing the storm. "Might slow him down," he offers. I snort. "That guy? Bet he's got some high-tech rainproof armor. Probably laughs at lightning." Miguel spreads the map, same one Martin had, tracing a dashed line. "Original trail," he says, tapping where it dead ends near Devil's Canyon. His finger moves lower, pressing into the shaded depths. "We're here. The base camp was our starting point when we set out yesterday afternoon." "Hold on," I say, tracing the map with my finger. "There's a blank space between the end of the dashed trail and the start of the Green Canyon. What's in that area?" Miguel exhales sharply. "That's where we were, the unmarked backcountry section of our hike. Remember what Nemeth told us on day one? Not every path out here is maintained or even documented. That's why Martin always teamed up with him for these trips. You either need a seasoned guide or serious navigation skills." He flips back a few pages on the topographic map, stopping at a dense cluster of contour lines. "See these? They mark the brutal 1-mile drop to the clearing where we camped last night. It's not an official trail, just something Nemeth and the locals use, probably an old game path repurposed by hikers. This morning, we left from there. I think we've been moving southwest, but honestly, I'm winging it." I raise an eyebrow. "Please tell me you've got some Boy Scout-level compass expertise hidden somewhere. Because let's face it, neither of us qualifies as a backcountry expert." Miggy lets out a dry laugh. "Yeah, about that. I earned a merit badge 2 decades ago and promptly forgot everything. Nemeth did all the heavy lifting and I was happy to let him. Didn't want to overthink where we were going." He rubs his temples, frustration tightening his jaw. "Forget direction, let's focus on elevation. We've been taking the steepest drops possible, so if we follow these contour lines." "Tightest clusters mean the fastest descent," I finish, finally catching on. "Bingo." We huddle over the map as thunder growls overhead. A fat raindrop splatters right on the paper, and Miguel jerks it closer, shielding it between us. This isn't precise, but judging by the gradients, we've been descending here. He drags his finger along a jagged route. Problem is, we're veering too far south, Ramsey's west. Right now, we're plunging deeper into the Popo Ag wilderness. His fingertip lands on a sprawling expanse of dark green labeled Popo Ag wilderness. It looks less like a destination and more like a trap. The sheer scale of our isolation hits me like a punch to the gut. If I speak, I'll break. Next to me, Miguel's breathing is ragged, his hands trembling. Then the sky splits open, lightning cracks, thunder booms, and rain slams down like the universe is mocking us. So much for nature's majesty. Right now, it just feels like getting sucker punched while we're already on the ground. Miggy's muttering curses, jabbing at the map. Where's the ravine? The lines, why can't I see them? Think, damn it. His voice cracks. I grab his hand, it's as cold and slick as mine. You got us this far, I say, though the words sound hollow. When he looks up, his face is wrecked. Exhaustion, guilt, the weight of everything we've lost. I want to promise him we'll survive, but lies won't save us. Rain streaks down his cheeks. Bob told you to tell Rob he loves him, he says suddenly. Rob's his husband. Miguel swallows hard. I don't have a partner, but my parents. If I don't make it, tell them I loved them, that it was an honor to be their son, and that I went down fighting. My dad, he'd appreciate that. I start to protest, but he cuts me off fierce. What about you? Who's waiting for you? The question hangs in the air. I have no answer. I've never been that type of person, the kind who leaves a lasting impression. My life hasn't unfolded in a way that makes waves. After a long pause, I finally speak up. There's this dive bar in Boston, I say, owned by a quiet guy named Stoney, if you could just tell him. He'd relay the message to Vive, Angelique, and Detective Dan Lotham. They'd probably feel a pang of sadness, sure, but my absence wouldn't leave a gaping void. How could it? I was barely present in their lives to begin with. Then there's Amy, Paul's widow. Will she notice when my occasional calls stop coming? Will she miss our odd little routine, or just assume I've finally let go and feel relieved to be free of me? No way to know. Miguel finally shakes himself out of his thoughts. Once the storm lets up, he says, steadying his voice, we should move that way. He gestures through the dense pines. I nod in agreement, my teeth chattering as hard as his. Right now, adding layers isn't an option. We'll need them dry for later when the cold really sets in, if we make it that far. Folding the soggy map, we force down sips of water, pretending it's more than just a tease for our empty stomachs. Then we stand there, surrounded by gnarled little trees, faces tilted toward the angry sky. Lightning splits the clouds like jagged cracks in glass. One last spectacle, I think, nature's brutal, breathtaking farewell. Then the storm rolls past, and so do we. Chapter 37. My mind drifts to impossible luxuries. Scalding water sluicing off layers of grime, a feast of gooey mac and cheese, a juicy burger, crispy Haitian patties. Then a bed, no, a throne of pillows and down comforters. And just as the fantasy gets really good, reality yanks me back. We're pushing forward, but the gully stretches endlessly. Every step is a battle, tripping over roots, slogging through wet grass, climbing, sliding, repeating. No progress, just exhaustion. The storm's gone, but the sun's still hiding. The shade that once felt like relief now leaches what little warmth we have left. My legs drag like deadweight. Even the terrain isn't to blame, I'm just spent. Hungry, frozen, and now limping thanks to a throbbing ankle. Miguel's not faring much better. I catch him grimacing, favoring his left leg. His knees clearly shot just like the rest of us. But stopping isn't an option. This ravine isn't just slowing us down, it's boxing us in, turning us into easy targets for whoever's hunting us. Then crack, we both jerk toward the nearest trees, hearts hammering. But the gunshot fades, leaving only startled birds in its wake. Miguel's face says it all, our hunters playing with us. Because what are the odds of two trigger-happy strangers in the middle of nowhere? My knee, he mutters, wincing. I know, my ankle's killing me too. We can't stop. Neil and Scott, I agree, if they're even alive. Trapped, helpless, waiting, it's too familiar. Miguel rubs his knee jaw tight. Think taping it would help, I ask. Maybe, but we'd have to move fast, he eyes me. Your ankle's that bad. I'd trade my left arm for an ice pack and a recliner right now. He exhales. Best we can do, walking sticks. If you can cut us branches, about 5 feet tall, it'll take some pressure off. Done. At this point, I'll try anything the chance to pause our endless trek feels like a gift. Miguel drops his backpack, rummaging for the first aid supplies while I step away with my knife, desperate for a change of scenery. These relentless pine trees, nature's version of high school bullies, keep coating me in sap while their needles poke through my clothes like tiny daggers. Choosing a sickly-looking tree, I pull out my knife, only to find it crusted with dirt and sap. Sorry, buddy, I mutter, wiping the blade on my pants. Stick with me and I swear you'll get the spa treatment later, preferably not a bloodbath. The knife stays silent, but I can almost feel its eagerness as I hack at a thick pine branch. It takes forever. Either the wood is tougher than I thought or exhaustion has turned my arms to jelly. When I finally break it free, I snatch a dead branch from the ground instead of cutting another. Miguel's waiting, his knee wrapped tight, and he tosses me 2 painkillers without a word. I swallow them dry, then trim the branches into makeshift walking sticks. Mine feels flimsy, but we don't have time for perfection. A second gunshot splits the air, closer this time, sending birds scattering. We bolt, but it's obvious within minutes that we're not escaping. Miguel limps badly and my skipping gait isn't much better. He stops abruptly, breathing hard. 5 bullets left, he says, and I know what he's thinking. Running won't save us this time. The mountainside looms dark under heavy clouds. High ground might help, but Miguel shakes his head at my suggestion. Too many trees, no clear shot. He points to a bare rise ahead, half hidden by rocks and brush. We go full cowboy, he says with a reckless grin. You're out of your mind, I mutter, but I follow anyway. At the top, Miguel checks his pistol, 5 rounds, 1 chambered, while I stash our packs under a layer of torn-up grass. He belly crawls into position, scanning for the best angle. I grip my knife, my stomach twisting. Bear spray won't cut it here. The memory of Bob's death hardens my resolve. I tap Miguel's shoulder, then gesture toward a cluster of pines. If things go south, I'll be waiting in the shadows, ready or not. Lying helpless on the ground next to him won't help our situation. With 2 against 1, we might actually stand a chance. Miggy gives a tight nod, his voice barely audible as he admits, my aim's not that great. I'll need him practically on top of me before I take the shot. That sparks an idea. Grabbing my walking stick, I backtrack quietly before suddenly breaking into a clumsy sprint past Miggy's hiding spot. If luck's on our side, the hunter, too focused on following our trail, noticed the half-frozen guy with the tiny pistol lurking above him. I barrel through the underbrush, my injured legs barely cooperating. Once I'm deep enough into the next cluster of pines to sell the deception, I slow to a painful limp, circling back toward our planned ambush point. My pulse hammers louder with every step. He should be here by now, or is he? Could he already be waiting, his outline blending into the trees? Maybe he's executing his own flanking maneuver or climbing to some pre-scouted sniper position. Too many unknowns. I press myself against the rough bark just as a pinecone cracks to my left. A shadow moves and Miguel opens fire. His first shot goes wide. 2 more follow in rapid succession, but the hunter's already reacting, twisting away so fast he nearly collides with my hiding spot. In one fluid motion, he shoulders his rifle. I lunge at him, my knife in one hand and a whistle clenched between my teeth. The shrill blast right in his ear makes him stagger, his grip loosening on the weapon. He turns on me, but my size works in my favor this time. I duck under his swing and stab blindly. The blade hits something solid, skidding off what feels like reinforced fabric. Before I can process it, he shoves me backward. I land hard, looking up into a nightmare face, bulging eyes, no mouth, just a grotesque mask. The rifle butt swings toward my skull. I roll aside at the last second, scrambling behind the nearest tree as he charges after me like some enraged monster. Dodging between pines, I have no plan except survival. Where S. Miggy? I need his bullets yesterday. A sharp turn left mistake. The rifle slams into my shoulder, my knife clattering to the forest floor. I blow the whistle again, but it comes out weak, my breath ragged with terror. Then gunfire erupts. The hunter flinches as bark explodes beside us. Miguel's closing in, shadows and trees masking his approach. The rifle cracks against my face. Stars burst behind my eyes as I hit the dirt. More shots ring out, the hunter pivots toward the noise. Get up. My whole life's been about movement, stopping now isn't an option. A pained cry, Miguel S. in trouble. We're outmatched alone, but together, maybe. Gripping a low branch, I haul myself upright. My vision swims, my cheekbone throbbing like it's split open. Doesn't matter. Miguel needs backup. I force myself forward every step a battle. Size doesn't define strength. And right now, we've got nothing left but each other's strength, and brute force aren't my strong suits, but years of hard lessons have taught me where to strike when it matters most. Eyes, throat, groin, knees. If you can't overpower, outsmart. The towering figure swings his rifle like a club, cracking Miguel across the arm, sending his weapon clattering to the dirt. In one seamless motion, the hunter slings the rifle over his shoulder and draws a wicked blade, nearly identical to mine except his isn't clogged with splinters. Miguel goes ghost white, arms spread, feet dancing like a linebacker bracing for impact. No begging, no surrender, just pure defiance, exactly as he promised. That fury ignites something in me. I drop low and barrel forward, slamming into the hunter's legs with everything I've got. Size doesn't matter when you hit a knee sideways, biology doesn't lie. The giant topples left, his blade slicing air as he crashes down. My scream isn't human, it's something wild, untamed. Miguel's already on him, grappling for the knife. We're running on panic and desperation, but the hunter, he's well-rested, well-fed, and decades ahead of us in experience. Within moments, he shrugs us off like gnats. Back on his feet, he aims a brutal kick to my ribs. I crumple, lungs burning. Miguel makes another grab for the blade, mistake. The hunter slashes his face, his chest once, twice, 3 times. Miguel staggers, crab-walking backward as the hunter advances, steel glinting. The gun, somewhere in the dirt. I claw at the earth, gasping, frantic. This is what I do, I find things, but the hunter looms over Miguel now, knife raised high. Behind that mask, those goggles, that ridiculous twig-covered hat, I swear he's grinning. Miguel glares up. Go to hell, he spits. The blade descends. Then the forest erupts. An impact, a blur. The hunter goes down hard, no time to react as a second figure slams into him. They roll free of the pines, a tangled mess of violence. I drag myself up, my right arm useless, vision blurred by something warm and metallic. Wiping my face does little to clarify the scene, 2 men locked in a death struggle. The hunter gains the upper hand, landing a brutal right hook that sends the newcomer reeling. Through the grime and blood masking his face, I recognize the eyes. Martin. Barely alive and absolutely feral, the hunter punches him again and again. You shot my boy, Martin rasps between blows, lips peeled back in a grotesque smile. Gonna kill you. The hunter's done playing. He starts digging through his pockets, another weapon, no doubt. Frankie, Miguel wheezes, he's pointing, the gun, 5 feet away. I lunge. Shut up, the hunter snarls, plunging a utility knife into Martin's chest. Once, twice. But Martin just stands there, taking it, chanting through gritted teeth, kill you, kill you. My fingers close around the pistol, 1 shot, make it count. Then Martin roars, a sound that splits the world. Pure grief, pure wrath. As the knife comes down again, he doesn't dodge, doesn't strategize. He just charges, full force, crashing into the hunter like a freight train, the air hung heavy with stunned silence. The hunter faltered, clearly baffled that his prey hadn't crumpled yet, that Martin, battered and bloody, still had fight left in him. Then came that split second of raw disbelief as Martin's sheer, unbreakable will drove them both backward, toward the ravine's edge. The hunter scrambled for footing, twisting desperately, but Martin's grin, wild, teeth bared against his grime-streaked face, said it all. Kill you, kill you, kill you, he snarled before shoving them both over. The hunter's scream echoed, and I could have sworn I heard Martin's laughter chasing it down into the abyss. Then nothing. Somehow I dragged myself back to Miguel. Adrenaline still pulsed through me, my body screaming fight or flight, but I'd already done both. There was nothing left. Miguel had propped himself against a tree, breathing ragged, the fading light making it impossible to tell where the dirt ended and the blood began. Water, he croaked. Our pack sat just up the slope, half buried in grass close, but it might as well have been another planet. I was the less wrecked of us, so I stumbled toward them, my right arm useless, my face swelling grotesquely. After a few failed attempts, I hauled the packs back, fumbling out water bottles. Miguel managed his. I needed his help just to twist the cap off mine. Digging through Josh's ancient first aid kit, I bypassed the useless bandages and grabbed the ibuprofen 8 pills left. We each took 4, living the dream. Can you walk? Miguel asked. Barely, I admitted. My knees shot, my chest, his breath hitched with a wet, ominous sound. I didn't want to look, but denial wasn't an option. My pencil flashlight flickered to life, illuminating the damage. I clicked it off fast. That bad? He wheezed. Yeah, I whispered. But hey, you look like hell too. We exchanged the kind of exhausted grins only soldiers and survivors understand. That was Marty, wasn't it? Miguel finally said. Guess he wasn't done yet. Who knew stubbornness paid off? I muttered. You think the other guy's dead? God, I hope so. We both knew we should move, put distance between us and whatever was left out there. Neither of us budged. Scott and Neil, Miguel murmured, voice cracking. I swallowed hard. We'd tried. But now, broken and stranded with no signal, no strength, no way out, I was fresh out of ideas. The cold bit deeper. I rummaged through Miguel's pack for dry shirts, tossing one his way before struggling with my own. My right arm refused to cooperate. Miguel hadn't even tried. I could help, I offered, words slurring. The rule of threes mocked us, 3 hours without shelter in these conditions, and we were soaked, shaking, losing heat fast. A fire, Miguel rasped, might buy us time. I managed a weak chuckle. Got Vaseline-soaked cotton balls. His grin flashed in the dark. Party on. I scavenged dead twigs and pine cones, my knife, recovered from the scuffle, hacking out a patch of dry dirt. Miguel watched, each breath a struggle, as I prepared our pathetic lifeline. The night stretched ahead, cold and unrelenting, but for now, the tiny promise of flame was all we had. The flickering campfire finally catches after several attempts with my butane lighter, its small flames casting eerie shadows across our makeshift shelter. My first successful fire, something that should feel triumphant, but instead just makes me think of my dad, that night long ago, and the sharp sting of whiskey on my lips. Love and resentment tangled together in one unshakable memory. Nearby, Miggy drags himself closer with a pained groan, his injuries illuminated by the firelight. The gash across his face is bad, but his chest is worse, like something straight out of a horror movie. My own wounds, arm, shoulder, ankle, would be manageable under normal circumstances. But normal circumstances don't include being stranded miles from civilization with no hope of rescue. Miggy's breathing is shallow, his movements sluggish. Tell me a story, he rasps, something with a princess and a frog. I force a laugh. How about a band of brothers lost in the woods? A beast attacks, he adds weakly. One gets separated, I continue. But he doesn't quit, he fights to survive. The others search for him, Miggy murmurs. But the beast returns, they fall one by one. I shake my head. The first brother watches over them, he wants them to live. Miggy's voice turns bitter. They were terrible brothers, should have stuck together. He still hopes they make it. The forest doesn't care, Miggy sighs. It wants them all back forever. The first brother fights anyway. Miggy's eyes lock onto mine. He's already dead. You're awful at storytelling, I mutter. Engineer, remember. He coughs, then flashes a weak grin. Tell my dad I went down swinging. Tell him yourself when we get out of here. You shouldn't have come, he whispers. Someone had to keep you from getting lost. Never thought I'd die with company, he admits. Always figured I'd go alone. Progress right. He studies me. Why do you drift, running from something? I hesitate. Once, a man loved me more than I could love him. He died because of it, not my fault, not his, just life. But I was already gone before that. It hurt him that I couldn't stay. Hurt me that he didn't understand why I had to leave. Miggy exhales. Never cared that much about anyone. Maybe your new scars will change that. Chicks dig battle damage. Absolutely. His hand fumbles toward his pack. Frankie, flask, bottom of the bag. I expect another water bottle, but my fingers close around something slender and metal. A real flask, the kind you'd see in an old western. My throat tightens. I've never told Miggy about my history with drinking. Meant it for Tim, he rasps. One last toast, a goodbye. My hands shake as I pass it to him. The scent hits me before he even unscrews the cap, maker's mark. Bourbon. Memories flood back. My father stumbling toward our tent, me as a kid sneaking sips in my room, trying to understand why love tasted like burning. Miggy raises it weakly. No more rain, no more hellos. No more pain, I finish softly. The fire crackles between us, the only witness to our unspoken farewell. Here's to the courageous. Here's to those we've lost. Farewell to yesterday. Farewell to what lies ahead. With the toast finished, he tilts the flask back and takes a long, deep swallow. I watch his throat move, imagining the whiskey's fiery path as it sears down, offering a fleeting warmth. Despite the small fire between us, the cold gnaws at our bones. It won't be long before exhaustion claims us. The flames will flicker out, the chill will tighten its grip, and our trembling will finally stop. Miguel coughs violently, blood staining his lips. He stares at the crimson splatter in his palm before murmuring again, "Farewell to what lies ahead." He holds the flask out to me. The whiskey's rich aroma taunts me, both temptation and terror. I take it. Chapter 40. Have you ever imagined your final moments? Do you see yourself withered with age, cushioned by pillows, loved ones gathered around, your partner, your children, their children? Or do you fantasize about going out in a reckless blaze? Young and foolish, careening off a cliff, smashing into a barrier, trampled beneath a raging bull. Will it be sterile hospital walls or the quiet of your own bedroom? Will you be pleading, praying, or just stunned that reality bears no resemblance to your expectations? I don't have answers. Maybe I'm cherished. Maybe I'm abandoned. Maybe I lived long enough to regret my choices, or maybe they've just caught up with me now. But one thing's certain, I want to face the end clear-headed. As I hand the flask back to Miguel, leaving him to finish it alone, I take grim satisfaction in that small victory. The fire dims. The cold creeps closer. We huddle together, and I run my fingers through Miguel's dark hair until his shivering stills. I press a kiss to his temple, whispering that he fought bravely. Then I shut my eyes and surrender to the night. Wet, slobbery kisses, hot breath fogging my face, the stench of dog breath, a voice murmurs, "Easy, don't move, we've got you." I try to call for Miguel. My lips twitch, Scott, Neil, Bob, but no sound comes. More sloppy licks across my cheeks. Daisy, knock it off. My arms flail weakly until they connect with warm fur. Another enthusiastic tongue bath. I don't protest. Relax, Frankie, it's okay. Luciana S. here too. I grip her hand. Miguel, Neil, Scott, Bob, I strain to form their names. Maybe I do. It's hard to tell. I'm being lifted, carried. Pain screams through my shoulder, but I cling to it, grateful for the proof I'm still breathing. How is he? Someone asks. We need a vac now. A roar above us. Helicopter blades, rescue, finally. Light stabs my eyes. I squeeze them shut. The room is blinding white, the noise overwhelming. Miguel, Neil, Scott, Bob, their names loop in my mind, a mantra I won't forget. The next time I wake, I'm in a hospital bed, tethered to machines. Memory flickers. Last time I was here, I could at least rub my aching shoulder. Now Roman 4 lines pin my hand in place. You're awake. Luciana swims into view. My throat is sandpaper, but she understands, lifting a straw to my lips. Water helps. Miguel. Out of surgery. They stopped most of the bleeding, critical but stable, will know more soon. The next names stick in my throat. Neil, Scott. Another search team found them. The sheriffs got every available unit combing those woods. Neil's okay, just a bad concussion. Scott. She falters. The doctors managed to remove the bullet, but he's in critical condition after losing too much blood. His wife's rushing here now. All we can do is hope. I can't meet Luciana's eyes. The weight of my mistakes crushes me, that reckless plan, abandoning Scott and Neil. The endless what-ifs gnaw at me, those relentless ghosts that follow anyone who makes it out alive. What about you? I finally ask. Luciana offers a tired smile, guiding the straw to my mouth again. She looks almost like herself, just roughed up and exhausted. I got ambushed, she explains. Nemeth and I had just cleared the worst part of the climb. He and Daisy were ahead when something yanked my ankle. 1 second I was standing, the next I was face first in the dirt. Thought I'd tripped until something smashed into my back. Everything went black, woke up tied to a tree, no clue where I was. She pauses, rubbing her wrist. Daisy found me filthy, missing her vest, but alive. My pockets were empty, but I still had my paracord bracelet. Used the hidden blade to cut free. Daisy led me back to town, and Sheriff Kelly organized the rescue. We flew to Devil's Canyon while another team hiked up from below. It's been chaotic. Her voice drops. They recovered Bob's body today, then quieter, Marty. I swallow hard. There was a hunter, probably the same one who attacked you. He killed Bob, wounded Scott and Neil. Miguel and I were trying to get help when he cornered us. Martin, he just appeared, tackled the guy. They both went over the ravine. Nemeth's absence in her story already had me uneasy. Luciana exhales. He's not good. They think he doubled back to help me. His pack was near where I was taken. But it went bad. Whether the hunter left him or he escaped, he barely made it down the trail before collapsing. Marge found him just in time. My stomach twists. Luciana adds softly, he might have saved me. After what that monster did to him, he didn't have the strength to finish me off. Or the time, I think bitterly. The hunter had bigger plans after them. But it destroyed him, she whispers. Gunshot, broken bones, his face. I want to reach for her, but the Roman 4 lines hold me down. The guilt is suffocating. Why should I survive if they do? There's more, I rasp. A chamber in Devil's Canyon, 8 mummies. Luciana nods. A team found it this morning. You kept muttering about it. Mummies hunting humans, a human hunter. We pieced it together. Daisy had scented something there before everything went wrong. Of course it had. The hunter had been steps ahead the whole time. I still hadn't grasped the full weight of a father's devotion, or the fury it could unleash. Neil would have been proud. Martin had turned his death into something meaningful. How long? I croak, my throat dry, realizing I have no idea how much time has passed since I collapsed. 36 hours, Luciana replies. The number shocks me, though part of me feels like I could sleep for months. Under the thin hospital blanket, my stomach feels like a sunken pit. They've been pumping you full of fluids and sugar, she adds. Now that you're awake, a doctor should check on you soon. This place is tiny, 5 trauma cases at once is pushing them to the limit. That's why you're stuck in a curtained-off corner of the ER. Honestly, you're lucky. Your injuries aren't life-threatening, just exhaustion, dehydration, and enough bruises to make you look like a rejected paint sample. A week of rest and a few dozen meals should fix you up. I nod, too drained to form words. The truth is, I have no plan, no next move. Luciana once joked that a week in the wilderness would change me, if only she knew. Her hand settles on my shoulder, warm and steady. Daisy and I have a room at the old motel in Ramsey. You're welcome to join us again. Just say the word and I'll drive you there when they release you. Thanks, I murmur. The curtain rustles, some unspoken cue Luciana catches. Sheriff Kelly wants to talk to you, she says. I brace myself. Time for the official version. I've done this before. Exhausted, starving, but still standing, unlike the others. Someone has to tell the story. Sheriff Kelly strides in like he owns the place, all cowboy swagger, boots, denim, a silver belt buckle the size of a dinner plate, and a cream Stetson that somehow doesn't look ridiculous. Wyoming clearly breeds men who make rugged look good. His sharp blue eyes scan me, taking stock. He plants himself beside my bed, stance wide like he's ready for anything. How are you holding up? Been better, I admit. The docs'll give you the full rundown. Dislocated shoulder popped back in. Sprained ankle'll take time. The rest is just cuts and bruises, though your face might scare small children for a while. He pauses, gauging my reaction. I almost laugh, flattered he thought I was ever anything but average. Then his tone shifts, blunt as a hammer. Your friends didn't fare as well. No, they didn't, I echo. The sheriff studies me, arms crossed. So, what the hell went down out there? A hysterical laugh bubbles up, or maybe it's a sob. Who knows anymore? Just days ago, I'd thought joining a search party sounded like fun. A little adventure in the mountains. Now I'm choking on the absurdity of it. When I finally speak, the words come out steady, detached. I walk Sheriff Kelly through it all, Martin's paranoia, the sabotage before the trip even began, hiring Bob the Bigfoot hunting pie. The stolen supplies, Scott's panicked sprint into the woods, probably triggered by our unseen tormentor. Neil getting brained with a rock, the food vanishing. The group splitting up, Luciana and Nemeth going for help while the rest of us stayed behind. Bob and me following Martin to that damn cave, the one he swore held answers. Then my nightmare discovery behind that fake rock, returning to Martin just in time for the hunter's ambush. I keep my voice flat, clinical, even as I describe the disastrous trap, using Daisy's vest as bait, Bob's death, Scott and Neil bleeding out in the dirt. The words spill out, but part of me is still back in those woods, wondering how everything went so wrong. The frantic escape down the mountainside with Miguel still haunts me. The relentless hunter closing in, then Martin's sudden appearance before dragging them both into the abyss. You're absolutely certain you witnessed Marty O'Day and the other man go over the cliff? The sheriff presses, skepticism lacing his words. I meet his doubtful gaze with a glare. Try that tone again, and I'll drag myself out of this hospital bed to teach you some manners. A faint smirk tugs at his lips. Glad to see your spirits intact. It's a small victory, feeling like my old defiant self again. I describe the masked figure, black face covering, tactical goggles, built like the sheriff himself. Guy was kitted out like a survivalist, probably spends his weekends browsing gun stores or military surplus shops. The sheriff sighs. That narrows it down to half the county, but he's local, no question, knows these woods like the back of his hand. And those bones we found? Some were older than Timothy O'Day's case 5 years back. I roll my eyes at his thinly veiled jab. Got a whole squad of forensic experts crawling over the site now, plus whatever feds decide to parachute in. No shortage of brain power. Leaning in, I drop my voice. Any local tough guys gone missing lately? He shrugs. 2 days isn't long enough for alarm bells here. Folks take off on solo hikes all the time. Give it another week, we'll hear something. Or stumble over a corpse, I mutter. Or that, he agrees. Suddenly, the words spill out before I can stop them. When you bag that bastard, I want to see him, up close. I need to know he's dead. I need him to know we won. The sheriff studies me, then nods. A man who's navigated enough jurisdictional messes to recognize a witness with a score to settle. You're saying you could id the remains as your attacker. Damn right, he murdered Bob, shot Scott, and came after the rest of us. I'll swear to it. The sheriff exhales, shifting gears. When we recover Martin's body, who handles the arrangements, his wife Patris isn't in any shape. Neil, I cut in. Of the group, he's the least battered. Plus, there's grim poetry in it. Neil's sister's funeral was the last one Tim organized. Now he'll return the favor. Soon, 3 graves will line up mother, father, son. The thought should be bittersweet, but all I taste is rage. No parent should outlive their child. Then I remember. Josh, the friend detoxing, he's here, isn't he? The sheriff chuckles. Oh, he's around. Docs tried to ship him to rehab, but once word spread about injured hikers, he started playing hallway monitor. Nurses gave up trying to corral him days ago. A new detail surfaces. Josh, pale but determined, slipping nurses to sneak extra pudding cups to Miguel's room. Small rebellions in the face of chaos. It almost makes me smile. Almost. The sheriff points me toward Josh, describing him as the guy wandering the halls with his hospital gown flapping open in the back. I decide to go find him, though I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe I just need to talk to someone else who's praying for Scott and Miguel to pull through. It's a little presumptuous. I barely knew them, while Josh had been their best friend for years. Still, after hearing all the stories, I feel like I know him too. The last member of their tight-knit group, the quiet one whose silence seems heavier now. Any updates on Miguel and Scott? I ask. The sheriff exhales. Miguel's been moved to stable, Scott not so much, his wife's on her way. The words hit me like a gut punch. I mention Luciana's comment about Nemeth being in rough shape too. That man should have been dead 10 times over, the sheriff says with a grim chuckle. But Nemeth, he's got a whole damn town rooting for him. I wouldn't bet against a guy who's cheated death this many times. I hope he's right. Losing Martin was bad enough. If Nemeth goes too, it'll feel like the universe lost something irreplaceable. The kind of men who don't just leave holes, they leave canyons. The sheriff asks for my info, but all I've got is a burner phone and a motel room under Luciana's name in Ramsey. He nods like this is completely normal. Maybe around here it is. Once he leaves, a baby-faced doctor swings by to tell me I'm free to go. My shoulder's dislocated, my ankle's a mess, and my face looks like a bad abstract painting, but nothing's broken. They just need the bed. 30 minutes of lying there, waiting for someone to bring my clothes, is all I can take. I yank out my Roman 4, ignore the blood, and unplug every screeching machine attached to me. Then I push back the curtain and step into the hallway, my gown flapping like a surrender flag. Every step is agony. My ankle feels like it's full of molten lava, and the rest of my body isn't much better. I haven't dared look in a mirror yet. Some things are better left unseen. I shuffle past rooms, peering in at patients in various states of misery, until I finally spot a guy in a pale blue gown slumped in a chair. And there in the bed is Miguel. His face is half hidden by an oxygen mask, but I'd recognize him anywhere. The urge to reach out and touch him hits me hard, not romantically, but protectively, like some weird maternal instinct I didn't know I had. The blonde guy, Josh, watches me with tired eyes, taking in my matching hospital attire. I recognize him from the diner, though he looks like he's aged a decade since then. Josh looks calmer now, not as drenched in sweat as before. That's the only difference I notice. Josh, I say. He hesitates, then replies, Frankie Elkin? With the awkward introductions out of the way, we just stand there, sizing each other up. After a beat, I move closer, joining him in his silent watch over Miggy. It's like we're both hoping our combined willpower can somehow pull him back from the edge. I screwed up, Josh mutters eventually. I stay quiet, word is he doesn't talk much, so I let him come to me. The silence stretches as we stare at Miguel's motionless body. Should have been me out there, not you. Wait, he's apologizing to me? That throws me. I figured I'd be the last thing on his mind. So you could have been the one running for your life instead. Is that what happened to Tim? He asks, voice barely above a whisper. Probably. He shakes his head, as if denying the ugly reality, the kind of horror you can't unsee. The machines hum steadily, keeping Miguel alive, his chest rising and falling like he's just asleep. For a second, it's easy to imagine him waking up any moment, flashing that lopsided smirk like, we made it. Funny how surviving hell together forges a bond deeper than anything I ever had with Paul. Maybe it's just the adrenaline crash talking, but right now, I need him to pull through. Another loss might shatter what's left of my sanity. I know the truth, I finally say, eyes still fixed on Miggy. The guys told me what really went down that night. Josh stays silent. Do you still hate him? I ask. Tim, or do you just hate that fate stole your chance to finish what you started, whether that was beating him senseless or finally making peace? I drink to figure that out. You loved him. He doesn't argue. Scott, Miggy, Neil, they all said he loved you too. What you two had was something else, even by Dudeville's standards. Josh's face crumples. I'm sorry, I say softly. He looks like he's fighting tears. The machines beep and whir, the only sound in the room as we watch Miguel cling to life. I didn't know your friends long, I continue, but when things got ugly, they had my back. Neil was ready to die for us. Scott let himself bleed out alone so Miggy and I could run. And Miggy? He charged a guy with a gun just to buy me time. They all carry guilt. They've got their own regrets. I lean in. But none of you killed Tim. That's on the psycho who thought hunting people was fun. We'll never know the full story, but from what I saw, Tim died fighting like hell to get back to you, because you were his family. He loved you. He wanted to fix things. Josh finally meets my eyes. He got my sister pregnant. He stabbed me in the back, and I wished him dead while choking the life out of him. Now he's gone, and I can't take it back. Fair point. What do you want more than anything? I ask. Peace. And how do you usually find that? Tequila. I can't help but laugh. That's forgetting, not the same thing. Josh almost smiles, then looks back at Miguel. I miss the days, he murmurs, when a six-pack and a pickup game could fix anything. So go back to that, get sober, rebuild what's left. And maybe, for Tim, you hit the court one last time. What's the worst that could happen? He doesn't answer right away, but after a moment he nods. I'll turn you into a regular talk show host, I warn. He looks vaguely horrified. Hey, give it a shot. I clap him on the shoulder. Thanks for the gear, most of it's seen better days. Let's just say your backpack's officially retired. But that knife, absolute beast. I might have fallen in love with it. That blade looks as deadly as it feels, I say, eyeing the weapon warily. Consider it yours now, comes the reply. Appreciate the offer, but I've never been one for blood-stained steel. Besides, this thing's blunt, grimy, and honestly, it might be thirsting for another round of carnage. When everything fell apart, it really fell apart. Josh's expression shifts to stunned disbelief. I flash him a final grin, tug my flimsy hospital gown tighter, and step back into the hallway. Passing the ICU is pure coincidence. The head nurse initially refuses entry until she takes in my exhausted face and connects me to the ill-fated hiking group currently occupying half the hospital. With a reluctant sigh, she grants me 10 minutes. Nemeth lies swathed in bandages, machines humming around him. Marge Santee clings to his hand, her focus unbreakable. It's obvious, even from our brief encounters, that she's his anchor. I don't dare disturb her silent vigil, that desperate belief she can heal him through sheer will. So I offer a silent salute instead. Nemeth might not have liked me, but by the end he respected me. And if I was just a foot soldier on that doomed trip, well, he was one hell of a commander. Scott's room is next. He looks better than Nemeth, if you ignore the ghostly pallor and Neil's hollow-eyed stare from the chair at his bedside. Shouldn't you be in a bed? I snap. Neil flinches, eyes squeezed shut against the harsh fluorescence. Quiet, he whispers. How is he? I lower my voice. He kept me alive, Neil murmurs. Wrapped around me when the cold came. Told me to hold on, that help would find me. Never said a word about himself. But he's here, so are you. Frankie, his voice cracks. I'm never setting foot in those mountains again. Fair enough. I just want Scott awake. Miguel breathing on his own. Nemeth back on his feet. Then I'm going home, putting a ring on Anna's finger and leaving all this behind. Sounds perfect. You'd come to the wedding, right? I'll raise a glass to you that day, I promise. No tuxes, no bridesmaids, just us doing it our way. Good, his jaw tightens. That bastard Martin, he's really dead. Saw it myself. Good, he spits, venom in the word. I smirk, cops will need your statement. About Martin, about Tim. Whatever they need, no hesitation, typical Neil. I linger until a nurse shoos me out, refusing my shredded, evidence-tagged clothes with a shudder. An hour later, Luciana's behind the wheel of a rental, Daisy beaming from the backseat. She's raided my suitcase, jeans, a tee, sneakers, and I've never been so relieved to see my own threadbare things. Outside, the sun blazes. It feels wrong. Shouldn't the sky be morning? But the world spins on, parking lot bustling, strangers loading groceries, oblivious. As if 8 people hadn't vanished into the wilderness and only some crawled back out. Luciana drives us straight to a burger place. We order the entire menu. Because right now, we deserve it. The smell of greasy cheeseburgers and salty fries fills the car as we devour our fast food feast, even Daisy happily gnawing on her own meal. Something about the simple joy of drive-through convenience hits me harder than expected. My throat tightens at the thought of this mundane American ritual. When I finally put down roots someday, first thing I'm adding is a damn drive-through window. We scarf down our food in competitive silence, Daisy and I matching pace, until I triumphantly lick ketchup off my fingers first. The hour-long drive back to Ramsey passes in a drowsy haze, our bellies full, but exhaustion weighing heavier than before. Luciana guides me to our motel, same 2 lumpy double beds, same tiny bathroom with its miraculous hot water. Heaven. Then I spot them, a mountain of backpacks stacked against the wall. Search teams kept bringing them in, Luciana explains, catching my stare. Nobody knew what to do with them, so I took charge. Once Miguel, Scott, Neil, and Nemeth are out of the hospital, they'll get their stuff back. My gaze lands on Josh's blood-stained pack, and I quickly look away. Shower, Luciana orders, tossing me a key. Sleep, hydrate, Daisy and I have a debrief, we'll be back soon. The shower scalds my skin, the water punishing my bruises, but I don't care. I tilt my face into the spray, willing it to wash away everything, the dirt, the memories, the ghosts. But some stains never fade. My body shakes under the stream, thoughts spiraling through every loss, every mistake, every face I couldn't save. The water turns icy, shocking me back to reality. I stumble out, towel off, and pull on my worn-out shirt like armor. Sleep should come easy, but my mind won't cooperate. The second I close my eyes, the nightmares rush in. Paul bleeding out in that liquor store, Bob's last gasp in the woods, Miggy's chest split open. Grief doesn't follow logic. Is losing someone you loved worse than watching a stranger die? Does trauma come in measurable doses? My brain keeps score like some grim accountant until I can't take it anymore. Screw this. I yank on my jeans and stomp outside, leaving Luciana's kindness behind. Ramsey's downtown glows in the sunset, packed with tourists and families living normal, unbroken lives. I weave through the crowd, invisible. 7 strangers, 7 stories, 7 goodbyes, all in a matter of days, and here I am alone again. Funny how life works. Maybe I'm not built for connection, or maybe the universe just loves a cruel joke. Either way, I keep walking. The night air smells like cotton candy, and regret standing outside the steakhouse where Luciana, Bob, and I once shared a meal. I watch the crowd of people glued to their phones, oblivious to the world around them. A surge of frustration rises in my chest. Why can't they just look up, appreciate the moment? Their biggest concern is whether to order the ribeye or the filet, while I'm fighting the urge to drown myself in a bottle. The craving hits like a freight train, sudden and brutal. I clench my fists, digging my nails into my palms until the pain distracts me. The irony isn't lost on me. I resisted drinking when death was breathing down my neck, but now that I'm still standing, the pull is unbearable. Maybe I don't need alcohol to die, but sometimes it feels like I need it just to keep breathing, to escape the weight of being myself. Turning away, I trudge down Main Street, every step sending a fresh jolt of pain through my battered body. People stare. Of course they do, the black eye, the limp, the general air of someone who's been through hell. When a family with 2 kids crosses the street to avoid me, I give up and head back to the motel. Fine. Let them have their perfect little lives. I'll stew in my own misery, thank you very much. Except the room is suffocating, the silence too loud. I need to move, to do something, anything, before I lose it completely. The kid at the front desk looks like he's barely out of high school, acne and all, probably dreaming of bigger things than this nowhere town. His eyes widen when he sees me, but he manages a hesitant, "Hey." I cut to the chase. "Need a laundromat close by." He hesitates, then leans in like he's about to share a secret. "You're one of them, aren't you? The ones who went up the mountain looking for that missing guy." I don't deny it. "Yeah, and now I've got a pile of clothes that smell like death and regret." His face lights up, not in horror but fascination. This is the most excitement he's had in months. "We've got industrial machines in the basement," he offers, eager to help. "I can show you." I almost laugh. Of course he wants the inside scoop. Who would? 30 minutes, I tell him, and he practically bounces with enthusiasm. Back in Luciana's room, I stare at the mountain of backpacks, once packed with fresh gear, now filled with the remnants of disaster. My plan is simple: wash everything. It's not profound, but it's something. Maybe if I can scrub the dirt and blood from these clothes, I can pretend, just for a moment, that the stains on my soul aren't permanent. I start with my own borrowed clothes, pulling out sweat-soaked shirts and mud-caked pants. Nothing's salvageable without a wash. By the time I'm done, every single piece is headed for the basement. At least the kid at the desk will have a hell of a story to tell. The motel room floor becomes my battlefield as I tackle the mountain of packs, each one a mystery waiting to be unraveled. My hands move mechanically, unzipping, dumping, sorting. Granola wrappers crinkle under my fingers, empty water bottles clatter, and scavenged first aid supplies form a sad little pile. Laundry, trash, dishes. The categories blur together, but the rhythm of work keeps my mind from spiraling. I don't care about order anymore. The chaos of mismatched gear feels fitting, like my own scrambled thoughts. Then at the bottom of the last pack, my fingers close around something cold and smooth, a glass jar. Inside, white tubes glint under the dim light. Not food, not medical supplies. The label's microscopic text makes my stomach lurch as I decipher it. Memories crash over me, sharp and suffocating. All those moments I'd brushed off, the excuses I'd swallowed, now they snap into focus with brutal clarity. The backpack might as well be laughing at me. But instead of crumbling, something inside me hardens. I stand up steady. There's work to do. Growing up with an addict means learning the script by heart. The empty promises, the last time lies. You brace for the letdown, but it still knocks the wind out of you every damn time. Outside, the cold hits like a slap. My pulse spikes, my breath short. Apparently, my PTSD trigger is freezing air, not tuxedos like Neil's. Back inside, I armor up. Army coat, flashlight, lighter, even a stolen paracord bracelet. Then, with a grimace, I buckle on the tactical knife I'd refused earlier. The weight against my hip is weirdly comforting. Who knew I'd turn into the type of woman who feels safer with a blade strapped to her waist? Ramsey was supposed to be a quick stop, but here I am, bruised and limping like I've been through a war. Normally, I'd have a plan, a map, a damn spreadsheet. Tonight, I'm winging it. The library's closed, and the only internet access left is the motel's sad front desk. Seth, the pimply clerk, perks up when I shuffle in, then deflates when he sees I'm not hauling my promised laundry. "Changed my mind," I lie smoothly. "But hey, any chance I could borrow your computer, just for a minute?" His skeptical look says it all, but I flash him a grin. "Come on, Seth, be my hero." "Hey, is there a computer in the back office I could borrow?" I ask, leaning against the reception desk. Seth raises an eyebrow. "What do you need it for?" "Just to check in with people, figure out my next move. You know, the usual." He scoffs, nodding at my outdated flip phone. "Can't you just use that?" I hold it up, watching his expression twist in disbelief. "Wow, that thing belongs in a museum." "Tell me about it," I mutter. The lobby's empty, just the two of us under the dim, fluorescent lights. Seth hesitates, torn between policy and curiosity. I can practically see the gears turning. Should he break the rules for a stranger? Finally, he caves. "Fine, but if my boss finds out, I'm blaming you." "Your secret's safe with me." The back office is a disaster zone, papers everywhere, sticky notes plastered to the monitor. Seth logs in, then hesitates. "No sketchy websites, got it." "What if I promise to only watch wholesome puppy videos?" He groans but steps aside, nearly tripping over himself to get out of my way. The moment he's gone, I dive into the archives. Local newspapers are a goldmine for cold cases, and luckily this town still has one. 2 hours in, my confidence wavers, dead end after dead end. But I'm stubborn and sleep isn't an option anyway. Then bingo, a lead. Hey Seth, mind if I print something? He rushes back, awkwardly squeezing past me to fire up the printer. The tiny office feels even smaller with both of us in it, and I swear he lingers a little too long. The second the pages spit out, I snatch them up before he can peek. By the time I leave, my legs are stiff from sitting too long. My shoes, once comfortable, now feel like torture devices. I should be sprinting, but instead, I'm limping like an old man. Back at the motel, Daisy greets me with a lazy tail wag from her spot on the bed. Luciana eyes the mess I've made, gutted backpacks, clothes strewn everywhere. Busy night. Just organizing, I say, scratching Daisy's ears. She points at the pile of dirty laundry. Is that your idea of a bonfire? Pretty much. Frankie, you need to stop. Your body's still healing. I ignore her, tossing the printed pages onto the bed. Not yet. We've got work to do. Daisy and I are still completely wiped out, even though all we did was make a mad dash down the mountainside after being held captive for a short time. Are you two planning to return to Devil's Canyon tomorrow? Not a chance. There are already too many people involved in the search. Besides, Daisy and I need time to heal, not just our bodies but our minds too. That first day, when we finally stumbled out of the forest, knowing the rest of you were still trapped and defenseless at base camp, we had to turn around. We weren't leaving until every last one of you was safe. Nothing was going to stop us. But Martin's still missing, I say carefully, keeping my tone neutral. I'm dying to hear her thoughts but don't want to seem too eager. A search team is heading into the ravine tomorrow. From what I saw on the map, it's going to be brutal, thick woods, rough terrain, barely any way through. Glad it's not me out there. I nod. So we're going back to the hospital in the morning. Yep, here's a little secret. Daisy technically isn't allowed inside since she's not a certified service dog. But I just throw on her black work vest, march in like we own the place, and nobody says a word. Plus, she's ridiculously cute and behaves like a perfect little angel, so that helps. Thank you for coming back, I say, my voice rougher than I meant it to be. My eyes burn with exhaustion and emotion. Thank you for not quitting, for going back to Devil's Canyon even when you were dead on your feet. Thank you for saving Miguel and me. The words come out heavier than I expected. I'm drained, barely holding it together. Luciana's right, we all need time to recover, to process everything. But not yet, not me. She looks at me with those deep brown eyes glistening just a little. Anytime, my friend, she murmurs. Anytime. Then, while the moment is still soft, I hit her with the question I've been itching to ask from the start. Can I borrow your car? Luciana hesitates. She argues that I shouldn't be going anywhere, that nothing is so urgent it can't wait until morning. But my stubborn persistence wears her down. Finally, she shoves the keys into my palm, tells me to be careful, and watches me leave the motel with real worry in her eyes. Every step feels like I'm aging 10 years. My body aches, protesting every movement. When this is over, I'll sleep for a week, but not yet. It takes me forever to find what I'm looking for, pulling over, squinting at the map under the dim glow of my flashlight, driving in circles. Then, just past midnight, I reach the spot. Another agonizing hour confirms my worst fears. Back at the motel, the room is dark and quiet except for Daisy's rumbling snores. I shrug off my coat, fumble with the knife at my belt. The hardest part? Peeling off my sneakers without collapsing. By the time I finally straighten up, I'm spent. No energy left. I drop onto the bed, still fully dressed, and force my eyes shut. Tomorrow's going to be hell. The next morning, I wait until we're at the hospital before dropping my next request. Sheriff Kelly will be here in half an hour. Can you and Daisy meet him in the lobby? Luciana narrows her eyes. What are you planning, Frankie? I ignore her. While she was in the shower, I made 2 calls, one to the hospital, one to the sheriff's office. Both paid off. Just text me when you and the sheriff are together. My burner phone's a pain, so my reply will be short, but it'll be important. Tell me what's going on, she presses. I can help. You will, I promise, just not right now. She exhales sharply but gives in. We hit the diner first thing, ordering enough food for an army. My stomach rebels halfway through, nerves always kill my appetite. Daisy prances between us, her search vest making her extra perky. Luciana's right, that dog lives for the job. Daisy bounces back faster than any human ever could. We check in at the front desk, and just like Luciana said, nobody bats an eye at Daisy tagging along, especially when she flashes that irresistible, lopsided grin. I hurry down the hall toward Miguel's room, my heart pounding. Neil's slumped in the visitor's chair, his hair a mess, wrapped in a hospital blanket with ridiculous sunglasses perched on his nose. But the real shock comes when I step inside. Miguel's propped up in bed, awake and alert. Hey, he says, and suddenly my throat tightens. I'm frozen, staring at the bruises and bandages covering his face. I thought you were gone, I blurt out. Me too, he admits. His voice is rough but alive. You were shaking so bad from the cold, then you just stopped. I remember you running your fingers through my hair. At least we weren't alone. Tears threaten, but I swallow them down, stepping closer to touch his hand, his cheek, his hair, just to make sure he's real. Pretty sure I'm all here, Miguel jokes weakly, mostly because everything hurts like hell. Same, we both laugh, and for a second it's almost normal. After everything, normal feels like a miracle. Neil clears his throat from the corner. Looking good, by the way. Courtesy of the nurses, these shades are my new prized possession. I glance between them. Your families? I ask carefully, avoiding any mention of Anna. My parents are flying in later, Miguel says. Funny thing, Mom ran into some woman at the airport who was also rushing to Wyoming. Said her boyfriend, Neil, was hurt. Apparently she's head over heels for him. Neil groans, yeah, about that. I give Miguel's hand one last squeeze and leave them to sort it out. Earlier, I got more good news. Scott's stable now, moved out of the ICU. I peek into his room and find him deep asleep, his breathing steady, a thick bandage covering his shoulder. He made it. Against all odds, he survived those cursed mountains. Backing out quietly, I nearly crash into Josh, now dressed in real clothes. Gave up on the hospital gown, I tease. Not as comfy as advertised, he admits, nodding toward Scott's room. How is he? Sleeping better than yesterday. Josh hesitates when I ask how he's doing. Started today with coffee instead of tequila, he finally says. That's huge, Josh, one step at a time. He nods, but I don't offer more. Recovery taught me boundaries. I can barely hold myself together, let alone someone else. My phone buzzes, saving me from the moment. I'll come back when Scott's awake, I promise before heading down the bright hallway. The text is short, we're ready. I take a deep breath, checking my coat pocket to confirm I've got what I need. My fingers fly over the keys, Frederica. Then I push through the ICU doors. Inside, Nemeth lies still, but there's a flicker of awareness now. The nurse mentioned he'd woken briefly overnight, a good sign. Maybe, just maybe, we're all pulling through the hospital room feels more like a morgue now, with Neil Nemeth wrapped in bandages like some half-finished horror prop. Machines hum and blink around him, their steady rhythm the only sign he's still clinging to life. Marge Santee slumps in the chair beside him, looking like she hasn't slept in days, her face gaunt, eyes shadowed. ICU rules probably say she shouldn't be here, but nobody's enforcing them today. I step inside, my shoulder throbbing as I shove my hand into my coat pocket. The small vial I'd uncapped earlier is warm against my fingers. How's he doing? I ask, keeping my voice low. Marge exhales, barely audible over the beeping monitors. He survived the night. Her voice cracks, raw with exhaustion. She looks wrecked, the kind of tired that comes from loving someone too much. 20 years together, I murmur, shifting closer to the bed. My fingers work unseen, sliding the vial beneath the sheets. She gives a weak smile. Known each other since we were kids, last of the real locals left around here. I nod, pretending to study Nemeth's bandaged face. You ever hunt? Used to, my dad taught me, still go out sometimes. The Aiku doors burst open before she can say more. Daisy the K9 charges in, paws skidding on the linoleum, Sheriff Kelly and Luciana right behind her. The nurse tries to stop them, but one glare from the sheriff shuts that down fast. Daisy beelines for the bed, sniffing the air before planting herself beside Nemeth, paw raised like she's pointing at a crime scene. Luciana freezes. What's happening? I pull the vial from my pocket, holding it up. Daisy did her job, found what she was trained to find. Luciana snatches it, scanning the label. Pseudocorp scent, this is for training cadaver dogs, why the hell? Better question, I cut in, eyes locked on Marge. Why did Nemeth have it? Survival gear sure, but fake death stench. Marge's face goes rigid. No panic, no denial, just stillness. Luciana's gaze darts between us, tension thickening the air. Daisy whines, sensing the shift. I lean in. Your sister vanished first, almost 20 years ago. Marge doesn't flinch. The sheriff stays silent, letting me push. Not a murder expert, I say, almost conversational. But even I know serial killers always start with someone important. Marge's voice is ice. Get out. I don't move. Hiding decomp scent in his bed, that's not just suspicious, that's a confession. Marge's face tightens as she glares at me. Is this some kind of sick joke? I ignore her outburst and press on. We still don't know who those bodies in Devil's Canyon belong to. That'll take time, won't it, Sheriff? Sheriff Kelly nods grimly. Since I got to Ramsey, I've heard about at least 6 disappearances, old cases, new bones. The math isn't hard to figure out. Last night, I dug into the files. That's when I found Jessica Sante's name, your sister. Marge stiffens. That was a tragedy, there's no reason to. Was it really an accident? I cut in. Maybe you two were out hunting and your gun misfired, or maybe you fought and in a rage you pulled the trigger. Her lips press into a thin line. Enough. You got the family cabin out of it, didn't you? Sole heir and all. Was it worth it? I had to see for myself, so I paid a little visit last night. Marge pales, her mouth opening but no sound coming out. Luciana mutters something about her car, while the sheriff's fingers hover near his holster. Smart move, if Marge is half as dangerous as I suspect. Did you call your buddy Nemeth, the so-called wilderness expert, to help cover it up? I push. Was it his idea to stash Jessica's body in Devil's Canyon, where no one would think to look? A perfect hiding spot, right? Silence. Is that how you two got together? I tilt my head, genuinely intrigued. Bonded over a corpse, nothing like a shared secret to spark romance, but you didn't stop there, did you? Protecting the grave, resenting the tourists, it became a habit. Again and again. I lean in. When Timothy O'Day's friends ran into your diner that morning, begging for help, they had no clue they were handing you your next victim. A faint groan comes from behind me, Nemeth stirring. Good, he should hear this. Sheriff Kelly steps forward, voice hard. Marge, if this is true, you know forensics will find the evidence. Better to talk now while I can still help you, once the feds roll in. I have no idea what she's accusing me of, Marge snaps. She's clearly traumatized. Amateurs shouldn't be hiking in dangerous terrain. Your parents' cabin, Marge, I was there. Might have even picked the lock, but don't quote me on that, Sheriff. I flash a quick grin. You know what they say about serial killers, they keep trophies. All those missing clothes, backpacks, jewelry, they've gotta be somewhere. A shudder runs through her. I turn to the sheriff. Send your team, call the feds, hell, bring in the marshals, search that property. Wyoming's got the death penalty, right? So does the feds. And trust me, Marge, I'll be front row when the time comes. Her eyes lock onto mine, cold and predatory. Damn you, she hisses. Luciana frowns. Wait, how did you connect synthetic decomp to all this? I shrug. Why else would Nemeth carry that stuff? To throw Daisy off. This whole thing started with small sabotages, trying to scare Martin off the expedition, then forcing us back when that failed. The synthetic scent was plan C. If we got too close, he'd use it to mess with Daisy, buy time. Daisy had picked up the scent near the boulder field but lost the trail. When I found the hidden chamber, it made no sense. She was trained for rubble navigation. That's when I realized Nemeth had to be involved. But he was miles away when Neil was injured, and you mentioned feeling watched even though Nemeth was right next to you. Then there were all the scattered incidents across that vast terrain. No way one person could have pulled it off alone. Once I connected Nemeth to this, Marge became the obvious accomplice. And when I learned the first missing hiker was her sister, that sealed it. No coincidence there. I turned to Luciana. Pretty sure Marge was the one who ambushed you. Her job was to take you out while Nemeth doubled back to the cliffs. He must have had a hidden stash with his hunting gear, rifle, camouflage, the works. That's why he left his pack behind. But things didn't go smoothly. Daisy bolted, forcing Marge to chase her, which was a lost cause. Then she had to rig the camp with the stolen supplies. By the time she got back to where she'd left you, you were gone. Their whole plan started unraveling right then. I watched Marge's face, her stiff posture and cold glare confirming my guesses. After that, you rushed back to town, I continued. Had to play innocent diner owner while keeping tabs on Luciana and the sheriff. Did you ever worry about Nemeth handling 7 people alone? Or did you both assume we'd be easy targets? Martin got him in the end. No idea how he survived that fall or dragged himself out of the ravine. Bet you helped him. Maybe he had one of those high-tech jackets with GPS. You tracked him down, staged a rescue, and ditched his creepy gear. Doesn't matter now. The cops have his clothes, knife marks from me, bullet holes from Miggy. Between your cabin and his own stuff, there's more than enough evidence. Marge scoffed. Nemeth's the one always in the woods. I run a diner. Couples share things. Of course he used my parents' cabin. What he did there while I was working, not my problem. Throwing him under the bus now, I shot back. You love him, but not enough to take the fall, or is this just your twisted version of teamwork? A rustling sound. Nemeth's eyes snapped open, icy blue like the wilderness itself. No remorse, just emptiness. How? I demanded. Killing strangers is monstrous, but Martin? You worked with him for years, then lined him up in your sights. And Luciana, would you have killed Daisy too if she hadn't escaped? Luciana flinched, pulling Daisy closer. Bob, she said, voice shaking. You murdered one of the kindest people alive, someone who trusted you. Then Neil, Scott, Miguel, me. You're not some wild predator, you're a coward. Nemeth just blinked. No guilt, no emotion. The sheer indifference shattered something in me. Without thinking, I grabbed the morphine pump beside his bed and yanked the Roman 4 from his arm. Blood sprayed. The line dangled, fluid spilling everywhere. Marge jerks awake as an alarm shrieks through the room. The sheriff barely reacts, just mutters, "Easy now," without calling for help or stepping closer. My eyes stay locked on Nemeth, waiting for the agony to hit him like a freight train. I need to watch him break, to see him sob and plead, to know he realizes the woman he underestimated just destroyed him. All his talk about survival of the fittest was garbage. It's not about strength, it's about outsmarting your opponent. Outside, hospital staff shout to be let in, but Luciana stands firm, blocking the door like a sentry. Nemeth's body convulses, his lips peeling back in a silent snarl as he fights the scream clawing up his throat. Enough! Stop it! He finally chokes out. I ignore Marge's frantic pleas, leaning in until my breath ghosts over Nemeth's face. Miguel and I outplayed you. Scott, Neil, Bob, Luciana, we all did. Even Martin, the quiet one, took you down. You're not some untouchable legend anymore. Just a coward who needed distance and a rifle to feel powerful. A guttural growl rips from Nemeth's chest, not pain but fury. Good, let him burn with it. I did it, Marge cries, her voice cracking. Arrest me, my sister and I fought and I snapped. I called Nemeth afterward. He knew about the hidden caves in Devil's Canyon. We thought no one would find her there. But then hikers kept coming, poking around. The geologist got too curious. Nemeth handled it. And when Tim went missing years later, we thought he'd never connect the dots. Until he did. We found him camping in one of those caves, exploring where he shouldn't have. So we made sure he'd never talk. Bile rises in my throat. Nemeth whimpers, but Marge's confession keeps spilling out like poison. Help him, she begs. The sheriff cuffs her with a dry chuckle. Oh, you've got more to say. Medical staff shove past Luciana, their faces paling at the blood-smeared room. One nurse rounds on me. What the hell did you do? Just returning Tim's regards. They haul me out, tossing me into the hallway where Luciana waits, Daisy pressed against her leg. The sheriff barks orders into his radio while Marge stares through the window, her whole body taut with desperation. I know that look. I wore it myself days ago, praying for Bob, but I don't want Nemeth dead. I want him rotting in a cell, counting the minutes until his one daily breath of free air. Let him choke on regret every night. Luciana's fingers tremble in Daisy's fur. I trusted him, she whispers. Time for a new hobby, I mutter. She turns, eyes fierce. Stay in Ramsey with us. Daisy thumps her tail weakly, like even she's pleading. The irony isn't lost on me. After everything, the only ones left standing are the ones Nemeth never saw as threats. We could use the company. I stay silent as we trail Sheriff Kelly and his latest captive out of the Aiku. Marge doesn't glance back. She marches forward, chin up, eyes locked ahead. Part of me almost wants to get locked up just to see how long it takes the other inmates to crack her. The feds will want to pick our brains, I admit after a beat. And I need to check on Miguel and Scott, make sure they're cleared to leave. Then there's Letitia. Have you met her yet? With the way everyone talks, I'm picturing some kind of celestial being who's got half the town wrapped around her finger. Right, and after all that, we're hitting every diner in Ramsey, napping like royalty, and hogging all the hot water in the county. You're relentless. Damn right, I'm booking us a suite, none of that roadside motel nonsense. We're talking plush robes, a tub deep enough to drown in, and a TV the size of a billboard. Oh, and premium treats for Daisy. That dog's earned them. Luciana's excitement is contagious. She sketches out this perfect little escape, the kind of break I'd been dreaming about before everything went sideways. Almost perfect, anyway. There's still one face missing, a detective from Boston, someone I haven't spoken to in years. Would he even pick up if I called? And if he did, would I have the nerve to stay on the line? Luciana's already scrolling through hotel options, grinning. I hang back, slipping into a quiet alcove like some kind of emotional fugitive. I lie to myself. I'm not drained, not aching, not worn down by the weight of it all. There's still an 8-year-old boy out there waiting for answers. I need to find Bob's husband, deliver the news no one should ever have to hear. Tell him how Bob's last words were love, pure and simple. Then something inside me fractures, a quiet, irreversible split. I shove off the wall and keep moving. Miguel told me to run, but my legs feel like lead. Luciana lands us a penthouse suite at this charming bed and breakfast where the owners adore Daisy so much they slash the price in half. The bathroom's got this antique clawfoot tub we practically live in, and the kitchen keeps sending up trays of fresh-baked pastries. Muffins, scones, crusty loaves still warm from the oven. Even Daisy's in heaven. 2 days later, Neil gets discharged. We join him and Anna for their first post-hospital meal, and halfway through the enchiladas, he drops to one knee, twists his hospital bracelet into a makeshift ring, and proposes. Anna shrieks, the whole restaurant erupts in applause, and some generous soul sends over a pitcher of margaritas. I sip my water and pretend I'm not blinking back tears. Miguel's release turns into a parking lot party. I meet his parents, tell his dad how fiercely he fought for his friends. We hug, we cry, and when they finally leave, they insist I visit. Mi casa, su casa, his mom says, squeezing my hands. Miguel leans in before he goes, murmuring, I know you won't come, but just remember, Someone in Oregon loves you. And yeah, that wrecks me a little. Then there's Letitia. She's stunning, 6 feet tall, a former volleyball star, glowing even 7 months pregnant. Her curls bounce as she pulls us into a hug so tight it steals my breath. Scott, still pale but healing, watches with a sheepish smile. Later in the hallway, Letitia's voice drops. She thanks us for finding Tim, too, for bringing her first love home. A week later, she and Scott vanish without fanfare. Can't say I blame them. The family deserves this quiet time to heal and embrace their fresh start. Meanwhile, I've been answering endless questions from federal agents, Sheriff Kelly, and a parade of stone-faced officials in suits. Their biggest hang-up? How I ended up tangled in this mess. But honestly, that's irrelevant. What matters is how it ended. Identifying all 8 mummified victims will take months, but Bob's remains are released quickly. Luciana and I meet his husband, Rob, a sharply dressed Italian with immaculate dark hair and sleek wire-rimmed glasses. He's shorter than I expected, his composure brittle. When his hands tremble too much to sign the paperwork, I steady his arm. We help load the simple pine casket into the hearse, headed for cremation. Later, Rob plans to scatter the ashes along the Olympic Peninsula, a quiet tribute to a man who spent his life chasing legends. I do my best to recount Bob's final moments, how he faced down a rifle with nothing but bear spray to buy us time, how his last thoughts were of Rob. His husband doesn't cry, but his eyes hold a grief so deep it's almost tangible. When Rob finally takes the urn, my legs nearly give out. Luciana has to half carry me back to the car. Back at the bed and breakfast, I collapse into Daisy's fur, breathing in her familiar warmth while Luciana runs a bath. My mind won't stop replaying Bob's last words, not just his love for Rob, but his advice to me. What am I searching for? A new life? A real shot with that cop I can't shake? Or maybe just the pieces of myself I lost along the way? The police raid Marge's cabin and find rows of backpacks. Nothing unusual for an outdoorswoman, except these weren't hers. Most had been looted for supplies, but a locked box held the victims, personal effects, jewelry, ids, and for Timothy O'Day a letter. Not wedding vows, as his friends assumed, but a heartfelt note thanking them for shaping the man he'd become. Scribbled additions told a darker story, getting lost, taking shelter in a cave, desperate promises to return. The final lines, tomorrow I'm going to try to climb out of here. I love you all, hope to see you soon. The original letter's evidence, but Sheriff Kelly agrees to make copies for Timothy's friends and fiancée. When Martin's body is recovered, the extent of his injuries makes it hard to believe he kept fighting. Luciana and I FaceTime Patris, our voices breaking as we tell her one truth. Martin never quit. Not until the end, even as the situation grew more dire, Martin pressed forward, unwavering in his mission to reunite their son with Patris. He often spoke of her as the love of his life, his voice thick with emotion whenever he mentioned Tim, his pride unmistakable. Martin saw himself as blessed, fortunate to have a family so extraordinary. In his final moments, he carried the weight of their son's memory, yet there was solace in knowing they'd all be together again soon. On screen, Patris's fragile frame is draped in a floral scarf, her skin ghostly pale. She blinks back tears, her blue eyes shimmering as she thanks us for sharing Martin's story. Then comes that smile, achingly tender, so full of sorrow and quiet strength that my own heart cracks open all over again. She never doubted him, she says. Martin had vowed to find Tim, and he never broke a promise. Her gratitude for these final memories is palpable, though she apologizes for the danger we faced, something neither she nor Martin would have ever wished for. When I tell her Martin saved my life, she nods as if it's the most natural thing in the world. He saved hers too, she murmurs, and made every moment of it meaningful. There's a serenity about her now, a quiet acceptance. She knows her time is short, but there's no lingering regret. Soon, her husband and son will be home, and the 3 of them will be whole again. Meanwhile, the search teams comb through the mountains, uncovering hidden caches stocked with hunting supplies, ammunition, and military rations, proof of Marge and Nemeth's meticulous planning. No wonder they'd stayed ahead for so long. These weren't just survivalists, They were predators who'd twisted their skills into something far darker. When investigators examined Nemeth's hospital gown, they found the evidence. Kevlar patches scored by my knife, a bullet hole in the sleeve from Miguel's erratic shot. Nemeth never leaves that hospital bed. His heart gives out, and just like that, it's over. Martin's victory is absolute, though I can't shake the frustration that justice didn't come by my hand. At least Marge will spend her days in a concrete cell, silent since her confession. Whispers circulate that she might not live to see trial. Prison has a way of settling scores, especially when the locals are eager to help. Luciana and I extend our stay, booking the suite for another 2 weeks. There are still questions to answer, but honestly, we spend just as much time soaking in bubble baths and napping, slowly piecing ourselves back together. Luciana and Daisy take long walks while I wander Ramsey's streets, drifting closer to the town's outskirts. One afternoon, I spot Lisa Rowell driving past, and we exchange waves, a strange reminder that I've been here long enough to be recognized. It's unsettling. When I return to the room, Luciana sits at the foot of her bed, Daisy sprawled beside her. The solemn look on her face sends a jolt of unease through me. "We have something for you," she says abruptly. "Oh, we." Miguel, Scott, Neil, Josh, Rob, and me. Rob, Bob's husband. Now I'm thoroughly lost. At first, none of us trusted you. Some didn't even want you here. But the truth is, we wouldn't have made it without you. She holds out a thick envelope. I eye it warily. What's this? We respect how you live. This is who you are, but let's be real, the pay is garbage. You're paying me. Frankie, you've been wearing the same jeans for a week. They're all I've got left. I know, we're not trying to fix you, just lighten the load. Perhaps this opens the door for your next chapter, or maybe it leads you somewhere completely unexpected, a path you hadn't even imagined. The future is a gift, one you helped shape for us. Now we're giving a piece of it back to you. My fingers tremble as I take the envelope. No one's ever handed me a stack of cash before, not because others weren't grateful, but because desperation doesn't leave room for generosity. The weight of it surprises me. Peeling it open, I blink. Holy crap, this is like $5,000. Luciana grins. Surviving the worst 3 days of our lives, that's priceless. I'm speechless, my pulse racing. At least let me take you out to eat. She shakes her head, amused. You're terrible at accepting gifts, you know that. Not a lot of practice, I admit. Fine, how about we hit the mall tomorrow? You need more than one outfit. A real shopping trip with a friend? It's been years, maybe since Sophie. Deal, I say, then fumble in my pocket. Wait, I want you to have this. Another present. She holds out a rugged paracord bracelet, its earthy tones woven around a clasp with a serrated edge, just like the one she loaned me when this madness began. For emergencies your whistle can't handle, she says. As I fasten it, warmth floods my chest. Damn it, I didn't get you anything. I'm an idiot. Frankie, she cuts in, squeezing my hand. Stop, seeing you happy, that's our gift. I swallow hard. No more tears, just a tight hug that turns into a laughing mess when Daisy wriggles between us. For the first time in weeks, the weight in my chest lifts just a little. Later, sprawled on the hotel bed, I trace the bracelet's grooves. Luciana's words echo, something different. But what? The next day, we raid every store in town. Luciana struts in cowboy boots and a hat like she was born in them, while I lose it in the outdoor gear section, wicking shirts, convertible pants, boots that could survive a war. A twinge hits me when I think of my old ones, battered but loyal. Dinner brings us back to the steakhouse from that first chaotic night. The staff waves off our bill, and we chatter too fast, avoiding the empty seat where Bob should be. Our last evening, we pack between bites of midnight brownies. Tomorrow, Luciana drives me to Jackson before heading home. And me, another cold case, a vanished boy no one remembers, or something else. Paul once said I used cases to run away. I swore I was running towards something. A decade later, I still don't know who was right, My life leaves no footprints, but lately that doesn't sit right. Someone in Oregon misses me. A girl in Boston still writes. Maybe that's enough. Luciana and Daisy will carry a piece of me with them long after I'm gone. Those small, fleeting connections, like stars scattered across the night sky, mean more than I ever realized. Maybe one day, I won't just be a ghost drifting through their lives, but someone who left a mark, who mattered. Boston might call me back someday, and when it does, I'll answer differently, not as someone lost, but as a woman who's finally learned to grab hold of life without hesitation. No more half-finished versions of myself. Just clarity. Who I am, who I'm becoming. And just like that, the decision settles in my bones. Time to move. The room is dark, but I don't need light to know what comes next. My new jeans slide on, my battered sneakers laced tight. Jacket shrugged over my shoulders, bag zipped shut. Daisy watches, silent, as I pull out the wad of cash, enough to cover my share plus a little extra. Luciana will screech when she finds it, but they've given me too much already. A drifter like me shouldn't be hauling around that kind of money anyway. I tiptoe to Luciana's bed, press a kiss to my fingers, then brush them against her forehead. Daisy gets a rough hug and a whisper. Remember, pup, somewhere out there, a wanderer loves you. The bags weigh heavy in my hands as I pause at the door. Morning would be easier, proper goodbyes, maybe a ride, but this is how it's meant to be. One last look, one deep breath between grief and hope. What's gone, what's still ahead? Then I step into the night. Frankie Elkin, that's my name. And somewhere out there, an 8-year-old boy is waiting to be found. So I'm going after him.